What is up, everyone? I was not in charge, and we don't know what happened or why we got shut down on the other side, but welcome in. We're going to switch over to this feed. We just got to get a few minutes, and Russ is here. We just need a few minutes to get the guests from the next 2 hours, the links to jump in here. We went to the room, and all of a sudden it went off. So welcome over to this feed of the SFB Podathon. And, guys, I think this is as good a time as any to just play like something like this.
You know what it's really a great time for? It's a great time to thank our sponsors. Thank you to everyone on this picture, our sponsors for our live events that, as you heard, are happening right now and going on for the next couple of weekends. So thank you everyone on here for everything you are doing for us. fantasycares.org/glass. You can get 1, 2, or 4 of this one. That is one glass, 2 pictures, double-sided, greatest, coolest thing ever. And fantasycares.org/glass to get this glass where you can drink such things as iced coffee, beer, root beer floats, anything that just tickles your fancy. And we still have a lot of auctions going on with mostly movie-themed sports jerseys, but we do have that Bo Jackson jersey just because we can't give it to Sal or sell it to him, so everyone make sure to bid it up nice and high so Sal has a little trouble getting it. But also amazing, amazing jerseys. Just to go fantasycares.org/auction, and you can go and view those. fantasycares.org/stickers. You can join the Sticker of the Month Club. Hold on, let's get rid of that. Here we go. The first month, today is the last day for you to sign up for the Sticker of the Month Club for the first month. You can get 1 random sticker, 2 random stickers, or the full set of 3. And if you join it in the first month today, by the end of today, you'll get the Blockbuster sticker for free. And I'm so excited because that means tomorrow I can technically add the new stickers to my cup because they don't need to be a secret anymore. I'm very excited. They're right over there, and it's been driving me nuts not being able to put them on here. So fantasycares.org/sticker. You can also just go to fantasycares.org/campaigns, and you can see all of the stuff we have going on because at this point, they keep us far too busy. We have too much stuff going on to list all of it. Like I'm already tired of hearing the sound of my own voice trying to talk about all this, but I do like stickers too much to stop. So fantasy.org/campaign. But of course, and most importantly, just go to fantasycares.org/podathon. It's a straight donation to Fantasy Cares, but lets us know that you did it because you were watching the Podathon and because Sal needs the external validation to know how much monetarily people like him.
I definitely used to need that, but
can we before our next guest, can we talk about how?
Oh, I know how. We all know how. Go check the Discord chat.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Who? Okay. Who do I get to yell in live, or do I have to show on the Discord?
We're gonna give forgiveness.
We're going to
It's the one person we can't yell at.
You son of a!
I'm so glad you did it because there's no way you guys are going to believe me, you asshole.
There's no way we would blame anyone but you, Sal. No way.
Go ahead, Steven.
I'll say this on the phones. The leave studio button is where the end stream button is when you're on your phone. So they flip-flop them. So I totally understand him accidentally ending the stream.
Oh, no. I got to be honest. I constantly click the wrong button. When I'm terrified of leaving the studio or ending the stream during the Podathon because I know I'm going to click the wrong button and screw something up. So I don't even if he was on his computer, I wouldn't really give him a hard time because they're very far apart. They're both red, but they're very different looking. But still, you go to leave, you just click the top corner, and that's the end stream button. It's just like,
yeah.
So let me tell you guys what happened. I want you to hear the story because I know you guys were on the show, and I know it just ended abruptly. I literally pulled into my garage, opened the door, and through my headphones heard Dave Kluge say, "Mike Fiala's going to have some work to do." And I put on my headphones and said, what the? And all it popped up was the thumbs up, thumbs down. How did the stream go? I'm like, not well. And shit ain't supposed to be over yet.
As soon as that thumbs up, thumbs down came up, I was like, oh no, what the fuck?
Now here's why Mike is such a good human being. If I walked in and I heard Russ has a lot of work to do, I would have just turned around.
I should have.
Nope, I wasn't here for it.
All right, so we just got a chat. Speaking of technical difficulties, we got a chat from Jeff that he's going to be carrying this segment, which is great. Jordan was honestly the anchor anyway that was going to pull us down. So I'm going to pop out. I want you guys to make sure that we get Jeff in here and get him his time. Now I'm going to, because I can't yell at anybody. I literally was going to scream at one of you, but yeah, Scott, unfortunately, son of all the people, like it couldn't have been one of the three of you. Would have been much easier for me. But anyway, I'm going to pop out, give Jeff his time. I'll be back on in a bit. Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
I'm going to stay and say hello to Jeff, and then I'm going to go take a 1 hour break. So Jeff, thank you so much for joining us this year on the SFB Podathon. You're in the great, very capable hands of Steven and Russ, far better than me, and have a great time, guys.
All right, so I mean, should we rocks, paper, scissors to see who's taking the lead on this one?
You can go for it. But before we get to that, we do have a live read that we need to.
Oh, we're back to live reads.
Yes, we're back to live reading. Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. Going for Two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because remember, no one goes for the extra point.
Ooh. Well, welcome, Jeff, to the very professional Podathon we have going on right now. We are just great at what we do, and thank you for being a part of the greatness. Why don't you just introduce yourself, let everyone know who you are, what you do, why you're here, and all that fun stuff. You're muted.
Oh, you're muted.
See? Professionalism. Right. You're right on brand.
Amateur hour, man. Well, you'd think after like all of the pandemic stuff, and we've all been using this stuff for years now, that the mute button would be fixed by now. Apparently, I didn't get the memo. So I'm Jeff DiMatteo.
It's fine. Our ineptitude seeps out.
Well, I figured Mike could just blame me. It's fine. You know, if you guys want to blame me, I understand. You can't blame he who cannot be blamed. I'm willing to shoulder that brunt because I was just in the waiting room.
We just can't do anything about it.
Oh yeah. So I'm the founder of gridironratings.com, small fantasy site. We do some, like everybody else, we do some rankings, some projections, a little bit of content here and there. But we try to put some special spins on a few things, kind of try to provide some 1 to 99 ratings on a few things to kind of make it a little easier to sort out. I'm not really interested in tiers, and I know that makes a lot of people cringe. The only tiers I'm interested in are those of my opponents in my leagues. And that's why I go to the ratings process, because I like to really see how, guys across positions line up and how to better draft, basically. So, we're really into that. My partner, who was supposed to be here with me today, Jordan Vanek, he's actually dealing with some network issues. Couldn't be here. Turns out the place he's staying at right now has no Wi-Fi because of the Florida Panthers victory parade. I guess their guest Wi-Fi has gotten overrun. And the hotspot he was going to try and use is completely shut down because cell signal is completely trashed out. So for those of you that know Jordan, he's one of the sharpest people in the space. He's bringing all of his DFS content over to gridironratings.com this season. So very exciting for us. We've never really been into DFS, but he's going to be there for DFS, doing some betting stuff, a lot of wide receiver content. One of the sharpest people I know, and it's a very exciting time. We actually just pumped out some stuff on Nick Chubb's injury and how he's going to recover. We're doing some running back workload stuff. We're doing some quarterback exposure pieces. When you draft a quarterback, who are you getting exposure to? You got to know who the receivers are, right? So just all kinds of different interesting pieces coming out. Definitely worth a look. Go check out gridironratings.com.
Love that. But can you give us a sneak peek on how Nick Chubb's going to heal from his injury?
I'm bullish. I'm actually really bullish on Nick Chubb. So we all saw the injury, and it looked awful, right? It looked one of those things after seeing the injury he had at Georgia back in college, and then the injury on Monday Night Football. We were all like, that's his career. He's toast, right? It was a clean ACL. By all accounts, the surgery went well. There was a second procedure that was a cleanup related to his previous injury from college. That happens. For any of us who have had major knee injuries, hey, as you get older, you kind of have to have things re-cleaned up, reworked on, relooked at. That's all the second procedure was. He's already been running. So, and that was as of May 20th. He'd already been running for weeks. He's going to really put the thing to the test in training camp. They were holding him out of OTAs and everything else, letting him really rehab it up. He's spending a lot of time at his high school here in Georgia. I'm based in Atlanta. So he's been down here working out. He looks like he's going to be ready to go for training camp and full bore possibly week 1. So I'm bullish. I'm in, especially at his ADP. He's going in the 120s to 140s. I feel like that risk is baked
wild.
in.
That's wild to think that ADP is set up there. And I mean, talking about even 20 years ago, the ACL was seen as almost a death knell for any running back. And now we've got a dude that's, 5-6 months out from a catastrophic injury, not just one, but I mean, he's suffered several knee injuries over the course of his career. And yet we're sitting here thinking, can this be the Nick Chubb? And honestly, I'm right there with you and being bullish on him. The possibility is always there. Is never bet against Nick Chubb. When it comes to SFB 14, what division you in? Where are you drafting from? How's it looking?
I was about to say, is that an indication?
Yeah, I threw the Superman logos up behind me because I'm repping the Superman division.
By the way, I just need to say, it fits on your shoulders perfectly, like pads. Yeah. Like it's beautifully placed.
That was unintentional. That was just, I got lucky. Well, so I don't want to take too much credit for all that.
All right, so you're in Superman division. Where are you drafting from?
I'm picking in the 12 spot.
Right.
I saw the scoring. Yep, and to me, the 12 spot just seemed like a sweet spot with the third round reversals and all that kind of stuff. Give me those 3 premium players I'm going to be able to get in those top 24 or so spots or 25 spots. And so I'm taking the flyer there. I'm going to miss the elite quarterbacks, but I think I can make do.
And we've seen a lot of back and forth regarding the quarterbacks because obviously the passing yardage is getting knocked down a little bit in terms of the point spread, and it's definitely more pushed towards the running quarterbacks. And the fact that this is super flex yet again, in your mind, is it important for people to go and grab 2 quarterbacks early because of the scoring still, or is it something where you can kind of spread the love across all positions based on the fact that you're only required to start 1 at each position?
Once you get past those kind of key rushing quarterbacks, and we know who they are, the usual suspects, it's going to be really tight from that QB 6 or 7 all the way down to about QB 18. So I'm not rushing to go get 2 quarterbacks. If I can't get a premium guy, I'm happy taking 2 of the mid-level guys. There's just not enough weekly differentiation between them at that point. And I'm happy to go get premium running backs, premium tight ends, premium wide receivers, and build my roster that way. Because for the miss I might have at quarterback, week over week and in total points, I'm going to more than make it up on the other premium players. So I'm not trying to force quarterback. I'm going to let it come to me.
Yeah, so I just pulled up the scoring and using last season stats, points per game, you have, oh, wow, Dak Prescott actually made it over 21 points per game. But once you get below that, from 20 to 17 so it's like a difference of 3 points per game is 15 quarterbacks.
Yep.
Man, so
it's a big window. That's a lot of guys you can choose from. And at that point, you can throw a dart, right? And you don't need them both. I've seen a lot of folks loading up on wide receivers when you think about the first down points and all of that. Look, if I can go land 2 premium wide receivers or 2 premium tight ends, I feel like that's going to be better than getting 2 mid-level quarterbacks when you think about total points scored and in terms of just weekly advantage. I'm happy to take a flyer on certain guys. I'd love to get Dak Prescott. I'm sure I'm not going to be able to get him where I'd like to get him. But there's going to be a lot of ways to offset some of those quarterback points. I think the super flex thing is going to cause brain lock for some people, though. And they're going to hear super flex and immediately say, I have to get 2 quarterbacks. And tight end premium, I have to go get tight ends. Where, after a certain point, it doesn't make sense to force the second guy, especially if there's a more premium player at running back, or wide receiver, especially when you factor in kick return yards. There's going to be a lot of guys that are very interesting this year. I know there's already been some talk about, Rashid Shaheed and Marvin Mims and Gibson with the Jets. So there's going to be some really interesting twists in rounds, call it 5 through 10, I think, that's going to involve a lot of guys that can return kicks.
Yeah, I think once you leave like round 3, ADP is probably out the window. Like, I think it's going to get pretty crazy. Like, I'm going through, I love MFL. You just click on the player stats button. You could change by position. There's an average button, so you see the points per game. And there's tiers like already set, and of course, this is last year's stats, not what's going to happen this year. But, it seems like there's a good 4 to 6, maybe 7 at best players in each position that are that tier above. And then it is just chunks of within like 2-3 points per game, which means it's really, there's no one cares at that point. It's really just going to be, what's your guy? Do you think that guy's going to return kicks? It kind of makes me a little happier that I have the 101 and I'm just going to get my one guy and feel fine about it, because it feels like after first 2-3 picks, it's not going to matter anyway. So I feel a little better hating myself for constantly taking the 101 since the third round reversal kicked in.
So the 101, I have a couple of friends that are have the 101 spot, and we've been locked in this debate of Josh Allen or insert other player. My other player is actually Jalen Hurts. I'm thinking with the tush push still in play and you get the first downs, those are high efficiency runs, goal line touchdowns. I know Josh Allen had a lot of rushing touchdowns last year, but do you want Josh Allen when he has only really Kincaid, Coleman, Shakir? It's kind of a hodgepodge of guys to throw it to. Or do you want Hurts with A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Goddard, Saquon, and the tush push? I feel like in this format, I might be going Hurts this year.
So, again, in a year where we claim that the Philadelphia offense just fell to crap for the second half of the season, Jalen Hurts outscored Josh Allen last year.
That's why he would have been my 101. If I was in that spot, I'd be taking Hurts all day without question.
And there's been quite a few people that the live drafts, it seems like Josh Allen has been more of the consensus, which is kind of eye-opening in that regard, just based, like you mentioned, the surrounding cast that he has to work with, and removing Stephon Diggs from that equation. I know Curtis Samuel's not necessarily what you would call the replacement player in that regard for the wide receiver room. But no. I mean, there's got to be some level of concern with Josh Allen overall, don't you think? Because again, even a year ago, we don't want him to run as much. We don't want him to do things. We want to conserve him because he had the injury concerns. And now you look things over. Yeah, there's Dalton Kincaid sitting here. Maybe Shakir takes another step forward. But again, just as a fifth round wide receiver that is a glorified slot guy, how does he not run in 2024? That's kind of where my mind is at, despite everything. He's like, if you want to compete, you almost have to have him do something with his legs.
Well, if you're the Bills and you just handed 2 Brinks trucks worth of money to Josh Allen, how much do you want him running around?
However much it takes to win.
Well, that's fair, but they even said last year they were trying to slam the brakes on that, right? They wanted to lessen the Superman ball, no more jumping over defenders and being crazy. It's like, get down. Go get out of bounds.
That's different than running in general. Yes, you.
Yeah,
it was the same thing with Cam Newton. These quarterbacks that are built like linebackers, where they can take these hits, it doesn't mean it's not terrifying to watch, especially from the person who's paying them. So I totally get wanting to say that, but also, it's not like the Bills have been bad. The Bills have been very good. They just haven't pushed that final push, in which case you want to tell him to back off, but in the under your breath, you're like, just go. Just win the game.
Just go, but please run out of bounds.
Yeah.
Please run out of bounds.
Slide.
Please slide. Yeah. Please slide. Yeah. But I mean, look, I think Josh Allen obviously has all the tools. He's a top 3 quarterback in pretty much any given format. But I think if I'm trying to leverage the first downs and the other pieces, though, this is why I do the exposure reports for quarterbacks. It seems like a no-brainer when I think Hurts and Allen, who's a better runner? It's probably about a push. Hurts is a pretty good runner, right? And I look at the weapons and I'm like, well, do I want A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, and Goddard, or do I want Shakir, Samuel, Kincaid, and rookie Coleman? I think it's Hurts. I guess that's my – but – hey, here's the thing, man. Go get your guy. And if you can stack, I think it was Alfredo Brown stacked up Kincaid with Allen.
Yeah.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, because I think Kincaid could be the tight end 1 this year. All due respect to Travis Kelce, Sam Laporta, etc. I mean, he's in line for a bazillion targets.
Yeah, it's funny because, well, first of all, real quick, we had a question in the chat that I don't want to forget to answer.
Sure.
Hurts had 26.8 points per game. Lamar Jackson 24.4. So less than the 2.4 points per game difference. It's funny, you know. The Bills had Xavier Worthy in their hands, and not to say that anyone is a Steph Diggs replacement, but like, he seemed like he could fit what they needed to do. And then they trade back, and they grab Keon Coleman. I'm just like, wait, but they already have a tight end. I'm not the biggest Keon Coleman guy, but like, it worries me for Kincaid's end zone usage. Like, that's literally like, that's what worries me a little bit about it. But again, if you are a stack person with these main players, like, I don't know if AJ Brown's falling to 212. I mean, you know that if you're taking Lamar, Mark Andrews isn't going to make it to the 212. If you're taking, I mean, who else is that? Like, maybe if you want to put Hurts and Devonta, which I love me some Devonta Smith, but like, there's not many stacks you're going to be able to really rely on from the 101. And if you want to stack, Kincaid is probably likely to fall down to you.
True. Yeah, and I think that's 100% right. I mean, being able to get Devonta and then Goddard later, though, if you want to double stack, I mean, Goddard's going to be in line for some more goal line touches. You know, Kellen Moore is notorious for getting goal line looks to tight ends. You know, no matter where he's been, whether it's been Dallas or with the Chargers, et cetera, tight ends have gotten a ridiculous number of goal line related looks. So it creates some opportunity. I don't expect a ton of catches for him between the 20s, but if they get close, suddenly he's getting schemed open and schemed into position. So there's going to be some interesting stacking with Hurts. It may just not be the premium stack of, you know, Allen, Kincaid. You're not going to get Hurts and AJ Brown. It's going to be Hurts and maybe Devonta, Hurts, Goddard. And I mean, really, if you're worried about the rushing quarterback, the stack on the receiving side isn't even as valuable because you get 1 point for the 50 passing yards anyway. You're just doubling down on the touchdowns. So which guy do you want? I might want Hurts and Goddard because his value's been pretty badly suppressed with the emergence of McBride, Laporta, you know, Evan Ingram, obviously the 100 or so catches last year. A lot of these other guys have kind of moved ahead of him, and it allows you to kind of build out those other positions, and you might get that high upside tight end later, stack him with your premium quarterback, and you still have the ability to go get a really good running back. Devon Achan's going pretty late, and he could return some kicks, right? We talked about that before. And you can still get a premium wide receiver in there. There's a lot of different ways to build that roster out. And I try not to be beholden to any given strategy. My strategy is always fluidity. How do I take what's coming to me and just keep putting the most points in my lineup I possibly can, right? And if it's a stack, it's a stack. If it's not a stack, well, that's fine. I don't mind running with, a naked quarterback.
See, hey.
It's a kid's show, right? Sorry.
Actually unconventional, but not a bad move. I think it was Kelly Singh ended up pulling off Kyler, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Trey McBride.
Yep.
Triple stack.
Yep. Saw that.
That's like a dream right there. Like,
yeah.
We thought Howard was going to faint when we told him that.
Rookie wide receivers, I get it. It's risky, but if you're going to risk on a rookie wide receiver, it might as well be Marvin Harrison Jr., right? And the amount of targets that McBride was getting at the end of the season, it's just like, I mean, I'm also just huge on Kyler right now. So like, I kind of wish I didn't have the 101 because like, if I had the 106, I could at least rationalize maybe taking someone else. Now it's like, all right, I'm at the 101. I'm not going to be Steve and take Bijan Robinson at 1 just because I want to take Bijan Robinson.
Hey, you got to do something different. Got to do something different.
Mix it up.
Stop telling me how to live my life, Steven. I'm tired of it by now.
I'm sorry.
I know it's out of love. But like, I've done a 101 3 years in a row. It's out of pure laziness. It's just like I want to click my button and then just rest for a bit. Like because of the amount of buildup we have for SFB and all the work we're doing. So like it's really just like psh. And then I have like a day and a half before it gets back to me. But like if I actually want to try and win, maybe I do need to take a couple of picks, step back.
See,
it makes me feel any better. I haven't done a single mock, so you know I'm.
Me neither. I don't because
behind.
it's never the same.
Exactly. So, Jeff, you've been doing these exposure reports. What has been the biggest thing while you've been putting these together that has stuck out to you? Regarding maybe some of the guys that are in new places. We had quite a few names move to new teams in 2024 through trade and through free agency, is there something that stuck out to you that maybe is an unconventional stack that's been off the radar that makes you think, okay, this might end up being a league winner that isn't necessarily at the forefront of everyone's mind?
Well, not necessarily as a result of trade or free agency,
Ooh.
but one that I kind of like that I feel like is really sneaky and it's going to be really cheap to get is going to be Dak Prescott and Brandon Cooks. It's going to be really hard to land CD and Dak potentially, but if you can get your hands on Dak Prescott and then take Brandon Cooks, who's effectively free. This is a guy who's been a 1,000-yard receiver 5-6 times, and CD Lamb is going to be collecting a lot of attention. There's no real running game in Dallas. Their defense is taking a pretty serious step back. DeMarcus Lawrence is a little bit older. Dan Quinn is gone. Seems like the direction there is a little fluid at best. I expect them to have to score more points to win. There's going to be more passing attempts than we've seen. I actually have Dak Prescott as my QB1 in typical leagues. Because I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity there. So CD Lamb, he's an obvious wide receiver 1 candidate. Brandon Cooks is the kind of guy that could go completely off the radar, be taken at the end of your draft, and end up being a top 36 option at the position. So that's something that really stood out to me as I was going through the projections and looking at the exposure reports. And then there's a few guys, you look at like Jordan Love. He's got a bunch of guys that are really, if they're twos on every roster, maybe. They're 2-3 type guys, but by the time they get to their third or fourth option in the offense, they're better than the guy covering them because they'd still be a 2 or 3 in another offense. And I thought that was really interesting because I wouldn't stack anybody with him. People are like, oh, well, what receiver do you stack with Jordan Love? I'm not. I'm just going to take Jordan Love and accept all the receivers. CJ Stroud. I'm going to take CJ Stroud and accept all the receivers. Too hard to try and figure out which guy is going to be the guy. But yeah, trying to see how that peanut buttering of targets works out across teams has been really interesting. But yeah, I really am interested in the Brandon Cooks
buttering of targets.
Yeah, you just lather it right across the bread.
That
gets from edge to edge. Yeah, you just peanut butter those targets right across all the receivers.
Had I seen that
you
is
can use
amazing.
Yeah, you pass that off as your own. You go ahead.
No, I mean, I'll give you credit, but I need to use that. That was beautiful.
Yeah. I'm a wordsmith in my spare time. That's what I do.
Love it. Love it.
Oh man, but it's a good point though, because again, there have been talks about that across the course of the Podathon here. I mean, these drafts are happening so early, and there's so much unknown to what we're looking at. Again, you talk about the Packers having 3-4 solid options. All it takes is a healthy 16-game Christian Watson to throw a wrench into literally everything in Green Bay. You mentioned the Houston Texans between Nico Collins, Tank Dell. Then you're throwing Stephon Diggs into that, let alone you have now Joe Mixon to feed in the backfield there. And
Dalton Schultz. He's no slouch.
Exactly. I mean, it's one of those situations where you're better off just not rolling the dice and going with the sure thing. But in a tournament like this, where you need to do things a little bit differently, say in those two offenses specifically, if you had to, push something as this is my best bet, who are you taking at wide receiver or just as a receiving option in both of those offenses?
I really like Jaden Reed in Green Bay. If I'm going the Jordan Love route, I'm just not sold on Christian Watson. I wasn't really sold on his profile coming in. Heck of an athlete. I didn't really love level of competition. I watch a lot of film too. I coached football, so my background is actually in coaching at the high school, and I worked for Iowa State for a time under Dan McCarney. So I have a little bit of background on how to actually watch film when I say that out loud. Yeah, I think it's Jaden Reed. The kid just does a little bit of everything really well. I like Romeo Doubs too, but I think Reed's the guy if I have to bet on one. And if I go to Houston, it's Tank Dell. All due respect to Steph Diggs, I think his best football's behind him. And Nico Collins is the bona fide chain mover, but every one of these guys is going to be in a plus position versus coverage every given week. So that's what's going to make it really tough because CJ Stroud could sit here and say, hey, I'm looking at Tank Dell. Oh, never mind. He's triple covered. Here's Steph Diggs in one-on-one, with a number 3 corner. That's a no-brainer move, and Steph Diggs gets 9 catches. So you see, that's why I'm trying to stay away from trying to figure out where the stack is. But if I have to choose, you're holding the gun to my head, give me Tank Dell. That's my guy.
Whoa, we're a charity. We don't give funds to head.
Sorry, I forgot. Charity kids show, man. I'm out here. We got all. I'm a mess. They're not going to let me back next year.
Though I do love just the concept of what you're saying is, oh, I don't know what to do with the wide receivers, then just give you the quarterback. It's fine.
Right.
That's like the ultimate hedge right there, right? Like I don't want to pick one, so give me all of them metaphorically and give me the one guy that's getting points for no matter who catches it.
Right. Exactly. And then I can get exposure to other offenses too, because if I'm taking, CJ Stroud, I can go get another, relatively high-end wide receiver option to be attached to another offense. Maybe I want to get CJ Stroud and Jalen Waddle. Waddle's a guy, hey, you want to be a part of Miami? Give me that Miami offense. Let me get Waddle. So there's a lot of ways you can build your team out. And for me, it's just always, hey, how can I get points in my lineup? That's the most important thing. I'm not stressed about, hey, I want to be in this type of build or I want to do this. Just get the dang points in my lineup.
Yeah, I was told the best strategy to have at the 101 was to draft the player that was going to score the most points this season. And I was like,
that's foolproof.
Wow.
Best strategy I've ever heard. But yeah, fantasy football is not that hard. We just make it harder than it has to be sometimes. We get too cute and we outthink ourselves. And sometimes it just comes down to who's scoring points. Draft that guy. And we know who those guys are, right? Like we know that Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, we know they're going to score points. Take them early.
All right. Well, we're just about at that line. So before we just kick you out without any notice, why don't you remind everyone who you are, what you do, where they can find what you do, and any parting shots you got for anyone or anything?
Sure. So Jeff DiMatteo with Gridiron Ratings. Give us a quick look. Jordan Vanek couldn't be here. He was supposed to be my my wingman today. He's having some network issues down in South Florida. Check out all of his DFS content at gridironratings.com. And take a look at some of the other content we've got going on too. We've got, obviously the projections and some quarterback exposure stuff and running back workload tool. We didn't even talk about that. There's some other interesting stuff there. But before I go, I do need one quick shout out. Given it's SFB 14, I've got to shout out my guy, Jason Snyder. We got some guys out here doing the SFB 14 chat. It's the Hopefuls chat.
Oh, yeah.
So these are all guys that want to just get in. And the Hopefuls chat, hey, shout out to my Hopefuls. They've been just such a great community and building each other up and trying to get to a point where we've got, a lot of people that are getting in front of Scott and getting into all the different competitions and helping each other just get into the tournament. And watching them all boost each other up has been so much fun. And, for me, I've been, lucky enough to be in this game, 4 or 5 years in a row now. So hopefully he doesn't kick me out next year. But, it's such a great cause.
Don't do too well.
Yeah. I try not to, but no, it's just such a great community, and I want to make sure the Hopefuls get that shout out. Ryan McDowell's been in the chat with us and helping people get in and giving them the direction to get there. So that's a huge part of everything we're doing here.
Oh yeah, Hopefuls will forever get shouted out on like every single stream we do because they're always there, whether we want them there or not. They are fantastic, wonderful people, and we appreciate them so much for the support they show. And that means we appreciate you as well, Jeff. Thank you very much for coming on. And you carried this solo beautifully. You did not need that other guy who couldn't be here today.
Oh, yeah. I always need Jordan. He's a great friend. I love that guy.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Have a great day and see you around.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care, Jeff.
All right. Do we not have a read for this?
We do not have a read. We have a read break.
Oh, good. I was tired of doing that stuff. All right, so let's bring in our next guests. I guess, before we bring in our next guests, we are going to talk about our stuff again because, like I said, we have a lot of thanks to give, and this is our sponsors for our live events, which are happening right now. Well, what time is it? What day is it? Yeah, they might be happening right now. If not, they happened yesterday for sure. So thank you, everyone on there, for all of your help and just making things happen. Fantasy Cares, you know what? We're not going to do all the individual campaigns because that's a lot. But go to fantasycares.org/campaigns and you can see all the stuff we got running on. But also fantasycares.org/auction. And you can see all of the awesome 99% movie sports jerseys we have, except for, of course, the Bo Jackson jersey because Sal really likes Bo Jackson and we were nice to Sal to put him there. All right. fantasycares.org/Podathon to donate in the name of the Podathon to show your love to the Podathon. All right, here we go. It looks like our guests are arguing with each other already, so let's bring them
in. I'm spilling stuff. It's just,
I saw hands in the air, and I was just like, all right, I'm getting there. Right.
Oh man.
Well, it took a while to get we had to find luggage to get the Kenny Hill jersey showing.
Got the Kenny Hill. I brought it with me. Thank you.
Trying to get that hung. So yeah. Well, we're good. Spilled a little bit.
Roto Slappers, Mike Serpico, Sean G. Gentlemen, thanks for hopping on. Vegas, right? You guys were in Vegas?
Yep. I live drafted yesterday.
How was it? How was the atmosphere? It looked amazing from the pictures.
It was. I did it last year as well, and honestly, it's so much fun. If you or anybody is on the fence about Vegas, come out. It's amazing. Circa, they do a great job. The venue is fantastic. It was about 110 degrees, but we had the pool. But just hanging out with everybody, getting to meet so many great people from all over, it's fantastic. I highly recommend it. And you might have lost your Chicago guy next year. He's
No.
your story.
No. It was fun to be a guest, and I'm thankful for them letting me come and hang out with them.
Yeah, I was going to say, if there's a draft that you want to just go and watch and just hang out, that's probably it.
This is it.
There's Vegas, Hawaii, Sao Paulo. We got some really good drafts out there. Vegas is at least continental U.S. I mean,
right.
let's just put it that way. If you're able to convince a significant other of any sorts, look, I'm not asking to go to Spain. I'm just saying, let's go to Vegas. You can go and gamble, go see Celine Dion in concert or something, and I'll be, because that's still a thing, right? I'll be here just to watch. I'm not doing anything bad. I'm watching fantasy football.
Right.
What's wrong?
That's what I told my wife. Hey, Lady Gaga's at the hotel.
So is that what she did?
Yeah, I mean, it's the entertainment capital of the world, right? Who doesn't want to come to Vegas? There's so much to do. Anything you want to do, they have it here. The food is fantastic. It's a blast. And as a 24-hour city, why not? It's Vegas.
I might struggle with the decision between SFB draft or Lady Gaga concert. I'm not going to lie.
You could both. We had the draft yesterday. Our great host out here, Scott Frankel, he's going to Lady Gaga tonight.
Oh. We can do it all. We can have it all, Stephen.
And we're staying at Park MGM, which is where Lady Gaga has her show.
It's pretty wild. They got the meat dress hung out. You can go look at it.
They have a Lady Gaga, kind of like a museum here with a lot of outfits that she's worn in her shows, her meat dress, some of her wild and crazy shoes and headpieces. It's fantastic.
I hope
Lady Gaga
dress with some. I hope they sprayed that with something
Yeah, it's in a big glass case. It's
that can't that.
I don't even want to know what it smells like.
No.
Don't open the glass. Do not break glass.
But it was fun, and I got to. I burned like a lobster out there, but
it was hot yesterday.
It was hot, and while they got to at least go up there and draft, I got to hide inside a couple times and lay in the pool for most of the day. So it was good.
Yeah, people are drafting from the pool. They just take their phone, get in the water. The water felt great. You have all the big screens up, and they had baseball on. There was some NASCAR on. They had the Scott Fishbowl logo up there. It was awesome. It was great.
It was fun.
At least you had that beautiful Shrek hat keeping you cool.
You like that?
I loved.
I had the shirt too.
Where are you guys right now?
We're in the room. It was so bright behind us. We were going to try to give you a cool Vegas backdrop, but the glare coming in at this point was too much.
Yeah.
So we had to go.
We had a little bit of
They're absolutely
like a stairwell.
By the way,
what's that?
You're absolutely in a holding cell right now. I recognize that back. I recognize the wall too well.
We'll let you guys go for 30 minutes. You can have the Kenny Hill jersey, and then you're going back. It's over.
Look, if you have to bribe him with the Kenny Hill jersey to get out, we'll find you another one. All right.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about what happened at the piano.
I had to
bar
bring it out.
night.
Scott. Because Scott Fish was here. It was great to meet him, and the whole weekend has just been amazing. We had a fantastic dinner Friday night. Went to Barry's over at Circa. The food is amazing. And then, yesterday we started off at the pool. Last night we went to a local piano bar where one of the members in SFB, Kenny Davidson, he performs there. You can go up and request songs. You can go up and sing karaoke. And there was probably about 20 to 30 of us, give or take. It was so much fun.
So What division are you in, and where did you draft from, and how do you think your draft went?
I'm in the Phil division. I had the 10 spot. It went well. I mean, I didn't go in with so much with the strategy. I just want to have fun. Every year when I get in, I try to pick a different draft slot, and I want to just, let's just go. Let's wing it. Let's see what happens. A tournament this big, you're just hoping to make some noise, but ultimately it's for charity. I just want to have fun. I want to meet people. This guy here, we were in the third pick chat last year, and we met, and now we're friends hanging out. So,
Nice. But
SFB is bringing people together.
Carrying the lead on this one. Who did you take at the 10? Who did you get around? I need to know everyone else's strategy so I could figure out, like, piecemeal what I should do.
So for me, I started off. I wanted to go double quarterback. I started with Kyler Murray at 10, and then I went Jordan Love in round 2. And then I was hoping McBride might make it back. He didn't. So I went with Mark Andrews, and then I went with Ferguson. I got a little heat for that. They're like, oh, the tight ends. I want the 2 quarterbacks, the 2 tight ends, and just be done with it. And I went James Cook, Ramondre Stevenson, David Montgomery. I want to get a couple of the grinders. They got to get. Cook is going to get the receiving work, the rushing, and I went light on receiver.
Okay.
I was getting a lot of heat for that as well.
That's saying it nicely.
Yeah.
Like,
My only 2 receivers thus far.
In real time here as you're filling out the draft picks.
Yeah, I mean, I ended up the only 2 receivers I currently have is Christian Watson and Ladd McConkey. I will be building that out, obviously, but it's not. I don't have the elites, but I feel like if Christian Watson can stay healthy, and I have Jordan Love, I feel like he's going to be the primary target in the offense.
Zero wide receiver a thing? Because that's pretty much what he did.
Well, I mean, you got to do something different in these tournaments. For as many people as there are, we've done a lot of discussion over the return yardage. So, I mean, that also sits there as an option to kind of fill things out.
Right.
You technically, you only have to start 1 wide receiver. That's all you got to start. So,
and
that's true.
Well, in the tight ends, Mark Andrews is the number 1 target in the Baltimore offense.
Yep.
Ferguson is probably the number 2 target in Dallas, and they're going to throw the ball quite a bit. So I felt like I'm getting, the tight end premium. And I mean, they're not the receiver, but I feel like there's a lot of value there.
I'm picking 3rd. I can tell you right now, I'm not taking a quarterback. 2nd quarterback, probably till round 10. So that's where we differ on this one. That's why I was shaking my head. Going,
wait. Slow down. What division are you in?
Oh, so Chicago Live. Shout out to Steven, by the way. You're also a great host. And picking 3rd in the Elwood Blues division.
Yes. I love that.
When I saw Blues Brothers, I was like, I have that. Yeah, lock me in. I got to go with that one.
We're eagerly anticipating our Blues Brothers themed stickers, Russ.
See, that's awesome.
Now, did you have the choice between Jake and Elwood and purposely choose Elwood?
I don't think so, right? I didn't see Jake. So I just
don't
saw
know
Elwood.
who picked divisions. I had nothing to do with Chicago divisions. I don't know who picked them.
Oh, so no. You did.
It was you.
The Blues Brothers in and one of them for the masses.
Okay. Yeah, so I only saw Elwood. That was the only one I
absolutely put both of them on the list. I'm just going to put that out there. I would never play favorites among those brothers. Never.
It would have been harder to pick if that was the case, though. Which one?
Which is why I was so curious with, how you would have picked. Okay, so you're picking from the 3, and who is it that you want to be there?
What's up?
Who is it that you want?
I got it. It's either Allen, Hurts, Lamar. That's it. I'm locked in already. It's done. Whichever one's there, I'm taking. And we're on to round 2.
Okay.
I just want to get
a quarterback. You are taking a
quarterback. Oh, yeah. I want to get a rushing quarterback out of the way, and then hopefully a tight end in round 2. And then with the way the scoring set up, really, you can kind of just BPA best player then there on out, because you only got to start 1 from 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, 6 flexes. So you can kind of take whoever you want. Then I got tight end out of the way, I got quarterback out of the way. So that's my game plan.
So the one position we haven't really gotten into just yet, more talking about the running back position. And Sean, I know you mentioned you picked up some of those grinders late between Stevenson and Montgomery. That 3 spots where we're seeing a lot of CMC being that first non-QB off of the board, just because there are those bonuses built in to what this scoring setup is. You have the touch bonuses, you have the first down bonuses. I mean, there's a possibility that every single touch a running back could pick up a full point just by running the ball 3 yards. I mean, it's crazy to see that as an option. And again, Mike, like you mentioned, you only have to start one running back. However, based on the fact that those bonuses are in play, is finding a hero running back early a scenario that you can see yourself going with, maybe over that second round tight end, or maybe, there's still 2 weeks to rethink your Chicago Live strategy here to potentially break the seal on the non-QBs.
Oh, I don't know. I've fiddled with CMC, and
Bueno.
I love the thought of it, and it looks great when you do it. But I just look at it afterwards, and I'm like, I don't know. So I think you are right on the hero running back, though. I like that, and if there's a few that I like that would fall in round 2 that I would take. If not, I'm pretty sure I'm taking one in round 3 to get that out of the way also.
So I've heard a bunch of Jonathan Taylor falling at the end of the second, beginning of the third. Kyron Williams was actually second in points per game last year under Christian McCaffrey, only by like 2 and change points per game. Now, of course, people are going to try and scare me with Blake Corum, and I have no idea if I really should be or not. But
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
I'm still leaning Christian McCaffrey just because it's different from anything I would ever dream of doing, having nothing to do with thinking that it's the right move. It's literally just, I have the 1-on-1 and I've always taken a quarterback. So like, I might just do it to be a little different from myself, but then I know if that comes around and Jonathan Taylor's sitting there and I'm like, am I really starting a fantasy football draft running back? What year is it? And who am I when I'm doing this? Like, because I wouldn't be able to pass that up.
I'm a running back guy myself, so I love it. I've been playing fantasy football since about 97. And back then, it was all about get the stud running back, start your team with the stud running back. And I can't break that. It's burned into me.
Oh, like
see, I didn't fall for I didn't do the Kelsey thing last year. I didn't fall for that either. So
couldn't do it.
But McCaffrey, I believe, one of the drafts he did go number 1, if I remember correctly. Another one in my draft, Josh Allen went first, but I think McCaffrey was second or third. He's going to be there in the top 3, and then I don't think he's going to fall like last year. He slipped down a little bit in certain drafts, and I know my first year was 12, and I got him at pick 8, and I was like, "Whoa!" And I got Kelsey in the second round. I feel like now you can't do that.
And I do think
someone said that last year they got McCaffrey at like the 10 or 11. I was just like,
steal.
That's like, and I love like that's probably like the latest he was drafted. Like I know we hear from one person saying when it was, and there's hundreds of drafts and they're all so different that I love the sample size talk we do. It's like, oh yeah, he fell to the 10 in mine. He's like, he probably got drafted by 4 in every other draft ever. And it's that one person we talked to had that one draft. It's so much fun. I love this stuff so much.
I did see the boards. Someone did take Kyron in round 2 yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, I'm going to my many dynasty shares, but like that makes me feel a little better. That someone is there with me still.
There is there's some Kyron support there.
Yeah,
someone did also start with like 4 tight ends, by the way.
No, I think it was 3.
3.
Yeah, we had a guy
3 tight ends right
in
off
the other
bat.
division. Yep.
Somebody after Sal's heart. Sal,
do you remember
Sal's
who the 3 were
it.
and where they picked from? Because this is a very important discussion.
It was I think it was the Allen. It was the Allen division, I believe, and it was Dave Kirk. He's pick 9. I believe he was pick 9.
I thought it was 9 or 10. Yep.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys can see that data anywhere, but check his team, and I think he started the 3 straight.
I'm pulling it up.
All right, good, because I'd be trying to figure out what I'm doing and having no idea what I was doing.
We got good tight ends too. It's not even
3 solid tight ends.
I think we saw someone that went
spot.
Andrews, someone then Ingram, and I thought that was a good one, and we showed it to Sal. Maybe that's what it was. So I mean, you guys are at least on our little show sheet here. It says you are from Roto Slappers. Do you want to key in some people on some Roto Slappers info?
Yeah, so Roto Slappers, It's our nice little fun podcast that we do, talking fantasy football. It's also, you can find it on the YouTube channel, Roto Between the Ropes is what it's called. A lot of wrestling stuff on there too. So I know Steven's also a wrestling fan.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, a lot of fantasy football mixed with wrestling is what we do. But yeah, Sean, then me and him started doing Roto Slappers together. Well, I kind of started it about 1.5 years ago, and then he jumped in now, and it's been me and him doing it. We made it all last season, each week. It was fun, kind of nice, fun hobby to do.
So you're in the contingent of trying to get SFB 15 wrestler themed. Is that what I'm gathering?
Yep.
That would be a lot of fun. Oh, you got Saul now. You heard tight ends. Let's go.
Magic
Tight
word.
ends
Somebody
here
took
comes
3
out.
tight ends. Oh.
Oh, wardrobe
What
change.
the hell's going on with this show?
So
Sorry.
if
Still have
this,
shorts on?
That's why. Yeah, and that's where you can find it too. So Roto Between the Ropes on YouTube is the channel. And then
if we were to magically have wrestlers as our theme next year, which I am not by any means saying is the case, I'm just curious, what would your guys' dream division be?
so this is funny because I think we have the same favorite wrestler, so we'd end up in the same division probably. But I would HBK for me, Shawn Michaels, my goat for wrestling. So
Mine as well. And my middle name is Michael. So Shawn Michaels, it just works.
It works. And you spell it the same, right, Deshaun?
Mhm, exactly. When I saw him as a kid, I was like, hey, that's my guy. And I just became a fan and stuck with it.
That would be my son's choice.
that would be a good one. CM Punk for Chicago Live would be good.
That's
CM
perfect.
Punk would be my son's choice for sure. I said earlier, guys, I'm a little bit older. I'm Ultimate Warrior all the way. But I legitimately was in high school when he hit. So
There's enough wrestlers. We could do this.
it's
See,
gonna happen.
I would
Oh,
go
yeah.
even older. I would want to go like Superfly Jimmy Snuka, or even
Heck
though
yeah.
he turned out to be a murderer. Or like King Kong Bundy. Like,
Oh,
give me
yeah.
a guy that used to bite off the turnbuckles. Like, I mean, that's
George the Animal Steel.
George the Animal Steel. That's it. Yes, not King Kong Bundy. Though King Kong Bundy did end up having a cameo on Married with Children, which always made me laugh.
There's so many options. I think
Hundreds of them.
you need to get in Scott's ear and just say, hey, we all have a great theme here. Let's do it.
15
We
wrestling.
talked to him
possibility-
live about it today. He's
the
considered if his
possibility
son
of it
is
is the
interested.
And honestly, just a shout out to you all the work you guys put in here. It's amazing. From the Avi makers, the clothing, all the live streams. We appreciate you. Everything. It's amazing. This whole thing is just absolutely amazing. Getting to meet so many different people. There's quite a few of them here in the chat. I've been seeing their comments. It's a blast. You feel like you've known these people for years.
Just met him last.
Yeah, and I just met him
Months ago.
last year. A couple guys we just, and there's some great ladies in this. I got to shout out Cindy because she keeps stealing my players. It's really frustrating. She's rocking her Battle of the Sexes ring. Just a humble brag. She's awesome. Some of these ladies are fantastic. So come out to Vegas. Everybody, come out to Vegas.
Look, there's one reason there's a Fezzik division this year, and it's this guy. So I mean, there's absolutely no Andre the Giant dislike in my bones, in my blood. So I was trying to go a little like, of course, Hulk Hogan or Ultimate Warrior is such the easy chance, but I wanted to throw out some lesser known names, but absolutely Fezzik, because if I were to make we would absolutely have his outline with like anybody want a fish or something like instead of anybody want a peanut.
Oh, I know Steven could do like the DX logo somehow. Oh man.
As soon as the idea came up that from the chat and the groundswell of this, I told Bob, I'm like, if this gets green lighted, all of our merch is going to be done by October because I'm just going to go.
There's so many ways.
The NWO shirt.
Yes.
Oh man.
Get that WCW in there.
Some of your.
Sting.
Now I'm all amped up for it.
Just make the shirts anyway. Who cares?
Yeah.
I just might.
Exactly. Let's
I'm
do it.
going to save them until the year comes. And if it doesn't happen in SFB 15, I'm going to start pushing it. The groundswell is going to happen again for 16, 17, so on until we finally get Scott the Cave.
Seems the chat's on board too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if Scott doesn't do it for us next year, then we go to the expo and we just give the old Pearl Harbor job. We just come out of the back, we just start throwing up the forearms, and we'd be down.
Love it.
We get a leg drop. The Hulk Hogan, was it the Hogan leg drop?
Yep.
You got to get everybody cheering.
That was the weakest finisher, though.
It was, but you know, the finishers, yeah, But Hogan, I mean, it's Hogan. You know, it's
theatrics, man. It's theatrics.
Get some Stone Cold Stunners going.
Yet we like treat Macho Man Savage as an idol because he did an elbow drop. I mean,
they've just gotten crazy these days. The creativity and the moves and stuff that they do is just beyond.
And they're so athletic.
Although they're not the exact, some of them are good, but they're not the exact characters that we saw back in that era, though. So
the pigeonhole.
Well, it wasn't his finishing move, but to me, the ability for the Undertaker to walk out on the ropes.
That was, yeah.
And he did it till he was like 67, which is the ridiculous thing.
Right.
Like, the ability to do that, the size of that man was always amazing to me. Though I did do the tombstone drop on someone, and they did not enjoy it.
Here's my
I'll drive people in real life.
Show my phone. MSG on Friday night. That's my son and Cody Rhodes.
Right? Oh wow,
that's awesome.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like a statue.
Yeah, that was. He does. He looked. Listen, I was 2 inches away from that dude. Has on a lot of makeup.
Oh really?
Cody Rhodes had on a lot of makeup. I was like, wow. Yeah.
Those TV lights.
He looked waxed.
That legitimately looked like a statue.
That's awesome. I was there. I got to go to Survivor Series, so I got to see the CM Punk return live, and I didn't have a voice for probably 2 weeks after that. That's how loud it. Just screaming like a.
See, the chat is fully on board with this. Now we just got to get Scott on board.
The
Everyone's
takeover has begun.
It'd be a great team, honestly.
Think of all the obbies. Oh man,
The merch, next level merch.
I got to see live, well past their primes, Bam Bam Bigelow and Ravishing Rick Rude
Oh, wow.
wrestle each other. And I mean, at one point, I don't know if it was scripted or not, but Bam Bam went to reach for a running away Ravishing Rick Rude and completely pantsed him. So we got 2 shows that day.
There was a lot of pantsing of Ravishing Rick Rude in this day. That was kind of a bit. Very oftentimes the crack would come out.
Yeah. Oh no, this was full down to the knees. Like there was nothing safe about it.
Well, this was definitely an off-brand show. What show was this?
Oh, this was like in the Asbury Park Convention Center. This was absolutely not a WWF branded show. This again past their prime.
And back in the day, the 2000s, during house shows, Randy Orton made a habit of mooning the audience at WWE house shows for the longest time. And it's like, all right, well, not the kid-friendly PG product that we've all
well, they turn into, but now they're kind of they're going away from it again.
Back. They're all going back.
Netflix, it's all hell breaks loose now on Netflix. So that's
be a
actually
good time.
I'm excited for that. And I saw Coco Beware wrestle in Berwyn, Illinois, really late in his age, like. At the Berwyn Rec Center, and it was just it was bad, but I got to see a couple of those legends go super late in their career.
His daughter got married in my hometown. I actually got to DJ her wedding, and so I'm like, and I didn't know that her dad was Coco Beware until he showed up. He has the parrot still, by the way.
That's awesome.
So that was kind of like this is really happening moment.
He was super cool though.
His intro music when he came in.
Yeah,
he didn't. But it was crazy nonetheless.
See, LA claims Stone Cold Steve Austin. I think we all claim Stone Cold. He's amazing.
Yeah, might need to have a lottery for who gets
Austin, The Rock.
We would have to find a way to place people with their in specific lives. Now, I don't know if we go by real backstory, like real life where they came from, or their backstories where they came from, but we'd have to find very specific, purposeful ways to place people in their lives because there will be anger. There would definitely be some issues. No
you
matter
can make people like cut promos, and
there you go.
try out for the character. And
Oh yeah, the character.
We've got our
tryout.
Fantasy Cares contest for next year. We're doing promos.
Yeah, Steven, I told you about the shirt earlier. This is what I wore the other night.
Oh,
That's awesome.
Beautiful.
Because I
See,
live
Brooklyn claims Stone Cold.
oh, that's a cool shirt.
I went with my son when they were at Barclays, the Raw the week of WrestleMania, and I had this shirt for sale because I live in Brooklyn, so I bought it. I wore it the other night at MSG. But yeah, I'm getting back into it with my son. It's really cool. Like I used to be a big fan. I got out of it, but now that he's into it, just getting back into it.
Full circle.
It's my kid's he's only 4, so we're not quite there yet. But hopefully, little soon we'll get into wrestling.
My son's
In due
20.
time.
He can wrestle if he wants.
Well, Mike and Sean, we're heading towards the top of the hour here. Is there anything you would like to share with the audience here before we wrap up the segment and bid adieu?
Once again, I just want to say thank you guys for everything. I know you put in so much work. It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. If you guys want to come out to Vegas next year, this is the spot. There's a lot of great venues, but Circa is top notch. Highly recommend it.
Now,
Yeah, I got nothing else but thank you too. What a community! That's awesome. It's actually kind of insane. So
I got to tell you one more thing. Where'd it go? Hold on. Let's bring this up. So if we could get an Iron Sheik version, that would be the original Hot Tub version.
Had to throw that in.
he was.
Russ is sweating.
Like, trying to. He did pass away, right?
Yeah, he did.
But if he was here, he definitely would go. That's 100% for sure.
He was awesome on Twitter. So much fun.
Hopefully he would live tweet it also because he was so entertaining.
He was so entertaining.
We actually,
Never break character.
we can't really read the tweets or anything he said, but he was great.
Yeah, that's what matters. It's all about the show. But all right, you got 1 minute left. Fill that 1 minute with anything you so desire, as long as it is appropriate for 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, you can find. Well, if you were looking for us, you can find me at Streets of Don on X, Twitter, whatever it's called these days. Roto Between the Ropes. If you like wrestling, if you like fantasy football, it's all there.
Yeah, we just jump on, have some fun.
Well, that was where you're at.
No, I was just saying, as far as the show goes, yeah, just jump on with us, have some fun. I'm on Twitter, the green one, THA_green_1.
That's it.
That's the wrap.
Well, thank you, fellas. I'm glad you had a wonderful time in Vegas, and good luck getting yourself bailed out. I'm sure everything will be fine, and
Holding so.
Your spouses will absolutely forgive you for whatever you've done.
Penny Hill's coming to get us.
All right. Have a great time,
Thank you
gentlemen.
guys. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Thanks, guys.
So I got the Warner Brothers on, guys. I don't think anybody's worn this one on the show yet. So
Not yet, no. I went Pixar.
wardrobe change for me.
But are the Rocky shorts still on?
We're at the point I went no sleeves now. I stopped.
Hey!
I have officially given up on wardrobe, especially after, the incident where the stream was cut. I'm not wearing that man's name on my chest
I'm
right
not
now.
doing
I'm
sleeves.
still
that's it.
angry. Still angry.
Don't take it out on us, Mike.
I'm not taking it out on you.
Oh, Mike.
All right. Well, I'm heading out for the time being. I'll be back later tonight. So you guys have fun with the
Imagine
rest
that
of,
doink.
Thank you, Steven.
Thanks, buddy.
Man, I'm getting hyped over wrestling. I'm not going to hit the end stream button, Mike. I promise.
I swear, if this cuts, Steven, we're just ending it. I'm just done.
3,
Everyone's done.
2, 1.
Hold your breath.
Oh.
Are we still live? Can anyone hear us?
The end stream button is still there. Can confirm.
I specifically didn't leave when I took my hour off. I just went into the backdrop. I don't want to touch anything. Oh, my goodness. Well, let's talk about our sponsor here. Our next guests are brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts bring you articles, podcasts, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Debbie, college fantasy, freshman, supplemental drafts, cutting-edge tools, including the revolutionary new drafts assistant tool and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out campus2canton.com today. And I threw that little for Jake, who's coming up next, because we all know he's a delight. He sings like a dove, and I don't even know if doves sing. I'm just so tired. I'm making stuff up.
This is what it's like when doves cry.
Yeah. I think canaries sing, doves cry. I don't know what else.
No.
Please stop. Please.
Sal, no.
Timeout. He gets a timeout.
Yeah.
What?
No, we put Sal
Beautiful.
on timeout when this stuff happens.
Okay.
Let's
fair.
not forget about this. $250 puts you in a raffle for getting a cocktail book. So if you guys all pull together, 250 of you donate $1, you each get a chance to win a wonderful cocktail. Look at that. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Donate, do things, whatever you're supposed to do. We have great guests. Make them feel loved by paying random websites. I don't know if that'll work.
FantasyCares.org/Podathon. You donate straight to Fantasy Cares in the name of love of Podathon.
Sally, you done singing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to introduce?
Sure.
You got the falsetto. I love it. You got to talk like that the whole segment.
What is? Hi, Chris. Come on in. Oh boy. Hey, listen. Welcome, Chris Allen, and of course Jake Trowbridge. Listen, I gotta say two of my favorites. I mean, I love everybody that comes on the show, but Chris and I've been, I don't know, talking for
Forever.
years.
I need to tell you this. I'm better than Sal right now because I have no shame. You're two of my favorites.
Oh man, no, that's too kind, man. And no, Sal, I owe you drinks like next time I get out to New York, because I saw Russ the last time I was in New York last year, and we're coming back out next year, and we got to figure something out like the next time I'm in New York, because there's just so many of us that are out and about in that area, and I was like, man, we just had so much going on that week. But next time we go, dinner, drinks, it's on me. Like, we got to make it happen.
Well, I mean, you don't have to buy, but I'll definitely show up.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you doing the expo?
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm like
I'll see you.
3 hours away from Canton. I'm in Dayton, Ohio. Like, I have no excuse not to be at the expo every year.
I'll be there this year for the first time. Jake, how about you?
Oh yeah. I mean, it's what I look forward to every single season, every single year, because it's Christmas Part 2 or Christmas Part 1. Technically, it comes before December. I'm going to say it's Christmas Part 1, and then Christmas is Christmas Part 2. Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
All right. So before we get too far in, and I mean, let's pretend that there's people that have lived under rocks or various geological things that don't know who the two of you are. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Let them know what you do, what you're here for, and anything else you want to say as a hello to the Podathon.
I don't know. Jake, you go first.
Okay, I am Jake Trowbridge. You might know me from Fantasy Life. Hopefully you know me from Fantasy Life. Hopefully you're following Fantasy Life on Twitter at MB Fantasy Life. Checking out the YouTube show, etc. I'm not on the YouTube shows, but this guy over here is crushing it on the YouTube shows for Fantasy Life. So hopefully you've seen me doink around over there, as I do a lot of
I see
doinking.
you all the time.
Doink around.
That's right.
Well, I don't know if I can follow intro like that, but if you don't know who I am, Chris Allen at Chris Allen FFWX, writer, podcaster, like whatever, man. They give me enough opportunities over. Also at Matthew Berry's Fantasy Life, primarily writing and doing some of the like off-season research. FFWX Fantasy Football Weather. That's even before I made it to Fantasy Life. Everybody like who's seen some of my work has been for weather impacts on fantasy football. But otherwise, kicking it with Ian Hartitz, Dwayne McFarland on a weekly basis, like talking with them about the various ins and outs of what's going on in the league. But now I'm really just enjoying this part of the off season where it's like we can chill. Not a lot going on because we're done with OTAs. We're waiting for camp to start. And just the fact that we can just kick it for a bit and talk and catch up for a bit, man, this is my favorite time of the off season, honestly.
I'm just waiting for pancakes. That's the only thing I'm waiting for.
Oh
Chris.
yeah. That's exactly it. I mean, the IHOP, they don't even know. They don't. I mean, hopefully by now, since y'all have made it such a tradition, like they can expect us like showing up. But literally, that's one of my. I'm really looking forward to that, man, for sure.
Yeah,
Mike, are
they can
pancakes-
expect, but they're not ready.
Are pancakes considered a sandwich, Mike?
No, I'm still mad about that segment. Don't bring it back up again. I'm really gonna I'm gonna give
Who
those
would
guys a piece of
suggest
mind.
such a thing? Like, come on now.
Oh, we had pizza, we had hot dogs. Oh
We
yeah,
had
there
a
was
draft,
tacos.
a sandwich draft,
Oh.
and the number one pick was a freaking slice of pizza.
Absolutely
Who was-
not. Just throw them out.
So
Either
glad
that,
I'm
that's
not
that's
here for
collusion.
that.
Oh,
They're colluding. Like
there were-
somebody's
there were
they're colluding.
timeouts.
Yeah, get them out.
That's gross.
Do you believe they
Cooking
tried to
gross.
come at me with the sandwich draft thinking they were going to actually win? It was a
Nah, bro.
bloodbath. It was. I mean, it got ugly quick. It was like
Let me know
Tyson
who I need to
McNeely for all
ban
you old
from
folks.
SFB.
Get them out.
Oh, I'm banning everybody. We're gonna. By the time I'm done with my grievances, we're gonna have like 9 people in the league.
Oh man.
Can I be one of them, please? Can I be one of
Yeah,
the 9?
no,
I'll
no,
draft
you-
a Ruben real high if that makes you happy. I don't know what your go-to
No,
is, but hope a
I
Ruben's
think
better.
I think probably at least 50% of this group would make the cut.
Put it this way: Mike drafted fourth. He walked away with the Italian sub, the prime sandwich,
Yep.
a Cuban, a Reuben, and Mike. What was your other one?
The Thanksgiving
the
sandwich.
Thanksgiving.
Oh
Did
yeah.
anyone else draft an actual sandwich? Those
Right.
are like
So then what was
top
everybody else
4.
drafting? Although I feel like a Cuban would probably roll in as a sleeper because I don't know if too many folks would actually pick that like early. They might think
that was late third. So
Yeah, okay.
Cuban was late third. So
Yeah.
we came out with Italian at the 104.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then at the 202, we came back with the 5-man draft, came back with the Cuban.
Okay.
Excuse me, came back with Thanksgiving sandwich, Wonder Bread handprint on top.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Swung back around for the Cuban. And you would think that would have tipped my hand and I was going Reuben afterwards, but still.
Nobody took it.
You would have thought when I pivoted to paninis that there was going to be, an easy snipe there, but there wasn't. No one.
That's just poor strategy. Not a
Bunch
lot
of
of game
fish
theory.
in there with a shark.
Right.
God
Yeah.
damn.
It was. I mean, to
I
bring
feel bad
that
for 'em.
to our house
Yeah.
and think that you're going to get anything other than, it was like when my 8-year-old decided he was better than me at soccer, and I showed him what's what for like about an hour on it.
That ain't gonna work.
Yeah, no, it doesn't flow that way. Like I was just going top corner. Like I was breaking ankles.
But hey, some
Um,
people they need that type of like how they learn is I know there's probably a family show. You F around and you find out. Like
Yeah,
that some people need that type of way to learn things, and that's what has to happen.
It was a good lesson, I think. And honestly, like I think we're all better for it. And I was happy to deliver that. But yeah, it was, I mean, ugly doesn't even begin to describe it. It was,
Oh yeah.
it was
You're
dominant.
just coming out with banger after banger after banger.
Right.
Like
Could you
that.
imagine, like, if I open a sandwich shop and that's the only 4 things that were made, it would still sell out every day.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they'd be made deliciously.
Yeah,
I don't
well-
trust a sandwich place that does too many sandwiches anyways. So I like it to be tight.
Or
Well,
let's
you
be
gotta-
honest, Jake, that's too
Yeah, you
clean.
have to have like a flagship, like every place, whether I don't care like what type of like service you provide, you just have to have a thing that you're known for, and that is the thing that you do well. Like every brewery that I've ever been to, they have a flagship beer, whether it's your IPA or whatever. Every sandwich shop, they got their thing, whether it's the Reuben, if you go to like a deli or something like that. But it's just everything has like their thing. You can make other stuff, but I just want to try like what is it that you're known for? Like what is that thing that I have to come to this place for that I can't get anywhere else? And then that's how I kind of decide, like, all right, you're good, like you're nice, like with how you make your sandwich or whatever. But you have to have that thing.
So what killed me is I didn't even get a chance to draft Bond Me. That's how bad it got. Like I had that in the chamber for when I got, sniped. It never got there. Like I didn't even get to like my 106 in this draft. Ice cream sandwich, and I saw it in the chat. Like ice cream sandwich is the
Ice
only
cream
one
sandwich.
that stung a little bit. That hit me a
incredible.
little because
I dig it.
I love that one. But otherwise, I'm sitting there and like I told these guys, I'm like, I felt like I started the fishbowl with McCaffrey and Josh Allen. Like it just didn't feel right, but I was happy.
No,
Oh, you
what's
mean
a po'
McCaffrey
boy
and Joe?
rank?
You mean McCaffrey and Joe Burrow, right? I mean, you.
Oh,
That's what that.
Yeah, of course.
meant to say.
Of
That's-
course.
Oh, okay. I got you. I
Yeah,
got you.
no,
Oh, I got you. I got you. Same strat. I got you.
Wait a second. Wait, we never got to this point. They wanted to know if tacos were sandwiches. They wanted to know if hot dogs were sandwiches.
Oh,
cheeseburgers, hamburgers. I mean, don't give me this 2 pieces of bread and something in the middle crap. It's not a sandwich.
No.
What about a pudgy
tacos are
pie?
their
You
own
guys
thing.
know what a pudgy pie is? You ever been to the Midwest for a bonfire? Pudgy pie is this. You can make a dessert pudgy pie or a savory pudgy pie. It is a sandwich, I maintain. Like you know how you roast a marshmallow over a fire. You do that, but there's this contraption that you can basically. It's 2 things that you put pieces of bread or whatever you want in, and then your fillings in the middle of it. It's like making a panini over a fire.
yeah.
Oh, it's delightful. It's absolutely delightful. So I maintain those are all sandwiches, and I make a mean pudgy pie.
Is the s'mores a sandwich now? Is the s'mores also a sandwich? Because it's
Well, yeah. I'm sorry
you've
for
got
opening
graham
up
cracker
that can of
filling
worms.
and you smush one on top. I mean, if we're calling an ice cream sandwich a sandwich, it's pretty much the same thing as a s'more, just ice cream and marshmallow.
Yeah, fine. I mean, that's cool, but
Sorry
it was
for
a
what
5. It was a 5-person 4-round draft. You guys are really going deep cuts here.
Oh, there's
Right.
there's no saving. We're trying to just make it seem like we're sandwich cultured, and not whatever happened in that.
No, I
in
just
that
want the
draft.
stuff that's going to make me the fattest the quickest. Like that's what I want. Like when it comes to a sandwich, if it tastes good and it's going to make me fat quick, like that's what
you
I
want to get
Like,
fat quick, just get married. Everybody
Well,
who
that's-
gets married ends up fat. I don't know what happens.
17 years, brother. Like just last week. So yeah, I can understand that.
Congratulations, sir.
Now, what really makes a good show, and I'm trying to be nice to everybody here, but what makes a good show is if we all stay in our lane and do what we're good at. So if you guys want to talk about fantasy life or music, that's fine. But if we could all get out of my lane, it's feeling a little crazy.
I'm sorry. We're treading in Mike's area. That's
It's
my fault.
like
That's
when
my
you're
bad.
really, you know how like if you're like a low class schlub like me and you start dating like a really fancy lady, you want to impress her with your knowledge of the opera. That's what's going on here. I'm just trying
Right.
to keep up, but obviously you're not impressed. So let's pivot away. That's
Yeah,
fine.
we were
Right,
just trying
that's
to be
right.
part of
We
your
gotta
world,
keep it
Mike.
moving.
That's all this was.
Yeah.
So let's bring it back to the letters, floating above my head on the screen right now.
T. Higgins.
So SFB, that's what we're here for. I said mine, not yours, Sal. Look up there.
No, above your head is T. Higgins. I can see it clear as
Behind my
day.
head. I said floating on the screen, so it's like
I don't know.
here.
That way.
So I know, Jake, you are coordinating a live draft. Are you live drafting?
I'm not live drafting. I figured that's a little too dicey.
It
I
sounds
can
a
throw
lot,
myself
right?
into the live draft while doing it. But Madison, I will be live coordinating next weekend on Sunday. Great Sunday for live draft. I've never done a live draft outside of my home league before, let alone run a live draft. So it's going to be real something. I don't know, man. I'm excited.
Real something. Nice. I love it.
I'll be praying for you.
So what division are you drafting in, and what spot are you drafting from?
I'm drafting in the Oneaters, aka the Wonders from That Thing You Do.
As in, I wonder what happened to the Oneaters.
Yeah, exactly. It's a real shame that there is no follow-up story to those folks. But I will be drafting, and I'll be honest, I've done so little research this time around. I don't know what the scoring is. I'm struggling to remember which draft spot I chose at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's towards the middle. It's somewhere from like 6 to 10, I want to say. But I've decided to be my high school self, and I'm not going to prep until the night before the draft actually happens, and we'll just see how it flows.
In high school, I used to prep for the second test after I failed the first one. I prepped half.
Thank you for the cautionary tale, Sal.
Sour cautionary tales. All right. What about you, Chris? Okay. Hold on. This sounds more important.
It did
Does
seem
Chris
more
have any
important.
good whiskey takes? Go to bourbon or rye at the moment?
Because what was I sipping on last night? I might have to run inside and see if I can grab a bottle or two so I can show everybody. I can do that here in just a second. But I would say, at least from so let's see, I have the Sagamore Rye. If you can pick that up, I believe that one's like fairly easy to get, and it's under like $40, I think, MSRP to pick up that. That one's like fairly solid. But on the higher end, I was actually just down at we went on a distillery tour. It was me, Justin Edwards, like former colleague over at 444, a good friend of mine is actually just up in Columbus. We'll be down at the Cincinnati live draft next weekend. But it was John Daigle came in from Chicago, Rich Rebarlet came down, and like the four of us and our significant others, we all went down and we were at where did we go? We went to Castle and Key down in Frankfort, Kentucky. Popped over to Glens Creek for a hot minute, and then on our way out the next morning, we stopped by Buffalo Trace and also went over to Woodford to check that place out as well. But yeah, I mean, like on the cheap end, I would say that, but also, I mean, if you can get your hands on some Weller, get your hands on some Buffalo Trace. I've got a couple of bottles of like Eagle Rare and like Colonel E.H. Taylor, but like those are just the rare ones that are hard to find. But if you're just looking for like an easy sipper. Something that you can pick up like fairly easily. Like Wild Turkey 101 is probably the easiest ones you can pick up for around like $40-$45. I think it's actually even less than that. That's a fairly simplistic. And then that and like the Sagamore Rye, I think is also like pretty slack. I do like the rye whiskeys if I can get my hands on them. Like Bullet Rye, that's one that's a bottle I normally keep in my house like year round. But yeah, I'd say those are some pretty solid choices if you get your hands on them.
Scheduling note, you can catch the aforementioned Justin Edwards at 4 for 4 coming up right here in 12 minutes.
Wow.
My man.
Touche.
I went like this, and those were the sounds that were going to come out of my mouth. So thank you. We're so in lockstep now. I am such a basic bitch when it comes to whiskey. Like, give me Jameson and I'm happy. Like
I'm
not a fancy man. I try to be fancy.
I can drink and I would appreciate a better whiskey. I know, but like, I'm just happy literally sitting there and like dangerously like full glass of whiskey, just like sitting there sipping.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a problem. But like, seriously, like it's so easy. It's so smooth. And it's no nonsense. It's just whiskey.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, when I've been getting more into cocktails now. Actually, my wife got me one of the bar mixing sets or whatever for my birthday, which was also last week. But like making old fashions, like that's one of my favorite. Just like if it's a Friday evening or whatever, and I just want something I can have a couple of and just like kick it for a few hours. Making an old fashioned is one of like my favorite like drinks to have, or favorite cocktails to make. When we were out at the Combine earlier this year, we were so anybody gets over to Indianapolis, you go to, oh my gosh, like why am I blanking on what is the name of the steakhouse that everybody goes to when you're like oh my gosh, they've got the really hot like cocktail sauce that's there. Why am I blanking like on this thing? This is why like I can't be put on the spot about this type of stuff. Somebody's gonna say it in the chat, I swear, and I'm gonna be like, oh yes, like that's the name of the place. St. Elmo. But they have a cocktail there. They do their take on an old fashioned with Uncle Nearest, who's the African American that actually helped like Jack Daniel like figure out like distilling. But they do it with what is it? Like with roasted pecans. It's actually like really solid. It's actually one of my favorite drinks like when I was out there. So every chance to go out there, go to St. Elmo's, get you an old fashioned like with the pecans. So damn good.
I want that. Someone.
Oh yeah. They actually had the head distiller like from Uncle Nearest like there, and she had said like that's one of the first cocktails that first old fashions that they've made with Uncle Nearest that she was like, yep, you can use like my whiskey with that, like it's so good.
Listening to you talk about that made me realize how much of a gutter palate I actually have. I was like, last night I grabbed some like $15 bourbon. And I was like, you know what goes really good with bourbon? Root beer. I'm going to try bourbon and root beer together. And I was like taken to another planet. And you're like, well, if you want to do low end, like $80 rye whiskey, then here's the one that you should go to. We're not the same, Chris. I can't hold up to the sandwich takes. I can't hold up to the bourbon and whiskey takes. I don't know what to do with my.
I'm a novice with all that stuff.
Jake,
yeah.
you are a necessary part of the spectrum. That is absolutely what you are. You are necessary. Right. You are needed. You are beautiful the way you are. You don't need to be them.
You're smart enough, and doggone it, we like you.
Yeah,
it's aspirational is what it is. It's aspirational.
I told Jake I think it was like just last week that Jake has started so many like virtual riots within our Slack group within Fantasy Life, because he's the guy that will just like set off just a nuclear take like in the chat. he'll just pull the pin on that grenade and then he'll just roll out. He'll be like, hey, because like so many folks, I mean, like Sal, Russ, I mean, y'all y'all East Coasters, like Jake will just come in and be like, bacon, egg, cheese is a terrible sandwich, and then just roll out.
Okay, I've never said that one.
I know you didn't say that. I know you
did
didn't say that. I know you didn't say that. But it's like you just put that type of take. You'll put that type of take, knowing that like Elliot Christ, our CEO, like from New York, a lot of the folks like from that are part of Fantasy Life, they're like East Coasters, they're New Yorkers, and he'll just put that type of take in the chat and then just roll out. And then it just
Jake's like, I've said some things, but I did not say that.
Jake, if I say BECSPK, what does that mean?
Bacon, egg, cheese. Wait, SPK? What kind of weird
salt, pepper, and something you should never put on a sandwich.
Ketchup?
I'm not saying you
ketchup
should.
now, man.
I'm not saying you should. I put Chipotle mayo on my breakfast sandwiches, but ketchup, salt, pepper, ketchup. That's a big New York thing.
Yep.
I do maintain that ranch dressing belongs on most things and sandwiches, so I'll go to my grave with that. Absolutely, ranch
that is
dressing.
the most Midwest thing I've ever heard you say.
Really? I just talked about pudgy pies like 20 minutes ago.
And you did say root beer. Like, legitimately, we didn't have to ask where you were from. We could have pinned
I just heard
down. Yeah, and there it is.
Yeah, we definitely let the root beer go and just talk.
We let that just slide right through. Yeah.
What? You don't say root and crick?
Root.
Stop it. Get out of here with your over enunciations. I'm in a big aunt versus aunt debate right now, and I just really need to get out of this.
Yeah, I don't say ours, so I don't really know. I can't jump into this one.
All right. Okay.
So, Jake, what are you good at? I mean, can we steer the conversation to something that makes you comfortable? Besides self-deprecation? I mean, I feel like we can do something better than that.
I'm pretty good at that, I think. I was jealous as I was waiting in the wings, and I was hearing you guys talk about wrestling and all the ideas coming up for next year. And I just want to share this. What I think this is the coolest thing about me is that I once got the people's eyebrow from The Rock. And that's the best story that I have out of my entire life. And I just wanted to drop that in here for everybody.
Drop details in here. You can't just do what Chris is doing.
Okay. This is not the Fantasy Life chat. You got to tell us. We need details.
Right. I'll detail this one. So my wife and I moved out to LA for a year. We took a year off of college just to move out, try some things, figure some stuff out, live life. We were out there, and on my route to work, I worked at a bank in West Hollywood, and my commute had me hop on a train, then take a bus, and the connection point between those two was Hollywood Boulevard. So I'd get to see some wild stuff, like Sacha Baron Cohen riding down the street on a tank shaped like a penis kind of stuff, just in my commute. Is that a real example? Did that actually happen? Real, true example.
That's a whole other story. Okay, let's save that for later.
We don't got time for that. But I was across the street when The Rock was premiering a movie. It was that Escape from Witch Mountain Disney movie that he did, like
actually pretty
early stages.
Yeah, pretty solid.
Okay, fair enough. I feel like I should watch it. To whatever, it's fine. But I saw him across the street, and he was walking the red carpet. And he was getting his little interviews in. And I'm like, Midwestern guy that I am, I'm normally very polite, but I'm never going to have an opportunity like this before. Or again, I'll never have it again. So I got to take the chance while I have it. And I just led the head back and I belted out to, if you smell what The Rock is cooking thing. And this is what he did. He's with the reporter. I've got his eye line. He just does this. And then right back to the report. It was that fast. It was a second. It was just a turn and then right back to the interview. And it's with me to this day.
That's beautiful of him. That took nothing of him and gave you this story that you're sharing with. Like, that's
a decade later. Yeah, he's a great dude.
I mean, I got nothing. See,
how do you follow that? Like, what are we supposed to do for 6.5 hours?
Like, well, thanks, guys. I appreciate everybody for having me on. I'm just gonna
back to the penis tank. So here is
naturally.
Never mind. We can keep going.
Yep, we got time.
There's really not more to this story than that.
I would be afraid if there were more to that story.
Was it green or pink?
It might have been a fleshy tone. It could have absolutely been a fleshy tone. I don't remember that as well. but it was fun. It was right outside, where the handprints are, right? And they do the handprints thing.
Oh,
That's
the
where they do,
stars
like,
or
a lot of these-
whatever.
Yeah.
Grauman's
Yeah.
Theater.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The stars. Yes, Grauman's Theater. There was a lot of weird stuff. Part of me wishes I could go back now, but I'm too old for it now. You do that stuff when you're young, when you're youthful.
True.
I don't have the
No,
exuberance.
I went there last year and I'm like 100. So, yeah,
At least you didn't say 50, so no one has to drink this time.
I'll be 50 in August. Everybody.
Drink. Every time Sal says it'll be 50 in August, everyone has to drink. And everyone's hammered. That's why the chat's so active.
I'm
Hammered.
proud of
I'm gonna
it.
do it
I'm
honorarily.
proud of turning 50 and not being an old man. All right.
And I'm proud of my drinking game. We can all be proud of things that make us happy.
Right.
Let me tell you another thing I'm proud of. No, forget it.
Sal's over there just aging like fine wine, brother.
That's why Chris is one of my favorites.
Because he lies to you.
Oh.
That's right. You have to be honest. You just have to stroke it. Stroke the ego. Stroke the ego.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the penis tank again.
Stop doing
Nah,
the stroking motion.
And we're back.
Salad.
And we're back.
It's a stroke down, Jake, not a stroke up.
No, I don't think that makes
Yeah,
it better. Thank you for
that's
that.
a timeout.
Good
Yeah,
call on that
That's
one.
a, that's,
Good call on that one.
that's there we go.
Yeah.
But we want
That's-
to give you
Cold water.
time to actually,
You guys realize I have access too, right? I can put myself right back in.
Hell. So we want to give you got 2 minutes left. I want to give you the time to actually, say your goodbyes or say your hellos, since I have no idea what we've been talking about this entire time. So take your last 2 minutes, whatever you want to say to the Podathon world out there listening. And I love you both, and I can't wait to see you both.
Yes. So let's see. I mean, of course, first and foremost, and thanks for having me on. I know that I've had the opportunity to be on here for the past couple of years, since y'all been doing this. But anytime I see you, Russ, it's always a wonderful time in person, talking about whatever. Love you so much. Mike, same with you. Sal, of course, being able to see you in person. If I get once we get together in Canton, it's gonna be lights out, brother. I cannot wait. But first, I mean, of course, thanks for having me on, of course, and thanks for the community that to everybody just checking us out and just hanging out. I mean, this is always a wonderful thing. I always feel like Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory whenever I get the invite to be a part of SFB, because it is such a wonderful thing that we're able to be a part of each and every year. But other than that, if you want to check out more of my content or just some of the content that's available over at Fantasy Life, which is for free, we ain't selling you nothing. Just all out here trying to analyze this game and have some fun with it. FantasyLife.com, free newsletter. I write part of it for the Wednesday edition. I do some of that, and then of course you'll find all my articles on the YouTube channel or some of my work on the YouTube channel. So come check us out. Myself, Jake, Kendall, Pete, Ian, Dwayne. I mean, just so many of us, so many great people that are part of Fantasy Life. So yeah, please come and check us out and let us know what you think.
Also,
yeah, there's that
Fantasy
magazine.
Life
too.
on newsstands now. 2 different cover options for you, by the way.
Yeah,
Just wanna put
yeah.
that out there. And say thank you guys sincerely for allowing me back on here. This is it's the most heartwarming weekend of the year for me.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate you guys taking the time.
Of course, anytime.
I don't have the
See you in
strength in me to
38
hit the
days.
button to remove them, so someone else is going to have to.
Well, we got hold on. Why don't we
leave
just bring in the other
voluntarily.
group? You guys can just hang out. We can just bring everybody. It's a party. Jake left, so he doesn't want to hang out. Oh, I guess they both hate you. Sorry, guys.
Look,
I-
Chris and I see plenty of each other. He's over it.
Okay, I didn't know if it was Wyatt they hate, and that's
It probably is me.
Yeah.
You know what's wild is I'm the one who took the other guys out, but I don't know who brought these 2 guys in.
I brought them in. I thought we were gonna have a party.
You
But
guys
anyway,
need to get
you guys
coordinated.
talk. I have a brownie. I forgot.
Yeah, we were about to go 7 deep, and they weren't into it. They have things to do.
They have standards.
And
I
now
had
it's
to
weird.
immediately, then I kept to myself. Mike, go enjoy that brownie.
I'm gonna eat it right on.
What's up, Justin? What's up,
Yeah.
Wyatt?
How's it
How
going?
you doing, folks? This has been a blast watching this.
Thanks for asking. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
It's getting a little wild out here now. It'll becoming a little loopy. I'm starting to see things that may not exist.
Longer the podathon goes.
Yeah, have you guys slept at all?
No, I slept overnight for 5 hours. I did. I got 5
That's solid.
That's
not-
fair. Right.
There's nothing
Yeah.
to sneeze at, but I think it's sitting in this chair. At least it's a comfortable chair, It's a human
Yeah.
scale.
How's that lumbar doing? You gotta
This thing looks.
stretch it out.
It goes Let me tell you about this.
Don't go too far back. You'll fall back asleep.
Right there. By the way, get
I
the
don't know
pod-
if he's
What
got
about
to be careful.
window into that
I
big
don't know if
city?
you guys know what's happening in August, but Sal's got to be careful now with the back situation.
I don't know if you guys see this, but so look at this.
I'll get my drink ready, Mike.
Look at this is not. This is a.
That is a fancy looking chair.
That's a good looking chair.
It changes in 3 different weapons. Anyway, Mike, what's going on in August?
I don't know, buddy. What's happening? What you have something special? I heard.
Oh, it's my 50th birthday. That's right.
Drink.
I gotta get a drink. We're closing in on the time where I could start drinking, right?
We closed on that like 5 hours ago.
Ah.
Listen, the Podathon's like the airport. No one gives a shit. Just drink whenever you want.
Yeah, there's no time does not count in here. It is a time vortex.
International waters.
Don't mention the airport because one of the worst things that's ever happened to the Podathon happened today while somebody was at the airport. So,
Really? I
Somebody-
missed it.
Somebody turned off the entire show.
Somebody.
That's why y'all got a different link from me.
I see.
technical
I
error.
see. Yeah.
The technical error was someone canceling the Podathon midstream.
Well, let me actually read this. Let me read our sponsor.
Is
Well,
it
this-
JWB? Because that read is banned until it's fixed.
JWB, I've read so many times.
And not
Right.
once did it mention my name. Not once.
We'll get back to that in a minute. But these guys right here,
And Mike just goes, I know.
they're brought to us by DraftBuddy.com with over 24 years of experience helping fantasy players win their leagues. Draft Buddy prepares managers for the most important day of the year, Draft Day. Create custom cheat sheets for your fantasy league and track your draft with Draft Buddy. Buddy syncs with drafts on Sleeper and My Fantasy League. Use it to track your upcoming SFB 14 draft. Send Draft Buddy developer Mike proof of your charitable donation supporting Fantasy Cares and receive a $5 off coupon. Visit draftbuddy.com to download this league-winning tool today. Mike, did you say something about not being in a promo? I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was just curious why to start our interview.
Right.
Who wrote the JWB live read?
That would be Skylar. But
Okay, does Skylar know about this show and kind of who's on it, and also
Yeah,
who
definitely.
works for his website?
yeah, absolutely.
And did he think maybe tying the two together may have been a nice?
I would say it was probably purposeful.
It was hurtful. I don't know if it was purposeful, but it definitely hurt. I'm not saying I'll never get over it, but it'll be a couple years.
It'll take a
Well,
while.
we'll see in a couple months, and you can tell him in person.
I plan to. You guys want to talk football, or you want to talk sandwiches, or
Well, let's get
Look.
the obligatory out of the way. All right.
Well,
So I'm gonna just shot in the dark. You two are in SFB 14. What divisions are you in? Where are you drafting from? What are your plans? What are your dreams? And what should I do at the 101?
Take it, Wyatt.
All right, Rain Man division at Cincinnati Live, picking 105. My dream is to win Scott Fishbowl or just
Fair
do
enough.
well, I
Fair
guess. Russ, I think honestly my 101 is Lamar Jackson. I think you got to go with the highest end rushing QBs with the way the scoring changed to affect the passing yards.
And you're taking Lamar over Hurts and Allen. Like,
I am.
without thinking,
Yeah.
you're just going, yeah, it's Lamar.
Yeah, rushing attempts and like getting the rushing first downs and everything. I think you're easier to project those rushing first downs for the quarterbacks who run the most. Lamar's that coming off that MVP season. I think that offense can get better. I think Lamar can get better in the offense as they get another year underneath Todd Monken. I'm into it.
I'm also going to be at the Cincy draft, and I'm also drafting out of the 105. So we might have to off air shoot the stuff a little bit, see who we're taking there. I'm in the Donkey Kong division, and since I got the Donkey Kong division, I actually just re-beat Donkey Kong Country on my SNES a couple weeks ago because I had to get in the mood,
Yeah, gotta get in the mind space for it.
Yeah, I can't argue with taking Lamar at the 101 either. I mean, Josh Allen's up there. We'll see. I think they're both kind of being brought back to earth a little bit relative to how many goal line carries they were both getting a couple years ago, but I don't think you can argue with those guys. I think at 105, I think I'm trying to get Anthony Richardson there, and it's probably a little rich. Get it? Richardson.
Hey,
It's a little rich, but I think, we're competing with, what is it, 200,000 people that are in SFB now. So I'm looking for the ceiling outcome of Richardson.
Just
Oh, really?
Justin, I think you're onto something there too, because I was thinking about that earlier. That if Lamar, Allen, Hurts, CMC are the first 4 picks, which I'm assuming they have a good chance to be, then that conversation becomes like, is it Mahomes, or are you going to go with the rushing of Richardson? Which I think with the scoring difference now makes a real argument for Richardson.
Yeah, I've only done 2 mocks so far. I'd like to do a couple more before next Saturday, maybe, because after like the first 3 picks, I'm like, I don't know what to do. Do I take a kicker? Am I taking a kicker in like the 5th round?
Scott Fishbowl drafts are the Wild West. Like that's I don't know if I'm gonna even do a mock. I tell this to like everybody who asks me, but like the mock drafts are fun. You can get like an idea of like a general range of which player is gonna go, but the drafts are the Wild West, and people go into them with different strategies. They've got their feelings about it. They're gonna reach on or a perceived reach to you on players. Certain players are gonna fall that you think are of value, but the room doesn't like. Like it gets out of hand.
Yeah, and what better draft to just take the guys you want on your team? Like that's what I always go into Scott Fishbowl thinking. I'm like, who do I actually want to care about? There's no trades, and the waivers are the Wild West too. So I may as well just take whoever I enjoy watching play football. And see what happens.
Strategy. That seems like the easiest one. Just take your favorite players and
vibes, baby.
Yeah, vibe-based drafting is important. But what I do find interesting, you guys both mentioned quarterbacks, but we're hearing a lot of people talking about now the 1 start per position. Obviously, a big pivot from where we were in the past years, where I kept forgetting I had to start 3 wide receivers. And that kind of hurt a little bit. But talk to me about you brought up Lamar, you've brought up Anthony Richardson. How do they compare Lamar to McCaffrey and Anthony Richardson, say, to a Bijan or a Brees? Like, are they a coin flip for you? If you're the people in your draft room, would you lean one way or the other? Like, how close are these groupings for you?
Go for it. I'm kind of not so high on taking those high end running backs, and I don't really know why, but I haven't even been considering it, especially at like White and I are at the 5. I can't imagine taking CMC there, and I don't think it's a bad plan, but I just think for me, I'm not even considering taking Bijan or CMC there, and I might be off base, but I just think this 2 quarterback or the super flex format is so important to get one of the high end QBs if it's possible. What do you think, Wyatt?
The roster settings make the quarterbacks even more important. They're basically the only position with scarcity to them now, because you can build your roster however you want after that. So I do think like it is, the quarterbacks are extremely important. Getting an elite 1 is extremely important. I would consider CMC at the 105 just because he is that much different than every other skill position player, it seems like, every single year. But it's true. Like if you just miss out on elite QB, especially an elite rushing QB, like you could just be behind so far at the position that you may not ever even have a chance.
Yeah.
Well, my 101 take seems silly now, guys. You want to ask questions while I recover?
Are you going CMC with the 101?
CMC 101. And
hey, we said vibes-based drafting, Mike. Do it.
Right.
Well, my whole thing is like we just talked about it, right? We talked about Allen, we talked about Hurts, we talked about Richardson, we talked about Mahomes, we talked about Lamar, right? You talk about CMC, and then you end the conversation. And I haven't found like another position that does that. So that was, I'm not disputing anything that you said, but for me, and I've been doing this, I'm old as dirt. I've been doing this since like Jerry Rice was the only positional advantage in the league. That when I see a gap between 1 and 2, I want 1. And my theory being that at 212, I might be able to get 80% of Richardson and say Jaden Daniels if he hits his high end. Obviously, it's a roll of the dice, right? But that's kind of where my head led me. But I also hear what you're saying about after those 5, then what? I think that's really more of an argument for not being 101 then in that case, for getting as far down the chain as you can. But yeah, that was kind of what landed me. But it's not to dispute any of your points, just how my simplistic brain works. That I was like, there's just 1 of 1 kind of thing.
I think it's fair because we're talking about like at 105, maybe we're considering Anthony Richardson, or I'm definitely considering Anthony Richardson there. But if you can get 80 to 90% of Richardson with Jaden Daniels at the end of the 2nd round, like I can't argue with that. That would be incredible. And you're doing the same thing that I'm thinking with Richardson at 105 is you're aiming for the top end Jaden Daniels. Like maybe he finishes as the QB6. I mean, maybe he starts 6 games. We don't, but that range of outcomes also would likely make your team very unique. And there's a million people in this league. So you need very specific outcomes to get to, week 16, week 17.
At the risk of ruining my second round pick in our Cincinnati live draft, I would say that Jane Daniels deserves like end of first round consideration because of the rushing and how much that matters for the QBs. I think it's just so important. I'd be surprised if he makes it to the end of the second round drafts, or at least I don't think he should. I should say that.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely shouldn't. And I see in the chat too with Mr. Showtime talking about Kyler. He's another one that we have in that kind of, cut from that cloth, right?
Sure.
That you wonder if they're going to fall, especially with the people that took Kyler last year and had that level of disappointment and are wondering about the weapons outside of Harrison and McBride, with who do they even have at this point at wide receiver 2 that you'd want to, now that Rondale's gone, all pro Rondale. But we look at Kyler and his situation changed so much, but it does bring some uncertainty into it. But there's someone who falls. What I don't see myself doing, and I want to run this by you guys because you're here and it's our show, so we get to use you for our own strategy, I guess.
Right.
I don't see myself taking a non-mobile quarterback. I think at 212, if the mobile quarterbacks are gone, I think I'm just taking everything else and worrying about it later, hoping to get like a Aaron Rodgers late in the draft or, just rolling the dice on a couple of these rookies and hope one hits or whatever it might be, or hell, even throwing out Will Levis. I know none of us can stand him, but just to put points on the board. But, after the Russian quarterbacks, you get to those pocket passers. Do you see yourself stretching for them in the second or third round? Or when we're done with the rushers, are you just done with the position for a while?
I've spent so many, sorry, go ahead, Wyatt.
No, you go ahead. You were starting.
I've spent so many years just like finding the dregs of quarterbacks off of the waiver wire and Scott Fish Bowls of the past that I'm totally fine with going QB and messing with the rest of the roster later on. I feel confident that I can find someone in the 13th round that could be a spot start at running back or whatever. I don't know. I would love to, if I was like at the back end of the draft, I would start thinking about taking like I'll take Laporta with like my first overall pick if I'm at like the 110 or something. I don't know. I understand where you're coming from for sure. Like if it falls in a way that I don't appreciate where my second round pick is, I'm fine with taking Levis, Rodgers, Goff later on, but I'd prefer not to even get that deep.
That's
if
fair.
It falls in a way I don't appreciate is a fantastic phrase for a draft not working out your way. I love that.
Every draft I've been in that's fallen in the way I didn't appreciate it.
Right. I don't appreciate the way you're drafting right now.
I'm trying to avoid any of the strictly pocket QBs in this scoring. I really think that scoring change for the passing yards matters so much for these QBs. Like Kirk Cousins, is not on my radar. I know people are really excited for him in Atlanta, and I am too. But when so much of his value is attached to the amount of passing yards he throws, and they're now cut in half for points, that's a really big deal. In the second round, I don't know if I'm even going to consider a strictly pocket QB. At the possibility of being dunked on by everybody in the chat, I'm probably not drafting CJ Stroud. He'd have to fall for me to draft CJ Stroud because I'd rather just go with a different QB later, who I think can come close just because they run. Daniel Jones might be a very good pick in this format.
For real,
despite how bad he is, and he'll probably go late because everyone hates Daniel Jones. I'll just wait on the second QB and try and find one who I think could add something as a runner. Even Drake May, one of the who can add more. He ran a lot in college, more than people realize. Even Caleb Williams. It'll be interesting to see how high Caleb Williams actually goes in this because everyone's excited. You look on Underdog, he's going pretty high there. Things like that, but yeah, those strictly pocket QBs, not for me.
Yeah,
CJ Stroud QB 18 in points per game with 18 points per game.
Shh, just let them take him, please.
Yeah, I think Stroud is way gone by the time we get
1,800 points per game, everybody.
Thank you.
I'll take CJ Stroud
QB1.
everywhere else, but an SFB. No, thank you.
QB1.
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins
Big
was
agree.
still QB9 in points per game, just to put that out there.
Dang.
Dak,
All
six.
right.
With the reduced yardage points.
Yeah, this is last year's stats with this scoring. Yeah.
Mm.
Well, it just doesn't agree. It doesn't even matter if it's
I have to do my own math.
Hey,
mathematical.
so you want me to make everything just make no sense and make all this invalid? Points per game, QB4, Joe Flacco.
I mean, to me, I think Mac
Stop it.
Jones probably more like QB10 in this type of scoring once he overtakes the starting role. But yeah, I mean that we'll let him fall to the third or fourth round for people. But yeah, so what we hear, just let me make sure I want to make sure I get what you guys are saying for the audience to hear. CJ Stroud and Kirk Cousins are targets of yours.
Yes, everyone.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
Do that.
Yeah, no matter what.
At
We're-
105.
We're talking
yes.
like draft
Yeah.
day style. You're bringing us a post-it note that says Stroud and Cousins, no matter what.
No matter what.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Wait.
Written on the palm.
I love it. I love that. That's the type of advice people need. Boston Live. I see Zach out there. Bob's out there. Take notes. This is really important. CJ Stroud and Kirk Cousins, no matter what. If you snipe me, I will punch you in the gut.
What a bully. Jesus.
I know. Well, it's Boston. We're allowed to hit each other. We have different laws here. We're a sovereign state.
Oh, all right.
Just Boston.
Just Boston. Yeah. We've seceded from the entire country.
It's walled off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have our own country.
Everyone outside of Boston hates Boston, I'm pretty sure. At least with this their sports. So
Yeah, that's why we're all gearing up for the
We don't
inevitable.
even mind the sports. We just dislike Mike and his love for the sports.
It's okay. I mean, jealousy is an ugly emotion, Sally. It doesn't look good on you.
I stopped getting upset about losing sporting events, when I lost them a lot. So once it started becoming a real regular thing, I was like, you can't live like this, man. Get over it. Just go be happy. Play more fantasy.
Look, Ohio teams win one championship every 27 years, so I have no leg to stand on here.
yeah, we've been beaten down.
Just for the record, I'm not
Expected.
going to be packing at the NYC Live. I am in the Michael Corleone division. So as I've stated, the gun will be in the bathroom waiting for me when I get there.
in a Ziploc bag in the tank. Like that's what they do.
Damn. I was just talking about, giving someone a quick rib shot, dude.
Welcome to New York.
Ah. What else we want? I'm sorry, I lost what we were talking about.
Yeah, I'll do that too. You guys, I checked out for a second. You guys were getting analytical, and I came back and I just threw it all.
You had to tune out for a minute.
Yeah. You're going too deep.
So yeah, Flacco was the number 4 scorer he said last year because he had a few rushing touchdowns, didn't he? Like he really he poured it on there.
He's got wheels, man. Dad runner.
Joe Flacco.
He just threw so many touchdowns. At least 2 touchdowns in every start at the end of the season?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Until the playoffs, right? How'd that
He was
go?
dealing.
Yeah, at least 2 touchdowns in every game. 3 touchdowns in 3 of the 5 games.
What happened after the
Over-
regular season? Wyatt, how'd he do?
I forget completely. Actually, I blacked it out of my memory. I don't know what happened.
I don't recall. I don't think it was great. I wouldn't say he played well.
Towards the end of the season, I kept saying, like, I don't want it to be Houston in the first round. Like, CJ Stroud, if he has the ball, like, I don't trust a team to beat CJ Stroud, like, going into the playoffs, or at least not a team like the Browns going into the end of the year.
So Wyatt is fading CJ Stroud because of a personal grudge.
Sure,
Horrible analytics, just horrible that you hate CJ Stroud as a person.
Yeah.
Rod. Just say it out
Yeah.
loud. It's fine.
I actually put it into my spreadsheets. I hate
I
factor.
support it.
He's the punchable face factor in there as well.
No, CJ Stroud is so cool too. Like, you see all this stuff he's been doing this offseason. Like, he's so incredibly knowledgeable. Like, you watch all the stuff he's done this offseason, it's no surprise that he was as good as he was as a rookie. He just like knows everything right away.
This is what we call a backpedal in the biz.
And he's doing it beautifully.
No. He's cool. He's cool though. He's cool. I don't like him, but he's cool.
I can see why other people
Yeah.
like him.
If I saw him in person,
Right.
I would be glowing. Thank him, thank him for spanking my team.
Look, the Bengals don't have a great playoff history with the Texans either, so I'm on the same page. I also hope nothing but the worst for the Texans, except for CJ Stroud. Very cool.
I like how you added like how you added with the Texans. You could have just stopped at the Bengals don't have a great player.
Okay, yeah. This is. I don't appreciate how all the teams beat the Bengals in the playoffs.
Hey, you had a good run recently, at least.
Yeah,
Probably should have won that game if it wasn't for Aaron Donald.
yeah. If not for Aaron, I think a lot of teams have said, if not for Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
If the best player on the other team didn't exist, we'd have had a much better shot.
But to be fair,
Russ, are you going to be in Cincy as well?
Is he
for the
frozen?
draft, no. My
gonna
travel
fly
for
in?
live drafts is very limited. I'm gonna do, I'm in New Jersey, so I'm gonna do New York and Philly, but I will be at the expo for sure.
Okay, good. All right, that makes up for it then.
Russ,
Many
you,
hugs
and,
all around.
you and Zach driving to the expo again?
Oh yeah, Crazy Man picks me up and takes me there. Like
You're just along for the ride.
yeah, absolutely. I would fly there if it weren't for Zach. But yeah, Zach up in Maine drives down to New Jersey to pick me up, and then
That's
over
a haul.
to Canton.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys from the air. I'll be waving.
We'll be like trying to hide from you, so you
You don't
can't.
want to. You don't want to hop in the car too, Sal? That'd be.
No, I tried to get in with them last year, and they told me they didn't have room. That's not even. I'm not even lying. I was like, "Hey guys, I want to go this year. Can I catch a ride?" Like, we got to bring too much merchandise. I'm like,
that car was.
Oh man,
That's
We
weird.
could-
Doc,
everyone
they,
can see right through that.
They kept texting me saying, "You sure you want to fly? We have plenty of room in the car." We got wildly different texts.
I bought my ticket to fly there in February.
That's the Boston accent that you didn't understand what he said. Like that's not really what we like. It sounds different coming out of Mike's mouth.
I get it. I try to be nice, and they don't let me, guys. They try to keep me down.
We can never. No one could ever keep Sal Lido down.
Elder abuse.
How old are you going to be again?
Wait, you're elder? You're an elder person? What are
I
you?
hear I'm going to be 50 in August.
Oh,
Frank.
50.
All right, but it's I like giving our wrap ups a little early so we can still BS for a couple seconds afterwards. So you have like 5-6 minutes. Why don't you two just tell the world who you are, what you do, why you do what you do, who you are on the inside as well as the outside. Just speak from the heart right now.
I don't know if we have enough time to talk about what's on the inside. That's a
We need more
therapy
than 6
session. I don't
minutes.
know about that, but if anybody is interested in any of my, before I say that, donate to Fantasy Cares if you haven't yet. Even if you have, donate some more. It's the best thing about fantasy football is this right here, Scott Fishbowl Fantasy Cares, everything that does. So make sure you're doing your part. But yeah, if you want to pay attention to any of my content in any way, JWB Fantasy Football, you can subscribe on YouTube. Everything's basically there. You can follow me, YP_FF. That's on the screen there. And then I write for DLF too. So you can catch my weekly buy, sell, hold article coming out on Wednesdays.
We are BetSperts brethren. Almost all of my work, a vast majority of my work is over at 4for4. And I think there's a couple of more brethren coming on after us, I think.
No, I don't think Shane Battier works for BetSperts.
He might. We don't know yet. We haven't talked to him.
Yeah, most of my stuff's on 4for4. I also started a YouTube project with Sal Stefanelli, who was on here this morning, called Ask Us Fantasy Football. It's been a lot of fun. We're just trying stuff out and messing around and spreading our creative wings. Russ has been on there. Russ was on a few weeks ago or a month ago or a few months ago.
Time
We
has
could
no
say,
meaning anymore.
yeah, time is a flat circle. And then this is my Twitter handle there if you want to see how progressively red I get throughout the summer. It's been like one hue every week, redder, and then by kickoff I will be a crimson ghost.
Crimson
I
Ghost, that'd be a really good Twitter handle, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm gonna switch this up here. If you're watching two screens at once, I have the soccer game on next to me. England just scored one of the best goals you'll ever see. A bicycle kick inside the penalty area in the 95th minute of added time to tie the game to send it to overtime. So
About
check
4
out.
of those words made sense.
I'm still mad that Denmark.
And
got
now they
that.
joust, right?
I'm
Isn't
still
that how it
angry.
works?
And now they do.
American Gladiator style.
He got a touchdown.
Feels
Russia
6
and
points.
India-
How's it still tied?
Well, I thought Russ was an idiot. Just there's no reason to glom on.
Heard.
Sports, guys. I don't care what sports. It's sports.
Yeah, no, I'm into it. I went to the women's FIFA Cup 5 years ago in France, and it was one of the greatest times of my life. The USWNT scored 13 goals on Thailand, and it was the wildest thing I've ever
That's
watched.
insane.
I don't know if I've ever seen a soccer game where that many goals were scored in general.
I
Actually,
think it
they
was a
combined.
record for women's
They
and
didn't
men.
cover
Yeah.
the spread. The spread was 14, I think. So
Oh yeah. Although soccer stadiums or football stadiums in France no longer sell alcohol, and I didn't realize that till I got there. So I was a little bit sad, but it's fine.
Rough.
I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be a hooligan. Yeah,
Had to raw dog the game.
Based on my Netflix watching, I'm fairly certain that's a good idea.
From the things I've seen and heard, that's probably for the best.
So I did just see the goal, by the way. Unbelievable.
pretty
All
sick.
right, I'll look it up.
From a corner kick, off of a header into a bicycle kick.
That is pretty sweet.
I'll throw it
Jeez.
into our group chat.
Pretty
so-
impressive.
I know what a kick is. I know the word kick.
Bicycle. I've seen bicycles.
I bet
You can ride those? While they
Yeah.
play?
I bet you our
Upside
next
down.
sports connoisseur will be well aware of the events that just took place. So, with that being said, gentlemen, we're going to let you guys fade away, and always a pleasure coming back year after year. We love you. We'll see you out there at the expo. Can't wait to slap a big one on you, and that is just a hug, guys. Don't get stupid. Have a great, absolutely great fantasy football season, fellas. We'll speak to you soon.
You
Cheers,
too.
guys. Thank
Thanks
you.
for having me.
All right, you do the ad read. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
All right, I'm going to go back to the ad read from noon, which was actually the one for the way we read it out of order. So, Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. Going for two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at Going for Two Live, found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com because no one remembers the extra point. Mike, the only extra points I remember are the ones that are missed, and they're missed at an alarming rate. So everybody should just go for two.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, being a kicker has to be the worst job in the world. You hit it, you're supposed to. You miss it, you're the worst human being in the world, and there's literally no in between.
All right, we're going to bring this gentleman on right now, and that is former NBA champion. Now, you're still champion. You can't take that away from you. So you're former NBA player, but lifetime champion, as well as a college national champion, Mr. Shane Battier. Thank you for returning with us, Shane.
Hey, this is great. That goal was unbelievable. I'm watching the game now, and this would have been like one of the greatest upset. I don't care if I don't understand football, but if you don't like sports, you know, if you like sports, watch the highlights. It's unbelievable. I mean, what?
I've had the Euros. Look at them celebrating in England. It's on TV right now. I'm actually a former college soccer player, Shane. So I love that game, you know. And I don't love to watch English sometimes because you know I want to see the United States win. But you know, what are you gonna do?
That was unbelievable. I was cheering for Slovakia too, but that was unbelievable.
Yeah, we were on pace for a big upset. You're 100% right. So
Did they get the second? I didn't see what happened in extra time. Or still 1-1. We're still not.
Yeah, no, the game is now going to go into extra time, right?
Extra time, then PKs if no one scores. No golden goal in the Euros, right?
Yep.
You're everything that Russ is not, Mike, by knowing that. I'm so
I
proud.
am a season ticket holder to the Revolution over here. My kid is a huge soccer fan. We just saw Lionel Messi play a couple months ago. Yeah, no, I am not. Soccer is my 1A love to football.
That's awesome. So, Shane, obviously we know your history of being a basketball player. Did you excel at or play any other sports growing up?
I thought I was going to grow up to be a Major League Baseball pitcher. To be honest, I was always super tall. I was, 6 feet tall when I was 12 years old, and I was like the original, big unit throwing from 45 feet away. And I love baseball. I had the record for Birmingham City Little League home run title for many years, and I love baseball. I just love baseball, and I grew to be 6'4" in seventh grade, and I said, "Oh, maybe it's basketball." And I still love baseball. I played in high school, but I played everything. I played football, played basketball, played baseball. I was the Michigan State pump, pass, and kick champion in 1990 in the Pontiac Silverdome. So I've had some really fun sports experiences in my life.
You know what I tell people is there's a difference between elite athletes and good athletes, right? So, growing up, and we've talked about it, we've joked about it. The kid Jeremy Ruckert, who's the tight end with the Jets, I first met him when he was 6 years old, and he showed up at the soccer field, and I was his coach. And his father said to me, Bill's got notoriety on because all the Jet fans love him because he's a big, loud guy. Bill said to me, after he scores a few goals early, you can put him on defense. I'm like, Bill, I'm not here to hold your son back. And like, we scored like 4 goals in the first 5 minutes, and we put him back. And so I watched Jeremy grow up from 6 years old, play every sport, and excel at them. And my son may be watching, and I don't think my son would be offended by me saying this. My son was a very good athlete, very good. And he was an excellent baseball player. And people would say, you think your son could ever play pro? I'm like, no, he has no chance of ever playing pro because I'm realistic. I've seen an elite athlete grow up, and that's Jeremy. And I see my son who's just very, very good. So, hearing you say all that makes all the sense in the world because, getting to the NBA and playing at Duke first and foremost, which is literally on the level of the NBA, we'll say it, right? And then getting to the NBA and excelling, you have to be special to do that.
Dude, I'm just picturing my 4'11", 12-year-old self trying to get up against a 6-footer from that close, man. That is frightening.
I'm a parent now, 16-year-old and 13-year-old, and I tell them, look, just play everything. That's my one advice to parents. Have your kids play a lot of sports, have them have different experiences, play for different coaches. You got plenty of time to specialize. If the good Lord blesses you and you have some athleticism or some speed or some hand-eye, like, they'll find you. Okay. A lot of parents freak out. They're like, oh my God, my kid's not getting exposure. Like, trust me, if your kid is good, they will find you. If you be shocked at the amount of money colleges spend on recruiting and scouting services, you're not going to slip through the cracks. I promise you, but you got to have a game.
Yeah. It's a great point. I've heard an MLB scout say this exact thing. He said, a mother came up to him and said, hey, listen, we don't have a lot of money and I can't get my son to these camps and I can't get him exposure. And his response was, bam, if you locked your son in the attic until he was 18 and he had major league stuff, we'll find him. We'll find him. So that's true. Yep,
100%. 100%. Millions and millions of dollars on scouting. All right. So parents out there, they'll find you. All right. If they don't find your kid, guess what? It's probably a reason.
Oh, please.
By the way, England is already up 2-1.
Please clip this. As a coach of soccer for 10 years, the amount of parents that were telling me how to get a scholarship to college, I'm like, please, it's always the athletes that are the chill parents, and it's always the ones that didn't make it that are the biggest pains in the backside.
They'll find you.
Thank you for that, Shane.
Lacrosse has the most scholarships out of anybody, so just send them in that direction.
The market is efficient, guys. The market is efficient when it comes to that, all right?
I told my dad growing up at the time we did, I wish I had a golf club. I don't know, where you guys grew up, where I was from in Boston, nobody was playing golf at that time. Like, you could just fall into a golf scholarship, being one of the 10 kids that played and had a set of clubs. Now everybody's into it, but dang, that was the market for people like me and Sal, the less than elite athletes. That was our throughput.
No more. I mean, to get a college scholarship in golf now, man, you got to be a mini tour player.
Yes.
Exactly.
Good, man.
Well, Shane, we're here to talk about a lot of things, mostly charity and the Scott Fish Bowl. And I think it was maybe 4 years ago when the first time you came on was you ended up giving me a call, and I basically had my cell phone up to the microphone and you joined us. It was a surprise, but we didn't even know you were in the league. But I guess you tipped Scott off, and that you'd like to come on, and it was an amazing moment for me. And then you came back another time. I was talking about my son, and I had my son in a room, and he got to ask you a question, which was a thrill for him. But how many years is this for you in the Scott Fishbowl now?
This is year number 4. So year number 4. It's one of my favorite things. I look at it as like the start of the fantasy season for me. So it's kind of like the Masters for fantasy season. It's a tradition like none other, and it gets me in the mode of starting to research and start reading my blogs and getting prepped for the fantasy season. But it's super fun, and the format is amazing. What Scott's created and everyone has created here, and for a great cause with Fantasy Cares is tremendous. And fantasy football players are very passionate, obviously about this sport and this hobby and this activity. But it's awesome when people from around really the world can get together and chop it up over some half PPR and super flex action and raise a lot of money for some great kids.
And everybody's always appreciative with your interaction in the chat and with your league mates and all that stuff that goes on. What has been your best performance? Do you remember what your best year was?
Yeah, I made the playoffs my first year. So I'm like, man, this is easy. Like, I didn't know what I was doing. I never played Superflex before. So I'm like, man, and I haven't sniffed the playoffs since. All right. I tried to get too smart. Last year I was like all in on the Eagles. I had like 6 Eagles. And I'm just like, you know what? They're going to roll and I'm going to make the playoffs. I got crushed. So I'm going to prepare a little bit more. All right. I'm in the Goonies League this year. And so, look, I'm used to, like, when I play golf, I don't play basketball anymore, but when I play golf, I tell anybody who's like my partner, I say, look, you got to understand, like, even though I'm not a professional golfer, everybody just wants a story to say, you know what, I beat Battier. Like Battier's like, he's nothing. I got him. All right. And so I'm used to it. I like it. And the same goes true to fantasy football. I know when I'm playing against anybody in my league, they want to tell their buddies that, like, man, Battier's team was terrible. And I beat his ass. So, like, I accept that challenge. I love it. It makes me better. It makes me, want to, just beat them right back. That's what competition's all about. And so, the fire I took Garden Kobe and Carmelo and these guys, I take to fantasy football.
All right, so let's get you set up to kick their ass. You're in the 103, the 3 spot, right? Where are you leaning? We've heard a lot of people talk about CMC and the elite running backs. We've heard about the rushing quarterbacks. What did you have an idea when you came in at the 3 spot, or were you just thinking Goonies and let it flow from there?
Yeah, I'm on the fence. I mean, like, everyone says just pick the quarterback and move on. Just nail it down. I think there's some second round quarterbacks that have some upside. I'm not going to give it away. So I might think about skill in the first round and kind of go against the grain there. So I'm a 0 RB guy. I mean, I'm just every year everyone crushes me in my league for 0 RB, and I love my running back brothers, but it's the math, the math of it all. And so I'm undecided. I've started my research. Quarterback or skill? I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'm a believer that. I'm picking at the 12 spot, so I'm going to have to see what falls to me. I can't project anything at that point. I think where you're at, I think quarterbacks are going to go right away. I do think that the running backs will be available definitely at the 3, and I think they'll be available around the 4 and 5 area. I think you're going to see 2 to 3 quarterbacks go first in these drafts.
I know.
So we were just talking earlier, Shane, the way that I came, and I'm at the 1, the way that I came to my conclusion is when you talk about quarterbacks, I have people telling me it's Allen, people telling me it's Hurts, people telling me it's Lamar Jackson, people telling me it's Mahomes. When you talk about wide receivers, I hear Jefferson, I hear Tyreek Hill, I hear Lamb. We talked about how many tight ends there are. I'm going McCaffrey because there's a full stop at running back. Now, I might not take another running back for 7, 8 rounds after it. Yeah. But that positional advantage is where I've been leaning because he's a 1 of 1 if he hits the ceiling. That's where my head landed. But the guys before us were almost talking me out of it because what you said, like nailing down the quarterback seems to be the safe play. But I think I'm going to zag and just say, screw it, go skill position and worry about it later like you were talking.
Yep.
How are you zagging before anybody zigged? You're picking 101.
I know, but everyone's telling me to take Josh Allen. It feels like a zag in a way. Whatever.
I know.
Get the best player.
I feel you, Mike. I feel you on that, and it's not super sexy, and there's downside. You know, the CMC has been pretty healthy the last couple of years, and I love CMC, and I want him to be healthy. But that's, you know, I feel you. I feel the same way at the 3 spot.
Shane, this is a super important question. I'm assuming you picked Goonies. You wanted to be in the Goonies division.
Yep.
So, what is your favorite character from the movie Goonies?
You know, it's the kid with all the gadgets. I think his name is Data.
Data.
I mean, he just was such an innovator. You know, I remember he had the chomping dentures that he threw and was able to catch the rocks. I mean, for the '80s, that's like, and the kid, like, I grew up with Goonies, and so like you thought those kids were kind of older, like they were like 10 years old, 11 years old, and they have all these gadgets. So Data's my guy.
One of my favorite movies of all time. By the way, I'll be 50 in August.
Drink.
So, there's a drinking game. Every time I mention that, somebody has to drink out of Podathon. So, that was my movie at that time. I got water also. I'm thinking that's water, but yeah. But I don't know if you ever watched the TV show The Goldbergs.
Yeah.
But they did a Goonies episode, and it's so on the money and perfect that if you're a Goonies fan, I recommend you go back.
Yep. Amazing. It actually kind of stands the test of time. Like, I watched it the other day, and it came on. It's one of those movies you got to finish, and it's cheesy, but like there are worse '80s movies than the Goonies.
Oh yes, it's by far worse movies. You know, you mentioned. Forgot what you mentioned, but it made me think of this question. Do you have any friends in the league, in the NFL? Yeah, guys that are currently in the NFL that you're friends with that you speak to on a regular basis?
I got some old guys. I don't know a lot of NFL guys. Eric Winston was a good friend of mine from my time in Houston. Matt Schaub, old guys. Dave Anderson, little slot receiver is my guy now. So I don't have any current friends in the league now.
I was going to lean towards asking if you ever draft any of your friends and they perform well, do you actually reach out to them like what's going on? You let me down.
No, I was like Mr. Moneyball in basketball, so I'm a straight mercenary. So when it comes to fantasy, like if you can't help me, you're not making the roster. All right, so then it's all data. It's all data, and it's 100% like I have the metrics. I know who you are. So there's no emotion in fantasy football. All right, it's like you play to win the game, right? You play to win the game, as Herman would say.
Oh, you play to win the game, right? One of the classic quotes of all time. And I definitely asked you this the first time you came on, or maybe the second time, but some new audience members, take us back to how you got into fantasy football originally before the Scott Fish Bowl, and did you have leagues when you played in the NBA with teammates, and what brought you to your love of playing fantasy football?
Well, I've been the commissioner of my league now for 15 years. Shout out Goat Bar, the Goat Bar Fantasy Football League. The Goat Bar is my bar in my house, and so I sponsor it. And so I was the first commissioner. I'm still commissioner. And it's an amazing group of 12 guys, or 13 guys, 12 teams, half PPR. And the cool thing about our league is that every year it's the weekend before Labor Day. Okay, so wives know, kids know, that weekend we're going somewhere to have our draft. So the champion of the league gets the draft. Pick the location of our draft. So James Dunleavy, super agent, Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s younger brother, 3-time champion. Even though he's the youngest, he's taken us to Las Vegas this year for our draft, which for the old aging dads out there, middle-aged dads, we have some trepidation. All right. But it's an amazing league. We take it very, very seriously. Last year, I'm always innovating. Okay. So like whenever I bring a rule change to the league, they always question my integrity. They always think I'm trying to game the system. I'm just trying to make it the purest form of fantasy. So we do a 3-round hybrid auction draft for the first 36 picks. All right. You have to pick 3. You can't pick less than 3. So everyone leaves with a good night. That's a Friday night. Okay. And then Saturday we come back and go regular snake. That's been determined by how much money you have left after the auction. All right. So we go deep, but it's an amazing amazing experience. That's my favorite thing, just to watch football all day Sunday and talk trash with my buddies from all over the country, and it's one of my favorite things. I love it.
But you're not just bringing like a half-point PPR league to us. So you're bringing legit 2-day fantasy draft, man. That is wild.
It was an amazing. People loved it. People love the 36 pool auction. So you know what your team is kind of shaping up like when you go into the snake draft, and just kind of whets your appetite, gets you excited, shortens the draft on Saturday a little bit. Great innovation.
That's wild. I love the wrinkle. Sorry, Sal, I didn't mean to jump.
No, I've just been in so many creative leagues but I've never been in one that had two different forms of drafting in the same draft. So it's amazing that you keep hearing these new different things. That sounds really, really cool. I feel like, as the host of the SFB Podathon, I might need to show up to that. Just drop it in the chat. Where that draft's going to be held. I'll shoot out to Vegas and.
Well, guests have to buy everybody a round of drinks. So if you're welcome to come, but it's going to cost you. All right, because this is a very highfalutin league. There's a long list to get in. All right, it's and if you have to ask to get in, you're probably not getting in. All right.
It's okay. I have access to the Fantasy Cares account. We'll take care of this. Don't worry about it.
We'll let you know if you're in the running.
What account do you think you have access to?
Russ can't take a good joke. I mean, Russ, it's a joke. Like, HR's got to pop in every time, Shane. HR's got to pop in and make everybody's life miserable.
Just saying, we got eyes and ears, so
keep an eye on.
They're both working, and they're both on you.
Okay, he's trying to sneak his way into a draft he's not welcome in. He's losing social cues. There's a whole mess of things happening now.
Keeping the tradition of the show, it was me that helped Shane get to where he's gotten as far as career. This has been an ongoing gag for the entire 36 hours. I mean, we're going till 8 o'clock tonight, at least 8 o'clock East Coast time, Shane. So we're all getting a little punch drunk here. But Scott wanted to come on when you were on, but he's actually on a plane. He's flying back from Vegas right now because he did the live draft there yesterday. I'm sure you've seen his posts and stuff like that. But he wanted to come on, and you have your own charity. You do a lot of charity work. So I'd like to go touch on some of those things. So tell everybody about what it is you do and what your charity focuses.
Yeah, so my wife Heidi and I started the Battier Take Charge Foundation. About 12 years now. We've been official, and over that span, we've just went over the $3 million mark in terms of scholarships and programming awarded to some amazing young people and from overlooked parts of town. And there's so many amazing, tremendously talented, driven, motivated young people out there. Just need a chance. All right. I was one of those kids. And when I came up, I said, look, if I ever make it to the show, it's up to me to find kids who are like me, give them a platform and give them that chance to unlock their dreams through education. And so we've graduated well over 100 kids out of our program now. And we have lawyers and we have medical professionals and we have some amazing vice presidents in companies. So amazing kids. And so feel very strongly that, like Scott does and all of us do, that, look, we have an amazing platform to raise awareness, to raise money. And if we don't, then we're wasting our platform. And so that's why I love the idea of Scott Fishbowl and bringing people together, raising money to help people out. And that's what it's really all about. And we're all blessed, beyond our wildest dreams. We get to sit it on a podcast and chop it up, and knowing there's a lot of people out there struggling, and it's all fun and games. But kudos to everybody tuning in and contributing to just make community. And that's what really fantasy football is about, and that's what makes life fun.
What's great about what you said is that you weren't talking about athletes there. You're talking about young men and women that you've put into real careers, and not that being an athlete is not a real career. It's just that it's a small percentage of people that get the opportunity to do something like that on a professional level or even on a collegiate level. So you put them in places to succeed in society that where we really need them most. You've accomplished a lot in your life. That's probably the thing you're most proud of. I know it would be for me. I'm most proud of what I do with my children. I'm most proud of what I do here like this is the way I give back. People say all the time, hey, I don't have as much money, whatever, but there's so many ways you could be charitable, and your time and your efforts, and Mike taking a month plus out of his life to book the schedule to get people like yourself on to join us. Me trying to plug along as many hours as possible. Russ, HR himself, popping in and out, and what Scott and Ryan, John, and Bob Gilchrist do year round has just become something I'm so proud to be a part of.
Well, the beauty of philanthropy, all right, people think, oh, I don't have any money. Everyone has time. Everyone has energy, right? And those are our, literally our two most important resources. You can always donate your time, donate your energy, make somebody else's life better, right? And so start where you are. I tell my kids all the time, start where you are. All right, doesn't matter where you come from, where you're going, start where you are. Start today, do something for somebody else. I promise you it comes back 100-fold.
There was I seen this quote recently on social media, and the guy said, let's say you had $86,400 in your bank account, and you needed to spend it in that day, because if you didn't spend it in that day, it was going to be gone at the end of the day. But when you woke up the next morning, you would have $86,400 a day. Well, that's how many seconds you have in a day. So don't waste them, right? Spend those 86,400 seconds wisely. And I'm at a different stage in my life now where I work blue collar my whole life. And about 5 years ago, I got an opportunity to switch over to admin work in a hospital. And I'm on to my second hospital now. And it's a different lifestyle for me. It's afforded me a different lifestyle. I never thought that it's what I wanted to do. And then when I found out that it was an opportunity, I wanted more. And I'm getting to the point now where my children have 2 of the 3 are out of college. Another one has 2 years left in college. They're onto their things, and I'm getting to go to give more of my time and speak to people and be involved in more of the community stuff. But it's really, it doesn't matter what level you're on, you can do it. For sure.
Yep. And thanks for posting that link right there. Check us out. We have kids all over the country. We have a chapter in Miami, Miami, Florida, Houston, Texas, Camden, New Jersey, Detroit, Michigan. So we're trying to help. There's a lot of folks out there that need help. So we're trying to reach them all as much as we can.
I'll tell you, Shane, as someone who is, in the business space, having kids from diverse backgrounds, we talk about diversity being what we can see. We have numbers, obviously, that companies report, but having kids from diverse backgrounds and having people that took, unique paths to employment just enriches the workplace in such a wonderful way that there's different ways of solving problems. There's different ways of getting involved. So giving those kids an opportunity that, don't have the same privilege to maybe go to a 4-year college otherwise, or maybe get that exposure. We talked earlier about athletes that are found because of scouting. That's not the same in the workforce. So what you're doing is so important to not only for these kids, but also to the workforce in general to, just make the world a better place and have people that have diversity of thought and diversity of background. So thank you so much for doing that, not only as a human, but as someone in the industry that is looking for people like that, because it just enriches the entire organization. It makes everybody better. So going and finding those kids and giving them opportunity is just such a wonderful gift. So happy to post a link, and obviously all of us are more than happy to contribute in any way we can.
Thanks, Mike. Well said. Very well said.
Well, Shane, we're coming to the end of your segment, and we're so happy that we were able to work it out and get you on here. So give you a parting shot to the Scott Fishbowl community, the Fantasy Cares community.
I want to wish everyone good luck. All right. I've seen some of the names that won the championship, and, they've had very, very good teams, and, trying to figure out if that's luck or if that's skill, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I want everyone to have healthy rosters. I want good competition, a lot of touchdowns, and a lot of smiles and laughs. So that's my wish for everyone participating in Scott Fishbowl 2024.
Awesome, my friend. And
Okay.
we can get you back again next year. Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
Just 1 second. I just got a text. So Shane, Scott is, I think Sal, you mentioned he's on a plane, right? So I just got a text from Bob Gilchrist. We have Bob Gilchrist. We have Scott Fish, John Bosch. Who am I missing, Sal? Give me the whole names of the Fantasy Cares group.
Russ Fisher.
Russ Fisher, yep.
He's in the background. You said Ryan McDowell.
Ryan McDowell, yep. So on behalf of that group and honestly for everybody who's been donating to us, on behalf of Scott Fish and Fantasy Cares, we'd like to go ahead and make a $5,000 donation to your charity.
Get out of here. That's amazing.
I wanted to say earlier that Scott wanted to come on and donate to your charity, but I didn't want to say that without him here. But yeah, he wanted to come on and do that. So that's amazing.
Oh, that is unbelievable. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that really touches me. And that's not expecting that at all. So I'm truly touched, but we will put that to great use. And we do not take junkets to Bahamas and do all that stuff. That will almost pay for a scholarship for a really hardworking young person out there. So thank you to everybody in the fantasy community. You're changing lives. You're changing lives. Well, thank you to everybody. I really appreciate it.
Wish Scott could have been on to make the announcement, so he does apologize on the plane. Bob sent me a text. We didn't want you to run off without being able to deliver that. Oh, Scott is here and listening, so that's good.
On plane, but listening. Yes. Awesome.
Thank you, Scott. You're the man. You're the man. I appreciate you, brother.
We've had some good closes to segments, but so I got to tell you that is the best one so far, man. Just seeing a pure joy in your face, Shane, with that donation, it makes it all exactly what it's about. So,
well, I appreciate you guys. Hey, stay strong, man. Finish strong. Fourth quarter. Hold up the fours.
Yeah.
Those who will be champions. Those who stay. Thank you, Scott. Those who stay will be champions. Finish strong. Right? This is the differentiator between champions and also rans. All right. How do you finish? So I'm pumping you guys up. Finish strong. Bring the show home. Raise some more money for Fantasy Cares. Bring it home.
Thank you, sir. Have a great rest of your Sunday.
Thank you so much, man. Have a great one.
Bye.
Wow, that was a great segment.
That was amazing. And like I said, I wish Scott could have been here. We were in the last moment, so appreciate Bob getting us that information to make sure that we could deliver that to Shane. It's stuff like that, man. Like, I know we're tired. I know we're beat, but stuff like that's just, excuse my language. I know we're not supposed to drop in too many, but that's fucking awesome.
Yes, Ryan's going to probably have you banned from the show, but yeah, that was.
I get one. Ryan knows not to put me live and not think we're going to drop at least one F-bomb. We should be proud that I haven't offended many of the guests yet. The next two coming on, though, there's a real good chance. I don't like either of these dudes, but what happened was I was running up. Why'd you bring them on? I don't think they could hear me yet. So, really excited to have these two folks joining us. We had a lot of people wanting the 2:30 on Sunday spot, but following Shane Battier, you have to bring in all stars. They definitely weren't the only two people that clicked the box for 2:30. But Sal, you can go ahead and introduce them.
Well, what I was going to say is, Shane closed us out. He's like, this separates the champions from the also rans, and here's a couple of also rans right now. Anand Dory and Willie Beeman, and I'm just kidding with you fellas. It's so great to have you guys join us, and you guys have been a supporter and a sponsor. I've read your read many times over the last 2 days, and we can't thank you guys enough for continuing to come back and sponsor. And then what's up, fellas? How's your Sunday going?
It's going great, man. Really appreciate you having me on here to represent DU and support Scott Fishbowl. It's a great event and something we love to do every year.
Sal, Mike, it's good to see you guys. It's been a little minute, but we'll see you again in Canton. So excited to get into it.
I can't wait.
How great is it going to be? I don't know if you guys
joining us.
I'll be 50.
Not
week.
Not this year.
Oh man, hold on. Sal just said he's going to be 50. Everyone drink. All right, well, we'll get you there in spirit, buddy. So first of all, Willie, you've been a supporter for a while. I think this is your second straight year on the show, right? Like,
I don't think I was on last year. I was on a couple years back, but we have been.
No, sorry, I'm getting old as hell, man. I remember.
Listen, you're tired, man. No worries. You've been grinding, but we've been supporting the Scott Fishbowl for I think 4 or 5 years now, regardless of whether I've been on or not.
Yeah, no, definitely. I know when we talk to Dave Wright, you guys are the first name that comes up as our repeat sponsors all the time, so I appreciate it. Now, Anand doesn't really do anything, to be honest. But he did say on the chat, like, Mike, please get me in. I'll buy all your beers in Canton. So
Really?
yeah, no, Sal.
The bribery.
Yeah. Oh, if you don't think
Like,
that I
I'm
use my position, you have no idea the perks I have right now, buddy. Like the people
Mm-hmm.
that have come on, like some of them work for airlines. I don't give a shit what they do in the fantasy space. Like we have airlines. I have people that own restaurants. I'm not paying for a thing in 2024 anymore.
Yeah, no, I'm covered, Mike. All the people that offer to buy me drinks, I'm covered. You get yours from Anand.
So that's the real charity. It's Mike, huh?
The Mike Fishbowl is upon us, friends.
Right. How's it going, man? Long time no see.
It's been too long. What do we got? 38 days till I get to hang out with you guys at the house. So looking forward to that, obviously.
That is way
Oh man,
closer.
I got to make it out there, man. I'm so jealous.
Oh, it's so much fun.
It's
So-
everything you think it is and more.
Yeah, just messier. Just picture messier. It's so much messier.
The
We do have
FOMO from the pictures every time, man. It looks so good.
Oh, it's great. So before we dive into how much me and Anand are going to drink together in August, let's talk about the league itself. We are supposed to be here to talk about a football league. Let's start with you, Willie. The division and pick you got.
3 Amigos, I think is the division I'm in, and I always try to go for one of the picks on the turn. I went the 102 this year. I like getting an elite player up at the top there, and then I like getting those kind of like pseudo back-to-back picks later on. The third round reversal kind of throws a wrench in things, obviously from the front there, but I've played it from that spot for a couple years now, and I've seen some pretty good results, so I'm kind of excited to go from there again.
Cool. So let's talk in no particular order because we don't want to give your secrets away. Types of positions you're looking for, a couple guys that, you know, what made you pick 102? Obviously, you're trying to get into a certain tier of player. Who's in that tier for you?
Yeah, I mean, I want kind of like, it's super flex, obviously, so I want to kind of attack quarterback if I can. I mean, with the settings this year with the 0.25 per rush attempt, I do think that, you know, maybe a CMC could be an option there too, those kind of things. But I think I'm probably going to go quarterback there if I can. My general strategy in most leagues is to avoid running backs where possible, but obviously the scoring settings change things a little bit there, but I'll probably still try to implement some kind of hero RB strategy. And then the tight ends are obviously boosted by that first down the 1 point per first down. So I'll probably try to double up on some elite tight end talent if possible, maybe because you got to do some things different in the Scott Fish Bowl, right? You can't just be chalk, and you can't go for something you would normally do. So I definitely tend to take some shots that I normally wouldn't in the Scott Fish Bowl.
I love it.
Yeah, you got to, because I always play it a little too close. My first 2 picks last year were Austin Eckler and Tony Pollard. So you can imagine how my Scott Fish Bowl was. Also, one of my first 2 quarterbacks was Aaron Rodgers.
But 2018 though, Sal, that was your year.
That was my year. Let me tell you a story about 2018, kids.
I'm drafted in a time machine, man.
Anytime you bring it up, I got to bring my mug out. Back to the Future.
Love it.
Back when I actually got to the semifinals on the Scott Fish Bowl.
All right, so mine was the finals and much more recently, but we'll get into that later on. And draft position, division, and kind of where's your head at for why you picked your spot?
I took Dom Toretto and the 107. It's a spot that I haven't drafted an SFB from before. The thought process there was really, I think with all of the rules this year, everybody's going to have their own crazy ass strategy as to how you kind of attack this thing. And I'm just going to take whatever value falls to me there. If it's QB, great. If it's running back, great. I personally don't think that's quite the spot to take a tight end yet. But you know, the third round reversal is always fun. You've got obviously running backs boosted in a big way, which is going to change a lot of people's builds. You have people that really believe, especially it's 2 tight end super premium basically this year. And, you know, last year I kind of, you know, Willie, just to give you kind of insight on how crazy this gets. Last year I took Trevor Lawrence. I think it was 110, something like that I had 109, 110 last year. And then the next 3 picks, just because people were afraid of wide receiver, was Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, and then Devontae Smith.
So
if you're going to give me value from
it. Geez, I mean, you picked the all-disappointed team. What the hell is that? You picked the QB 20. You picked Stephon Diggs when his wheels fell off. Jamar Chase gets hurt. You got Devonta Smith as your anchor.
I know. that's just what you got to do when they run you out of tight ends and running backs, man. What was I going to do? Take QB 25 at the
You're like the guy that goes out finding the landmines and picking them up for everybody else, so no one else.
Hey, we're going down fighting. That's half the battle, right?
Yeah, that is like that is.
Follow
like,
behind a nod, you'll be good.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He's like the Raiders.
Somehow
from that
I still
10-year
made the
stretch,
playoffs
right after
and
him.
beyond.
There's some.
Yeah.
I've made some playoffs with some bad teams in the Scott Fish Bowl.
Yeah.
Right? You get eliminated in that
I
first
think
round.
I advanced around 2 of them. Right?
Yeah, I think I
still
did
don't
too.
know how.
And
Yeah.
I was missing an Anthony Richardson. I think I was going Josh Allen solo all year. So it was I had a decent team outside of that. I think I would have made some waves if I had a healthy QB2 there.
Yeah,
So I'm assuming you're a big Fast and the Furious guy then, if you picked.
Was once upon a time. It was just more of like
I've
what
never
was
seen
available.
the movies. Scott wanted to throw me out, but I get a lot of Vin Diesel sometimes, so I'm gonna do my best.
Atta boys.
Identical. Absolutely. And he's gone.
All right, so like we were saying.
No, I mean the thing that saved that squad, and I think every year you have a little bit of an interesting angle on how you do things, especially with SFBs being super flex the way that it is. Last year was the first year, obviously, that we moved to sleeper instead of MFL. But
not all of us.
My thought, at least, was if I have the QB1 anchor in Lawrence in terms of a super flex format, I drafted Purdy and then Stafford. And my idea was, because obviously Purdy was coming off the elbow. Obviously, he had a great season last year, but we didn't know what his health would look like. And my idea was, if I can start Stafford the first half of the year and Purdy the back half of the year, between the two of them, I can get probably a high-end QB2 season out of them. And they both played really well. So luckily, I didn't really have much worry there. It was just more of a which one do I start week to week thing. But the strategies involved in a tournament this size are always super interesting, because it's not like Best Ball Mania where you're on the clock and you're trying to run through something really quickly. Instead, it's, hey, I have to figure out how to get out of my division into the playoffs, and then I've got to try to take down people who have similar builds to what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, I think it's funny. My dad. Sorry, well, go ahead. You want to add on?
No. I was gonna say that I agree with Anon. Nothing really important.
So this is my dad's first year in the fishbowl. He's playing this year for the first time, and I actually had a talk with him. And it was very similar to what you were talking about, which is he was having me look at his rankings, like, just what do you think? And I said, well, it depends. Are you trying to win your division, and are you trying to like have a decent showing, like, sounds like a few of us did this past year? Or are you trying to win it all? I said, because that should be drastically different rankings. Like the year I made the finals, the way it happened was very simple, very similar to you said with Purdy. It was the year that Aaron Rodgers' first year that he might retire. He might hold out. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? So I took him in the second round, anchoring Kelsey first, got Rodgers and Cousins coming around. And a lot of people in my draft said, well, what if Rodgers holds out? I said, cool, then I'm screwed. But if he doesn't, I have what was the QB4 the previous year. And I think you have to abandon that. If you want to win it all, you abandon that fear and you play for a miserably, but you play for those guys that could just blow up. And I mean, what I see is people taking these safe players, people taking these players that we know what they're going to do. I don't see where that benefits you in a large scale tournament like this. I think I'd rather have the guy that's either going to finish last or first, as opposed to a guy I know is going to be a running back or wide receiver 3. I don't value that in this tournament. Do you guys look at it the same way, that if you're trying to make the playoffs, it's one squad? If you're trying to win, it's another one?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think that, I'm a value hawk. Everything for me is about taking values and finding where those values are, right? So I'm going to try to do something different than the rest of my league is doing to take advantage of those values, and there may be ways to do this, with your own strategies too. I'm talking about going Josh Allen, but maybe you don't go Josh Allen first, right? Maybe you try to fade the QBs a little bit and take advantage of everybody going after those in Superflex and that kind of thing. And you're talking about taking advantage of, narratives and stuff like that, like Kirk Cousins. We're hearing a lot of questions around Kirk Cousins. He might be a serious value, if he's healthy this year all year long and not impacted by Penix or anything. But those are the kind of things that I'm thinking about when I'm, drafting. It's like, where can I find those little edges in this draft? And of course, I'm not trying to get out of my division. I'm trying to win the whole thing, which obviously means you have to get out of your division, but I'm never drafting specifically just to like win, however many games, in the regular season. This is supposed to take us to the promised land, right? We're going for number one. And so, yeah, from that respect, I mean, that's why I went last year for a guy like Anthony Richardson, because I do think that there was a lot of questions surrounding him. Like, can he do this in the NFL? And if he were to stay healthy, I think we were going to see some pretty special things from him. And also there was, I went for Jahmyr Gibbs. I do sometimes, coming from a dynasty mindset, I do sometimes go for specific rookies, certain rookies who I think are going to have an impact this year, because generally they are faded into non-existence, especially in this kind of tournament. So, the Lad McConkeys, like those kind of guys who are on the fringe, like I think they could be late, values as well.
Yeah. And I mean, Willie, to further your point, right? It takes, when you talk about trying to win it all, it takes one guy, like one little misstep early on to kind of sink a team that otherwise would have been great. My best ever was actually the first one that I was in, which was SFB 11. I pulled it up. I went Dak, Kamara, Aaron Jones, Justin Jefferson, and then Baker Mayfield was my QB2. That's where I screwed up. And I had Kupp in the 7th round in the year that he had won the Triple Crown. Like, there are so many things, and it was just that QB2 that was the reason that I made the semis and not the final the year that I think Mike made the final. I'm pretty sure it's the same year. It's that if you can string everything together right, and if you get one little detail of it wrong, it's so hard to make that last 20 even, and then out of that last 20 to win it in that final week is really tough. But that's what makes it so much fun. We've seen guys take tight ends 103. I think someone took Kyle Pitts a couple years ago. I remember that. We've had some really crazy 101s over the years, people going way off the board. But that's what makes it so much fun. If they're right, they're going to be right in a way that no one else can be right. And that's why I think Josh ADHD in the app that he puts out, where you can see everybody that has similar builds to you, is so interesting. Who followed the blueprint that, I followed, or Willie followed, or Mike or Sal followed throughout your entire build as you're drafting out these teams. But it's awesome. Last year I was in Guinness and we basically did a thing where I think it was the 4th round. Everybody went to their local pub and slammed a pint, posted a video of it, kind of trying to draw exposure towards fantasy cares and what we do in SFB. So I thought that was awesome.
That got me into so much trouble. Literally told my girlfriend, I got to get out of bed and chug a beer. She's like, what the hell are you talking about? I'm like, I just got a notification. So literally,
the things we do for Scott Fishbowl.
Oh, we're on a shirt. I had nothing but a Heady Topper from Vermont. If you haven't had Heady Topper, it's about the hoppiest beer you can find.
You chugged that?
Threw it down like it was nothing. Went back
Sounds
to bed.
terrible.
Oh, my stomach was gurgling until like 2 a.m.
Oh, man.
Back in the bed after. She's like, please stay out.
Oh, yeah. No, at that point, the couch and a pillow were probably the best option for me. Yeah, I mean, it was great to raise awareness, but yeah, that almost cost me my relationship.
I missed that, and I'm a little sad that I did at the time. But
I'll tag you next time, and I'll give you the I love you, Pookie shout out before I do it.
So, I'm pretty sure at my live draft last year, somebody took Tua at the 101. Not in my league, but the one who was drafted next to me. They were dead set on taking Tua. I'd have to go back and look at and confirm that, but it sounds very familiar to me because I did drink that day.
That's a decision.
It's probably the best way you can describe it. Of all the decisions, that is one.
It's different. Yeah, I think when you put in Josh ADHD's application, which is on Fantasy Life this year, if anyone missed Matthew Berry's segment, they'll be hosting it this year. What I like to do is my first 3 or 4 picks, I put in the who drafted, and I pray for an empty list. I will tell you, for how many fish bowls we've all been in, if that list starts ticking down, you ain't winning shit. Congratulations. Thank you for your donation. Better luck next year.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Cool. So what Sal's mid-bite, I was trying to cue him to go in, but he looks like he's eating. Really unprofessional. I would never do that in a live stream. I had a brownie.
You got to keep the energy going.
Yeah,
when you're going,
look at it. We're exhausted.
Guys, you've been on camera for God knows how. I totally get it, man.
All right, so let's talk about the division choice. I know we talked about, you were Fast and the Furious guy back in the day, but really just filled where you were at. Will, is there anything special about your division that had you choosing there?
I mean, not specifically. I'm always looking for like some familiar faces who I want to like compete against and whatnot. And obviously, like I was searching for a 102 slot because that's kind of where I wanted to be. So that obviously limited kind of where I was going to hop into. But I've met the CBS guys, Dave, Heath, and Jamie and them. And so I'm always trying to hop into one of their divisions. I think I got in with Adam Azer this year. So just hopped in there, like competing with those guys, and found a spot where I could jump into the 102.
That's what I was going to ask, if it was Azer or Mike Shop, because it looks like you have, I know Kevin O'Brien as well, but it looks like you have really heavy fan division. Does that change your thinking at all? I mean, that's like playing poker in a place where you don't know how people normally play. That would scare the shit out of me, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And I obviously I don't want to make any like prejudgments. Like I've met people who are super sharp that I've never heard of. So it could be a bunch of sharp players. For me, like I'm not really concerned until I get into the draft, right? Like I really have to just read the board, see what players are doing. And from there, I can kind of make a judgment call on either like how sharp these guys are and like where my advantages are going to come from and what I need to do. Or if just like the values are falling and everybody's taking, crazy picks, then I'm like, all right, it's my draft. I guess I'm just going to load up like Anand was saying before. If you're going to give me all of these wide receivers and all of these really great players, like I'm not going to avoid them. I will take them for sure. So that's kind of how I approach it.
Oh, I think you have the bigger challenge. Like what I find, at least when you're drafting in an analyst league, if so many people are flag planting and you know what their flag is, that it gives you a little bit of a leg up. As Anand knows, I'm going to just print out Coop's rankings and just stand next to him the whole time.
Shout out to Coop, man.
His players right in front of him.
Yeah, you're going to be in my division and post your rankings to Fantasy Alarm. You get what you get, buddy. Enjoy the tears for the third straight year.
Wait, Mike, you didn't pop in when he was on before, and I couldn't believe that you didn't.
I had the kids. I literally missed out on Sal and Chase, and I missed out on talking shit to Coop. But I did trash talk him on Sirius XM the night before. So at least
because I said
we're
covered.
So we're
good.
good.
And his strategy was he picks number 2. So you're gonna pick, then he gets to take whoever he wants. Then he gets to snipe you coming back around. And you can't really snipe him until the 4th round, he said. That's what he put it.
I like how he thinks he's going to snipe me. Like, I actually look at the draft board until my pick is up. I am going to be double fisting, saying hi to people, kissing baby Sal. Do you know who I am in Boston?
Wait a second.
I am going to have so many hellos to make.
Say double fisting, not say what you're double fisting.
Drinks. So all the beers that people are buying me for getting on the Podathon. So what's going to happen is I'm going to get back to the board. Coop's going to make his pick. He's going to be so sad when there is zero reaction and I just grab a sticker and stick it up there and walk away again for another half hour. You can't snipe a man who doesn't have rankings or a care in the world.
So he's not getting Evan Ingram is what you're saying.
He can have whoever he wants. I've learned that taking Coop's guys is a recipe for disaster because he's horrible at this. So this year, my strategy is actually not save him from himself and give him everybody he wants, and then watch his team tag. Like I want him to think I'm going to snipe him, and then make him think, why didn't he? I'm like, because your rankings are trash.
So can we officially say that Operation Snipe Coop is over?
No, I want him leaving the draft happy, and then coming around to week 15, go, what happened? I'm like,
Mike has really found the loophole here. I didn't realize you just don't do any rankings or anything, and then nobody can take advantage of you.
Dude, Willie, I can tell you how
such a thing. It's such a thing in creator leagues, man. Like, especially when you draft with a bunch of people. I think Mike said it earlier. When you're drafting with a bunch of people who whose tag is fan, they may have whatever process they have, but you don't know anything about it. It's not like you have years of them being in SFB to look at how they go about doing things. And so, it may be a spot where the guy that you would have taken at 101 is there for you at 102. Hell, the guy that you may have taken at 102 would be there for you in the second round. You have no idea. And that's what makes it so much fun. I've never chosen my division based on who's in it. Just kind of did the thing. Mike knows who my number 1 all time would love to be in their division guy is. So we'll try to make that happen next year. This year was a little too crazy.
Yeah, like I said, if the travel happened, we would have made that happen for you.
Yeah.
But we'll make some things happen. But yeah, I think that when you look at the leagues, the biggest thing you can do in these leagues is outsmart yourself. So if you go in with no expectations and you don't let the board affect you, you're most likely going to come out happy. If you go in and you start tilting about a pick and say, well, I had my heart set on this position, I forget who the hell did Coop take. It was horrific. When I took Evan Engram, he took one of the worst tight ends. I'm like, dude, I don't even have him on my rankings. Like, there's nothing better than when someone makes a pick and you look at rankings, you don't have anything to cross off, because there is no way that was actually going to be a thing. That to me is like, what are you doing? Like, whoever you pick, you're never going to hurt somebody if they don't have expectation. If they're just like, oh, yeah, this John Bosch is infuriating in this way. If you ever auction with Bosch, you redline him, he doesn't even notice. Like, it's like I've tried everything to rattle this man. I can't trade with them. He'll just send a
just moves on to the next thing.
Yeah,
he just moves on to the next.
It's over. Yeah, and that's what Coop hasn't realized yet. Is his reactions are fuel. I just don't care. Like, whatever. Even if it hurts, just hold that in. Go. We know what to do. Go to the bathroom stall and cry afterwards. But outwardly, ain't nothing. No, nothing bothers you. So, in that realm, tell me about the worst snipe you've had in SFB history. We all have one that you remember. Anybody that actually cut you.
Trying to think if I remember. It's got to be Mark Andrews for me. I'm sure it was Mark Andrews for me, and I'm trying to remember where it was. But I'm just like, Mark Andrews truther. I want him pretty much everywhere I can get him. And I think it was last year he was like a pick or two before me, and I'm like, that's going to happen perfect. And of course, it just, they can't let me have my fun. That's all.
Hey, Ryan, I do not know. I will ask Matt for you. I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure yet. I will get back to you on that. But mine was Mike Evans. It was in that same draft that we referenced 3 years ago. I really wanted him, and I ended up like 3 or 4 picks later with Godwin, and I was not a fan of that. I think he might have outproduced Mike Evans at the end of it, but I was so pissed. I was like, nobody cares about Mike Evans. Who's going to draft him at wide receiver, whatever it was, 17 at the time. But, he had his usual whatever it was, 1,200 yard, 7 touchdown season that Mike Evans has seemingly every year. The most consistent fantasy football player we've seen in a long, long time. That's not, considered in that upper echelon. But I thought that, being my first time in SFB, I thought he would provide a really stable floor as that wide receiver 2 or 3. And yeah, I got sniped. So instead I took Cooper Kupp 2 rounds later. Worked out.
That works.
I honestly can't remember who the player was last year, but there was somebody I definitely thought was coming back to me, and I was pretty pissed off when I got sniped by him. I'm trying to remember who the player was.
Do you know who the person was who did it?
It was Hutchinson's father, so I was in the same league against Hutchinson.
Oh, Andy
Hutch's dad,
the nicest man in the world, sniped you.
Multiple times in that draft last year. It was wild. I was Jesus Christ. And I don't come with rankings or computer rated stuff too, so it's not like he was reading anything I had there. And I think it would be the ultimate long con if Coop just decided to tank his entire integrity and put out terrible rankings. Just for you. Like, you'd be like, I'm going to risk my career just to put out big rankings and screw mine.
Oh, so you're confusing the two of us. I would absolutely do that.
Yeah.
I hope Ryan
would absolutely never do that, but Mike would
Ryan
definitely
and Eric
do that.
aren't listening. But yeah, I'd be like CJ Stroud, quarterback 1. Don't worry about the rushing stats; they don't mean shit. Oh yeah,
what a terrible year to do it too. While Mike's like, I'm not sniping him at all, so it doesn't even matter.
That would be the best his whole career ends, and I'm just picking randomly anyway.
Played right into your hand, like perfect.
He's just over there spinning a wheel. Yeah, we'll take this guy.
Is he dropping alphabetically? What the hell just happened?
Coop just in a rocket chair like this, just wondering what the hell happened.
Is that RB7 Chase Brown? What's going on?
So we're going to take it a step further. Is the second he published him and I didn't draft him, I'd be on the phone with Howard saying, "I hear you're in the market for an analyst." Hey, Coop, guess who's got your job?
Oh, man.
I can study tight ends too, homie.
Poor Coop.
This is my life's work. It is all gonna hit. Like, this has made me so happy just picturing this.
You just joined the Boston live draft just to make his life hell.
Oh yeah, I literally made the finals the last year I slow drafted, and just don't care about my finish anymore. I lived.
That was it. You made it where you needed to go. You're like, I've done.
I did this once. We're good.
Yeah, been there, done that. Making Coop cry over Evan Engram exceeded making the finals like tenfold, and that has now become like my passion. So yeah, I would take my own team just to make him miserable.
Mike is actually from Iowa, and he's pretended he got a fake accent and did all this stuff just
to show up. Flying in the night before, you have a burner cell phone with a 617 area code. We're playing the whole con. This is like what is it? What was the Leonardo DiCaprio movie where he pretended to be all different people? That's like me.
Oh, Catch Me If You Can.
Catch Me If You Can. Yeah,
one of my
that's
favorite
what
movies.
That's what I'm doing at Coop. I don't even like fantasy football.
I'm just pretending.
The longest of all cons.
I told Sal, I'll just book this Podathon. Who are these fantasy people? And in the end, it's all just to ruin Coop's life.
Mike random.
Coop really catching strays.
He has a newborn, man. Let that man live.
You sure that's his? Just getting Coop too far. Too far.
Jesus
We just segment is over.
How is this a segment that I got on? What is going on?
57.
Welcome aboard, Willie.
If you haven't yet, please go buy some Scott Fishbowl merch. We got sweatshirts, we got t-shirts, we got hats, and of course we got Mike. Wow, guys, we're up against it. So thank you for coming. Always a pleasure to have you guys back with us. You're doing fantastic work out there. And I'll give you a big hug at the expo.
Yes, sir.
year.
Looking
And
forward to
really,
seeing you guys.
what you
Willie,
missed.
good to be on with you.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a great time. And last thing I'll say is one of our Discord members told us that we had to have Anand on. And this was a couple weeks back. And it's just amazing that we kind of just linked up on here serendipitously. So we got to get him on the pod. We absolutely will. And it was a really great time being on here with you.
Perfect. Let me know what's happening. We will absolutely promote the hell out of that show and make a mess of your chat. So be ready.
Absolutely. Great. Can't wait.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
All right. So with that, Sal, I think I had an idea for charity is that if you have somebody that you hate in the fantasy space, I think I'm happy to go after them. If we could raise a certain dollar amount, I'm happy to join their fishbowl division. I'm happy to draft off their rankings, whatever is needed. I think we could raise some money that way. Can we get some like?
Ways. I don't think you weren't in the Capitals Pig leagues, right? That Scott.
I was in Pigs 3.
Oh, Pigs 3. Okay, I think I was in 2 and 3. So in one of the chats, I used to go in there and just insult John Bosch, as everybody knows. I would leave these voice messages just completely insulting him. And people loved it so much that I convinced them if they donated $5 to anything and showed me the receipt, I would come in and insult them based on their profile and their bio and everything. And that went on for a little while. I would just come in and just assault people for being whatever they were in their bios and their profiles. And, you can raise money doing anything. People like to be abused.
They do. It's fun, man. You have to have fun with it. It's a game about a game. If you're taking it too seriously, man, you got to reprioritize. This is enjoyment. We're all having fun, and for me, like I will take a good burn over a good draft pick any day. Like talk your trash, have your fun. Like that's what we're here for.
Yeah, go be here to your friends in your home league that don't know what they're doing, and then the industry leagues just insult them.
Just run your mouth, yeah. And if you can't take it, then don't. Just keep your mouth shut. But if you can take it, throw it. It's fine. Everybody's fine. We're all going to be fine.
Well, we got a couple more folks waiting in the wings for us.
Amazing guests. So I did talk to Connor, who will be joining us audio only, but I'm thrilled that he still made time for us. And obviously we have Jen, who is here every year and puts on a great segment. So I'm looking forward to this one.
I'm not even going to lie, though. I'm happy Connor, we can't see him because he's a good-looking guy, and I don't need him showing me up. He's already smarter than me when it comes to fantasy. I don't need him showing me up beating with his looks as well. So by all means, if we don't have to see his face, it's perfect. But Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for 2? Going for 2 because you can't go for 3. Going for 2 has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at the Going for 2 Live found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. And we'll bring in Connor Allen now and Jen Eakins. And Jen, will defend me to everybody on here. What happened?
You put her in and then kicked her out again. That was the
I'm here. I didn't do anything.
Shortest appearance ever. He brought you in and kicked you out 2 seconds later.
I do want to say one thing real quick. I don't know if I should be insulted that you mentioned that you don't want to see Connor because of how good looking he is, and you're cool with me just sitting here. So, I don't know if I should be offended by that or not, Sal.
I would be personally, but
well, if I have a moment to rebuttal, Jennifer, you are lovely as the day is long, and I can never compete with you. And I just being another male figure that I have to compete with. I'm not on your level whatsoever.
I'll take it.
All right, thank God, because I was really working it up.
Me and Russ are going to switch out. I wanted to say hi to both of you. I'm going to go listen. I'll come back. I will come back before it ends. I got to use the restroom.
That's acceptable. See
number
you,
one or number two? I just want to know how much time we got.
Okay. Oh, boy. Hey, Connor, you're on mute. So if you're going to join us, I don't know if you know that you're on mute. I don't know if you can hear. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, how we doing?
Hey, pal, how's everything?
Audio, or I didn't do video here, but the compliments were great. I appreciate it.
I can't speak. It's been 30 hours. Sincerely meant every one of them. Jen, jump in, let everybody know, what you're up to, what's going on around the old 444 neighborhood and all that good stuff.
Yeah, 444 neighborhood is good. We're doing well. We're plugging away. Just getting ready for the prime time here, July and August, as everybody knows, right? Is prime time in the redraft world, and Connor's on the betting side of things, but yeah, we're plugging away. We've got, as usual, a ton of content, ton of tools on the redraft side and whatnot, and then Connor, of course, can speak on the betting, all the stuff that they do there. Yeah, that's pretty much what we have going on.
So jump in there, Connor. Tell us what you're doing on the betting side.
No, I appreciate it. First of all, I appreciate you having me on. This is great. I don't know. You guys are going so long. This is incredible. The fact that you guys are able to do this, because I struggle with like an hour show and I'm like exhausted, physically. So the fact that you guys keep this going for so long is great. But on the betting side, yeah, we do player props. We look at a variety of things. We hired a couple of new people, one to do, Steven Hoops to do some interception props, as well as a couple other people as well to do some player props. So if you're ever interested in betting, we try and write up all of our bets, break everything down, talk about why we like it, not just the bet itself. So we try and, be that bridge, that gap between fantasy and betting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to reconnect my headphones here.
I have a question real quick. I'm sorry, Sal. How many shirts have you changed in this time? Every time I tune in, you're wearing a different shirt. Are you sweating through them? You just want to showcase them? What's going on there?
No, I have the air conditioner on a very lovely temperature, so it's very comfortable in the room I'm in. No, I'm showcasing them because they are all Scott Fishbowl or Podathon shirts. I wore 2 yesterday. I've had 2 on today. I had the Podathon and the Blockbuster yesterday. Today I had the Warner Brothers, which I'm wearing right now. And also earlier today, I had on the Netflix, which was Scott Fishbowl 14 and Charity. And I got SFB Abbey Makers inside. I got the golf one inside. I got another code. We got Pixar on Russ. So we're just trying to show. Listen, I got the Podathon sweatshirt. Like I just showed last second.
Ooh, nice.
Look at the color on this thing.
Oh, that's sweet.
That's a beauty.
It's there. Look at me. Look.
Love it. Love it.
So I do. Look at this guy. They didn't pay me for this, guys. I had to pay for my shirt myself.
He paid us to show that every so often. That's why we had to pay.
That is not even a lie. That's 100% true. Listen, I love everything that we're doing here at Fantasy Cares and with the Podathon, and I just want people to see all the stuff we have available. And there's so many unbelievable logos. There's a lot of creative people who put that stuff together and put time into it. So, yeah, I'm just trying to show it off.
And you can go to shopfantasycares.com to see for yourself and purchase all of the t-shirts, hoodies, and hats to your – actually, show the hat. You have this light that just blinds the white on hat, silver on white. It is such a beautiful hat.
Oh, that is nice.
And they're flex fit hats, right? They're very – they adjust to your fat monkey.
Trucker hats is the coolest thing. Like, I wish I wore hats because I've never seen a fitted trucker hat before. That looks awesome. I love it.
I'm not going to lie, too. Lou put this up there, and You're not wrong, Lou. If I could show my arms off as much as possible, I'm going to try to do it. So.
Well, that's why I figured I'd bring it up so you could kind of, showcase the photos, showcase your arms. I know you're turning 50 in August. So
wait a second. Jen said I'm turning 50. Do we still have to drink?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, just because I said it, and we're not playing the
It's
game
okay
anymore?
if you say it. Sal has just said it about 47 times in the past 53 minutes.
Listen,
so
as a fellow old, like it's nice when we get to that point in life, we're going to bring it up a lot. So I'm with Sal on that.
I love the noun of old as a fellow old.
Yeah, look, this community is getting younger and younger. I feel like with every year, those of us that have been around a while, we got high school kids now out here creating content and doing a great job of it. And so those of us that have been around for a long time, us olds, cheers to you, Sal, for turning 50 in August.
Thank you. I got to go in the kitchen actually get a beer. I was trying to remain remotely sober and good until Shane Battier left because, I mean, let's face it, he's a real professional.
He's a real person. Yeah, we get it.
So now I could start cracking open beers. I think we got 5 hours left to go, and I could make it through 5 hours with alcohol in my system.
Rip 'em.
But Connor, you had mentioned before about us doing. You have trouble getting through a 1 hour show. I stopped podcasting basically regularly, so I get like 24 hours in now, and that covers me for the year. People be like, "Oof, how many hours you put in this year?" I'm like, 30, but they were all in one weekend. So, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's truly impressive. Anytime anyone does one of these marathons, it's just wild to me that you can make it and have things to talk about and all the new guests and everything. It's just like, and that was a great segue by Russ too, as well, with the fantasy care stuff there. So that was fantastic.
Russ is great. He's very modest, but he's great at what he does. So let's get down to the Scott Fishbowl talk here, guys. Jen, what division are you in? What position are you drafting live? What do you got going on this year?
I am not live. I know earlier I was watching when Dave Kluge was on, and I do live in Denver, but I don't live. I love live. My home league is live, and I do that. But as far as Scott Fishbowl, I need time to marinate my picks. I need to look at the app. I need to, I can't just pick on the fly there with the stickers for Scott Fishbowl. It doesn't work for me. So I am drafting slow. I am drafting in the Spinal Tap division. And I am spot 12, which is, I think, where I've lived since we've been able to choose our picks. I don't know if you remember, those of you that have been around long enough, we didn't get to choose our picks back in the day. We walked, uphill both ways in the snow and just got a random pick. So that's how it was. But yeah, since we've been able to choose, I like the 12, especially with the 3-round or 3rd-round reversal. So yeah, I'm in the 12. As I know, Sal, I think yesterday at some point you were mentioning that you don't do mocks. I am very anti-mock in Scott Fishbowl. I don't do it. I just walk in. So I don't really have a plan yet. I will by the time it starts. But at the moment, I have looked at nothing. I know generic scoring stuff. I know a little bit of the differences. But yeah, I definitely do not have a strategy hammered down. So Connor, you can take it away.
Just real quick, I absolutely almost went with Spinal Tap, the 11th pick.
Oh.
So I can just constantly say my pick goes to 11.
Yeah, I'm Pat Fitzmaurice is the only person I know in my division, but he is in that 11 spot for that reason. It's kind of a bummer that he and I are right next to each other as far as sniping goes, because I literally don't know anybody else. I don't even recognize the names other than him. But yeah, he's right next to me in that 11 spot for that reason. You got to go to 11, right?
It's beautiful.
I don't know a single person in my league this year. Not one single record.
Oh, Sal, you made it in this year? Congrats.
I'm very excited.
That's isn't that one of the best parts about Scott Fishbowl, though? You get to meet so many interesting new people via your group. Probably a group chat getting started at some point. But yeah, so I went with a little bit different approach. I'm in the Xenomorph division. I have the 3rd pick, just because last year I had one of the later picks, and traditionally with like the super flex leagues, I just like to have like an elite quarterback, generally kind of like a staple, and then I let the draft fall to me for the rest of it. But then if I pick the 3rd pick, so that way I can lock up, probably like a Jalen Hurts, a Josh Allen, maybe a Lamar Jackson, get some of that points per carry, rushing upside too, that I think matters in Scott Fishbowl. So I don't know. I mean, that was more just, I think, maybe for my own sanity than actual like strategery, but I think that it'll be interesting. Last year I had one of the later picks, and I just wound up just kind of shooting from my gut for half the draft just because I felt like I wasn't getting the players I wanted.
All right. So I want to walk you through a hypothetical. You're at the 103. You're drafting. The first two people take kickers, 1 and 2. So who are you going to draft at 3?
Wow.
Is this because you have the 101, Russ?
It is absolutely because I have the 101. Yes.
Just checking. Go ahead, Connor.
Mine's Josh Allen. I would go with Josh Allen. I mean, I don't know if I love necessarily him in most formats this year or like his normal ADP, but just in this format, he's going to get some runs, he's going to get some first downs, some carries. Like he's the focal point of their offense. Gets the red zone looks a bunch. Going to score a ton of touchdowns. So yeah, I think that I would go Josh Allen, then Jalen Hurts, then Lamar Jackson. So if anyone's in my league, I'm picking one of those guys.
Now, Connor, here's something interesting. Somebody put Dame Overboard put the SFB winner will be coming from the 5 spot. Sorry about it. So I assume that person is drafting from 5. But from a betting standpoint, I think that we should start to have Scott Fishbowl, money lines and betting. And we used to play in the Capitals Pigs leagues, and it was actually a casino built inside of the league where you could use your actual Pigs bucks to win more money. You bet different things. And I think we should start having different pick the slot that will win, pick the division will they come out of, will it be a live drafter? And I think there is a percentage of those winnings will all go to Fantasy Cares, right? So you could win some money, but also donate at the same time. And what do you think of this idea?
Fantasy Cares, that's fine.
That's a super fun idea.
Yeah,
I like that.
I think in order to keep people interested, Russ, they're going to have to win something, right? Not all of it can go to Fantasy Cares, but getting a percentage of it is amazing. So, Connor, I'd like it. Yeah, I'd like Connor to work on that for free over the next year, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm trying to think how I would handicap. Like, I think divisionally, you'd probably just handicap it, like about even because, I don't know, maybe give the people who won the Scott Fish Bowl in the past, maybe give them like a little bit shorter odds, something like that. And then from a pick perspective, I don't know, I'll have to dive in. I'm sure some people have done some more research than I have in terms of that. So, yeah, give me 5 to 125 business days, and I'll get back to you.
Thanks, pal. Jen, we cut you off so many times. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, I was just joking. I was just going to be like, yeah, good luck finding someone to actually do that. It's a lot. It's a pretty decent undertaking there. That was it. It was just that.
It is. But I've come to find that in this industry, there's a lunatic that will do everything.
No, I agree. I know.
You have the head lunatic in charge who has a lot of these stats you guys are talking about already. Like he puts far too much work into putting this together. Like he was pouring all this time and attention into scoring, and I'm like, I'll put scoring together in like 40 seconds if you want me to. I'll just I'll wing it. That's fine. But he runs, he runs numbers. He deep dives. Tries to put projections to it. I'm like, I'll just put PPR, I'll just put stuff together. That's fine. So he has half this information already.
Well, there are people that every year will go through and rank every single division and then go through once we all draft. Yep. There's those lunatics that will go through every division, rank each division, and then outside of that, rank every single person. It's like you do the rankings. You're like, all right, so I'm projected to come in 630th. It's crazy that people. Yeah, I mean, good for them because it is fun.
Our compliance officer seems to want us to stop this conversation.
Yeah, he is telling us to stop. Right? I want to make sure that you were reading the same thing I was reading.
Oh,
is that a stop or is that a hand raise? I couldn't tell. Is that a stop?
I thought it was. I thought he was volunteering to do it.
Or maybe he's looking for some high fives. 3 high fives, one from each of them.
We can talk about sandwiches, but
please elaborate, Mr. Gilchrist. That was very, nondescript.
I thought he was volunteering to do it, but we can.
You don't want Bob doing numbers. He'll make it pretty graphic when we're done, but that's about it.
Me either. I'm the anti. I'm like the lone person that's a fantasy football. This is my full-time job, and I'm the lone person that hates spreadsheets. I'm like the anti Excel sheets person in the room.
Look, you're zagging when everyone is zigging. You're doing it right.
That's my career. I zag.
Did I hear gambling with money raising? Yes, it was a joke, Bob. It was all a joke. It was all a dream. We're just kidding.
30%.
Yes.
No one can stop me from tweeting it out anyway. So maybe we'll have to raise some money under the table in a different way, but we'll figure it out.
My favorite way to raise money is under the table. So Jen, you don't go
Yes.
to the live. You don't go to the live draft because you need to marinate, as you spoke. But do you make your way out to the expo?
No, I get a lot of flack from a lot of people for being a zero attendee. This is my issue with the expo. I think it's fantastic. I love it. It's the worst time of year and it's the worst place. So that's kind of my thing, right? Have it like in February in Vegas, and I'm there every year, right? But you have it right in August when it is the absolute height of our work season of intensity, right when kids go back to school. It's just a bad time for me to go to Ohio. Like, it just doesn't work out that way for me. I would love to go to the expo. I've been in this industry for a decade. I know a lot of people. I would love to meet them all in person. I would love to give you a huge hug, Sal, but August is just a really bad time. And I get it. It's because of the drafts, right? You need to have people, they do all the different kings and queens and all those drafts, but have it in February or March, like in Vegas. I think that's a fantastic idea. And it just doesn't work for me in August, but maybe one year I'll get there. But I have not been yet. And this year, once again, it will not be happening for me.
I've gotten flack many years too for not going. So I am going for the first time this year. My plane ticket is purchased. My expo ticket is purchased. I just need a place to stay. Supposedly I have a place. I don't know. I think they're going to make me stay outside when I get there. Bob is still defending against.
We've moved on, Bob. We're done. We're not talking about it anymore. We promise.
I love you, pal. Connor was
all
also
a joke.
But I don't know if you heard that next year's live draft in Vegas. Yvette and I will be showing up to do live intros from the red carpet. So I think that's worth the price of admission alone.
Will you be in some sort of Scott Fishbowl merch tuxedo?
Yes, a Scott Fishbowl tuxedo T-shirt.
It'd be one of those things where you open up the coat and it's just Scott's face over and over again.
Yes. Oh yeah, the inner lining. Yes.
Scott face lining. Yeah, Scott
That
face
would be amazing. I saw the photos just from Scott's hotel room of the Circa. I was like, can I please be there right now? I would love to be transported to that situation.
Did you see poor Scott come on and have the sun poisoning on his face that he had at the end of the day?
No,
his
I saw him
so red. His face was so red at night, it was uncomfortable.
I saw him this morning from the airport, and he didn't seem too bad then. He must have maybe put some cover up or something on there.
He had super aloe put on. Connor, do you attend the expo?
I went one year. I was going to go this year, but I have a wedding on both the live event for Scott Fishbowl and for the expo. So I'm just in that kind of age where I have like 8 weddings this year, and so I try and attend them and be a good friend. But yeah, it's taking away from my social networking and things like that in the industry, unfortunately. So it will not. I don't think I'll be at the expo this year. If I can swing it, I'll find a way.
Stop being nice to people; they'll stop inviting you.
That's very fair. That could be a strategy in the future, depending on if this keeps up for the next few years. I'm gonna have to just start. Move out. I don't know, out of the city and just move somewhere remote and just not talk to anyone. So I stop everything, go to weddings.
I'm gonna tell you a strategy that my ex-wife used to do back when we were dating many years ago. On Sundays, when I was watching football, she would call all of her friends. Now you got to remember, this is the time when people didn't have cell phones, right? So she would call all of her friends on Sunday when she knew they wouldn't be home. That way she could get credit for calling them. And then be like, I must have missed you. And this was legitimately every Sunday. And she would get the credit for making that phone call. But,
that's
you should start
fantastic strategy.
I don't know what's going on here right now with Russ and Mike.
They keep switching out. You're on mute.
He's still on mute.
He's still on mute. They're both
muted.
on mute.
Wait, Mike must have it muted.
This is great.
He came off stage to eat, and I put him back on because I was bored.
No, now I'm going to sit here eating unmuted. You know what? I'm going to eat some chicken nuggets.
You look great eating nuggets.
Now I know exactly why Connor did not want to be seen with this group. He doesn't want anybody to be. He could say it was any Connor Allen. You can't prove it was me.
I felt bad because I'm at the Rocket Mortgage right now. One of my friends qualified for the DraftKings Live final, so I'll give you a little.
Oh, look at that! Hey.
Oh, Dad, Connor, I thought you had like some family thing or something. No, you're living the highlights.
Yeah.
You didn't want to show us up.
No, I was just walking. I'm walking around in the middle of the course here. That's why my service is a little little spotty at best. But yeah, I'll turn my camera back off here.
That's awesome, bud. I hope you're having a great time out there. Looks like a good time.
Yeah, I've never been to Detroit before this year. Been twice. I went to the NFL draft too. It was pretty impressive. There was a lot of people there.
Well, now that both of you guys are here, now I'm going to go get a beer. Okay.
I want to talk sandwiches, Mike. I want to continue your sandwich conversation from earlier.
Let's do it. All right. So did you?
There's
see
a
the
lot. Well,
draft
there was a
list?
lot of sandwiches that were not discussed in the draft. Like there was no po' boy. Like where does that fit in? Where's
Po' boy went in the third round. Po'
Oh,
boy
it did?
Yeah,
Okay.
went late third. I think at the turn, so it got to 305. Definitely was on my list. It was just that so many elite sandwiches were left on the board. I couldn't get to them all.
You know, my son, who is 15, who's actually still asleep, which is absolutely insane. But anyway, he's kind of still like a picky eater a little bit, but he discovered he had a po' boy recently, and like his life was changed. It was like the best thing he'd ever had. And I was like, okay, here we go. Because he's kind of picky when it comes to proteins. Like, I don't know. He just doesn't like certain meats, and it's annoying, to be honest. But he loved himself a po' boy. I was excited about it.
Well, there we go. Whenever you can find a picky eater's like weakness, you gotta just hit it as hard as you can.
And it's funny when it's something random too. Like it's not like, like a turkey and cheese sandwich. Like he won't eat that, God forbid. Like no standard, deli meat sandwich for him. It's a po' boy.
Well,
Yeah,
po' boys
no,
are like, it's like a Cuban to me. It's like an experience. It's
Oh.
not just a sandwich. It's like you're in a po' boy, you're eating culture in
Yes.
sandwich form. So I
Yes.
completely get that. I'm completely on board with if a picky eater wants to eat a po' boy, yeah.
And I do love a Cuban as well. I have to say that. I mean, I grew up in Miami. I don't live there anymore, but yeah, I'm going there next week though, so I will definitely have a good Cuban while I'm there.
The level of Cubans in New Jersey isn't necessarily great, but still, the idea of the sandwich is always fantastic.
Yes.
I gotta go ahead, Mike.
No, go ahead, please.
I got a po' boy story. I was down in New Orleans for the NBA All-Star game in 2017, and we were in a bar drinking pretty heavily, and that bar had no food available, but they said, oh, you could go to the po' boy shop next door, buy your food, and come back in. So I'm like, all right, I had never had a po' boy before, so I'm going next door to get this, and as I go to walk in the door, I see this giant human being, and it's David Robinson, the Admiral, the former NBA superstar. And I look at David Robinson, and I'm pointing at him, and I'm pointing at me, and he doesn't know what I'm trying to explain to him is that we were born on August 6th. We have the same birthday. I know this. He has no idea. So I'm like,
why didn't you know that?
Yeah. And I said,
How does he not know that?
Has he not been watching the show?
No, I can't believe it.
You're turning 50 in August?
So I said, Dave, I'm turning 50 in August of 2024. It's 7 years from now, but I want you to know that. And so when I finally told him, anyway, that was me cracking mine open. When I finally told him, we have the same birthday, he looked at me, he's like, okay, bud. And just like,
Oh no, he gave you like the pat on the head response. That is
okay, bud. Okay, bud.
Amazing.
Oh, now
Well,
do you think
Scout-
it was the delivery, or do you think it was the actual fact that made him
I
think?
think it was that I was very drunk and accosting him as he tried to leave a po' boy shop.
It was you circle all of the above on that situation. Yeah, that just
Yeah.
could have gone better.
I feel like that's almost a double drink situation since he went away, he threw it into a story and then shoved it in there at the end.
I have a little Brooklyn brewery since I'm a Brooklyner now. That's where I live.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I have to say, I'm glad that you cracked your first beer during our segment. I'm sure Connor feels the same way. We're happy that you were able to do that on our segment, and then you continue.
Congrats, you two. You wrote him to drink.
We really want to make Connor's half hour better because he's struggling so much. So I appreciate Sal brightening his day a little bit.
Yeah, sad times. That's they say never meet your heroes, right? I mean, it's like never meet your heroes when you're drunk, dude. That's like the worst time. I had to stop my friend from. I was in Detroit after the NFL draft. I was staying at the Caesars, and we walk in, and all of a sudden, Drake May and his entire family, directly after the draft, strolls into the craps table and is playing there. And my friend is a massive Patriots fan, and obviously we've been drinking for a couple hours at that point. And I had to stop him from going over there and basically accosting Drake May in the middle of his family because I knew that would have just been just a terrible result. But he seemed like a nice guy. We gave him a wave, said what's up, and that was about it. So I think that's probably about the max there, because otherwise I would have had a Sal story of, okay, bud, and then Drake May would have been ruined in our eyes forever. So I like to keep him as a legend that just played craps,
Well, I got a question. I want to go back to my story. Does everybody here know a famous person that was born on their same birthday? And who was that famous person? So, Jen, do you know any famous person, or who was the most famous person born on your birthday?
This is once again an old reference because it's the only thing. Like growing up, it was kind of what I knew. I'm sure that if I looked now, there's someone way better. But Ricky Schroeder was born on my birthday. Yes. Silver Spoon. So back when so all of that, that was kind of but I'm sure if I actually looked, there's probably someone a little better than the Rickster or Ricker. I forgot what his whatever. But yeah,
Connor, do you know of anybody famous that was born on your birthday?
Honestly, I just had to look it up. So it looks like Notorious B.I.G. Not it. So I guess not
it
a
was
very
all
popular
the dream.
birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was exactly. I think that's about it. I mean, hopefully one day I can make history, and then I'll be the famous one. That's the.
So
about
the Admiral, but Mike Greenberg from ESPN is also born on my birthday. But the most famous person born on my birthday is Lucille Ball. So you want to talk about an old throwback, but that's a big one, right? Like Lucille Ball is legendary. Russ and Mike, you got anybody?
So what was the name of your first pet, and what's the last score of your social? Let's play all the fun games.
Oh man, you told me earlier today. What was the street you grew up on?
So you remember that game? If you want to know your what name, right? I had a friend who had his dog's name was Fluffy, and he grew up on Beaver Trail. So Fluffy Beaver would have been a porn name. Bob's going to kick me off the show.
It's 3:25 in the afternoon.
You can say stripper name. I mean, that's a more tame version of what you're saying.
Sorry.
Sure.
Name. Fluffy Beaver.
Beavers are cracked. Stripper names. It's gone off the rails. Love it.
Fluffy Beaver is that's probably the best one I've ever heard.
Mine would have been Duke Williams. Go ahead. You could. That's a solid name.
Zeke Alberta.
Well, as we come to the end of this segment, with Sal providing all the information required for identity theft.
Yes.
Do you guys want to wrap up with where we can find all your stuff and what you have going on? I know Connor's living his best life. Jen, I know your son discovered Po' Boy, so everyone's winning today. But how about content-wise?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Connor and I are both at 444. I don't know if you want me to speak for you, Connor, since you're kind of whatever. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff going on at 444. Tons, all this, tools, content. We have player profiles that are about to start. We're going to do the top 120 ADP profiles. All our different content, all different freelancers and contractors are going to be knocking that out. We have a ton of good new studies coming out. We've hired a couple new people to crank those out, and it should be a really good year at 444.
Excellent. Shout out BetSperts family. We have had a run of us over this stretch, which I love to see.
Yep.
Cool. Connor, any parting thoughts so you can get back to your wonderful life?
Yeah, need Cam Young to win here today. But no, it's I'll be releasing a ton of player future bets. So I already released a couple. But now that the NBA draft is over, any NBA finals, NHL draft, all that stuff's done, I'll probably just be releasing a ton of player props and season-long futures and things like that coming up. So, if that interests you at all, hop over in the 444 Discord. It's a lot of fun and good time to make some money.
Thank you guys both for joining us. Always a pleasure, Jen, to keep my close oldies with me. And you guys have a great season.
You too.
Thanks
Bye, guys. Stay strong for the next 6 or so hours or whatever it is.
4.5, I think.
4.5. Stay strong. You guys got this. See ya.
Sal thinks it's 4.5, like I haven't been booking more guests in the background.
So, Mike, I have a pretty standard response to people when they threaten to steal my identity. If you want my debt and my poor credit history, my low credit score, I'll give it to you. You know what I mean? That's not. I'm not hiding anything here. I mean, you'd be doing more damage to yourself getting involved in my bank account, my friend.
Take it. I love it.
We have, somebody described today or Fishbowl or the Expo or something as Christmas too. And we have two guys in the back who want to celebrate Christmas.
Yeah.
And here they are.
That's right.
Cheers,
What's up,
everybody.
fellas?
What's going on?
It's
Drink with one
Christmas
hand,
in
holding the mic in the other.
Merry
Classy.
Christmas. Let's bring this baby to a screeching halt with Sam and I. This is excellent. Thank you for having us.
I had a feeling that Sam was trouble when he reached out to me in my DMs, and I was like, no, you should probably come on next year.
What do you
And
mean?
he should probably come on next year, and then I see him booked. I'm like, Mike didn't check with me on this.
I don't check anything, man. Literally, if you check the box, that's my vetting. Available is very much like my dating life. Like available is the only criteria.
Yeah, big mistake there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
breathing is a big one. I like breathing.
About 20 minutes before the show, I'm texting Sam. I'm like, you got any Christmas stuff? I had him going through his garage, pulling for whatever he could get.
I don't think I've ever worn like a Christmas sweater or shirt or anything in my entire life. I'm like, I got some garland and some lights. Does that help?
That
Apparently
plays.
does.
This is
Wait.
like this.
The garland and lights are behind you on the couch, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, that's no fake background, my friend. That's the real deal. We came to play. I don't know how we follow up Shane Battier and porn star names, though. You guys set the bar pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, who's born on your birthday? No, I'm just kidding. We'll
Yeah, and I saw something about peanut buttering receivers earlier today with Russ too, which is a new one that I've come across.
What?
That was on my break, and I heard that. And the odd thing was, I was eating peanut butter at the time. I almost jumped in. I was like, I'm just gonna stay out of this one. But all right, guys. So welcome in. Sam, are you in the fishbowl?
Yeah, I just drafted yesterday, as a matter of fact.
So you in what location were you at?
I was at the Cleveland one. I was there when Yvette was doing her thing on the Podathon.
Doing her thing is definitely a description. You should have tried to get on. We would have loved to have said hello to you live from the Cleveland draft. So I'm always excited to talk to someone that's already drafted in this year's draft. So what was the name of your division?
Vontae Mack in the draft day division. Yeah.
And what pick number?
It was a ton of fun. I mean, a great space and the place pulled out all the stops. The workers were excellent. John Bosch and Ryan were both there. John was doing his usual thing of just
annoying people.
Well, no, but I mean, he's like coordinator extraordinaire, and of course, Rich from Dynasty Nerds and his lovely wife led the whole thing. So we had three separate divisions, all drafting at once. It was a really great time.
Yeah, Rich jumped on camera with Yvette while they were outside, so it was good to see Rich. John. I mean, listen, I know I have a New York accent, and I sound, you know where I'm from as soon as I speak. But how about John and Ryan's accents? Jesus, those are fun. No, I love those two guys. I mean, those are two genuinely good human beings. But so what draft spot did you have? Where'd you pick Adam?
I picked at the 103.
All right, so tell us what was sitting for you waiting at the 103, because a lot of people are wondering 103, 104, what's going to be there after the first two picks.
Well, I came in with the idea that I wanted, CMC, Allen, Hurts, my go-to. I only did a few mocks before I decided what my strategy was going to be, which was to lose, and not really. But strangely enough, Hurts went first, Allen went second, so CMC was staring me in the face, and I had already gotten him in a bunch of mocks, so I was kind of over the moon, and then I hammered tight ends for 3 straight rounds after that.
Love it. And who did you get? Who was available there in the 4th round?
I had let's see. After I got McCaffrey, I came up with Pitts, Ingram, and Brock Bowers.
All right, very solid. Very,
Did
very
you draft
solid.
a quarterback?
I drafted a quarterback. This is actually the best part because I got I got what many consider pick of the draft. I was planning on doing Cousins and Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson primarily because the draft is in Cleveland. This whole room full of Browns fans that probably would have hung me out to dry if I took Deshaun Watson as a Bengals fan. And so I took Kirk Cousins and somebody else took Watson. And I was like, oh, man, that's going to leave me with like Levis or somebody like that. I looked down at the quarterbacks, and in the 6th round, Brock Purdy's still sitting there.
Nice score.
What?
In the 6th
Rightfully so.
round.
Smart draft room.
Chuck is poo-pooing your Brock Purdy pick.
I was like, okay, I'll take that. Yeah, you could boo it all day, but whatever. I'll take the non wide receiver quarterback stack in favor of pretty much anytime San Francisco scores, Purdy or McCaffrey are going to be involved. So
he's stacking it up. So you're a Cincinnati guy. You live in Cincinnati?
Oh yeah. Okay.
I
got my invite too late to make it to the live draft down here. So I took a Greyhound of all things.
How long is the trip? That trip.
Well done.
On a Greyhound.
Yeah.
It was about 6.5 hours.
Holy Jesus, you are a stud for doing that, man. Good for you. Are you gonna go check out the Cincinnati live draft anyway?
I am, and as a matter of fact, the next day I've lived in LA for the last about 16 years until 22. And I'm going back to visit there the day after the Cincy draft. So I'm going to go down to Trophy Smack and check out their draft while I'm there.
Well, nice. You will probably get the chance to meet me then because I'll be coming out for that draft. And my daughter lives in LA. What part of LA did you live in?
I lived in Pasadena. The place I'll be staying in is in Whittier, which is pretty close to Brea. So it should just be a hop, skip, and a jump for me.
That's pretty cool. And Chuck, what division are you in? What pick number do you have?
I am in the Donkey Kong division at the Cincinnati live draft, and I'm picking 107. I had first pick of the litter because I don't have anything else going on in my life, so I rushed to grab it. And I feel pretty good about the spot. A lot of these teams I've seen on the ends, I haven't loved. I actually did like Sam's. I thought it was pretty hot, but the rest of the people from the mocks to the draft boards, think they're playing with fire.
You said that's at the Cincinnati live draft? Is that what you said?
Yep, Cincinnati draft.
So you and Sam, like you guys know each other, you're friends. What's the dynamic here?
We've become good internet buds. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're about to.
You live close enough.
Yeah, I'm in Lexington, so I'm only about an hour south. So I'll cruise on up there. But once you wear Christmas Santa hats with somebody on a live stream, you've already crossed the bridge.
Yeah,
BFF at that point.
I think you guys are
That's right, baby.
married actually at this point. So
I'll take it.
107. What are you hoping falls to you at that spot, or do you not want to talk about that?
You know, I've probably done about 150 mocks because, like I said, I don't have a lot else going on. And the mocks have become negative for me because now I just do things that nobody would do, trying to throw other people off that I've forgotten what a good team looks like. So I don't really value quarterbacks. I think there's maybe a handful that separate themselves. So I'll probably look for skill guys, maybe some tight ends if they fall, and just pick up the pieces later. You know, I'm comfortable with anything from a Justin Herbert to a Lawrence to a Daniel Jones to a Russell Wilson. Feeling pretty good. What's up, Tony? What's happening?
Do you know Tony?
I do know Tony, I believe.
Yeah, he's an old school falafel guy. I know Tony about 9 years.
I hope that's not really a picture of Tony.
It's not him. That's not him.
That's Tony after one draft with me.
Tony, who I absolutely love, and I love to bring his chops. He looks way more like an alien than that. I do call him an alien-looking mother effer plenty of times, but legitimately good dude out there in Ohio, a Cincy guy, I believe, and a good dad, hard worker. I know him. He's an original falafel guy. He was on a Fantasy Life app in 2015 when we created falafel. He's in the leagues, and I love him to death. And I'm happy he's getting the opportunity to go out to the live draft. Good for you.
Yeah, I believe he's picking from the 12 spot, and the 12 spot is where people get crazy. Kind of a tone setter for the draft because, you know, you can go a lot of different ways with that double tap, and then you get that first pick of the third round. Really a pacemaker or a pace setter.
Yeah, no, I'm going to need a pacemaker after that because I have the 12, and I'm worried about screwing it up.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of people getting. I won't name names, but two of the top running backs there at the 12 and the 1 turn.
Is there even such thing as top
there.
running backs though in 2024? Can such a thing exist?
There's one.
Ooh, there it is.
There can only be one.
Zeus White, baby. Raiders, let's go.
Yes. Yes.
Listen, Raiders, that's my team. And, you know, last year I was in a dynasty league and I had Josh Jacobs, and I'm going to the semifinals, and I'm like, God, he's not going to play. So I traded for Zamir White, and I got him for a pretty decently cheap ball. And now I have both him and Jacobs coming into this year. So that's kind of nice to have both of them on separate teams this year. Sam, you said you wanted names. They picked already. Who cares?
What was that?
You said you're not going to name the names of people who took the.
We could just click on the draft board.
Oh no, I don't mean them. I just didn't want to say. Well, I've seen a bunch of people get Bijan and Brees back to back at the end of the first round. I've seen that in a bunch of mocks. I saw it live, I think, in 2 of our divisions last night, or at least 1. So, you know, that's a pretty hot start if you're into running backs. You know what I mean? Well, that's not really for me.
If you
once I got CMC, I was full on hero running back at that point.
You're good. If you followed along yesterday with our co-host Steve that spent 12 hours 8 to 8 with us yesterday, he has a 101. He's going Bijan. I tried to tell him I'll get Bijan too, but I'll get him at the 201 just to piss you off. I won't even take him at the 112.
Right.
I'll take him at the 201 just to annoy him. So we'll see if Bijan makes his way down to me.
The live draft, baby. Anything can happen.
It's true.
Live
NYC
drafts are funny.
Draft. Funny how? Like haha funny or
funny like a clown, right? I don't know. For me, it's like going to like a music festival like Coachella or Burning Man. Like I go in with an idea of what I want to do and what I want to grab, and then 3 days later I've woken up with like a roster of very, very poorly made decisions.
And a terrible hangover.
If this was my podcast, the response I would have had to what I want to do and what I want to grab would have been so different. But I am doing this with Fantasy Cares, and I have to keep it a little PG. So.
Dude, I don't know what live draft y'all are doing. I go in and I grab a beer, and the only thing I do is make people cry. Like, I don't care what the team looks
That's
like.
it. That's the move. That's flexing. Can we get a flex mic after that? Because that's what I'm talking about.
Big Mike!
You know, yeah, we have no desire to win any leagues. We just want to crush people's spirits. That's literally the whole point of the fishbowl and charity, you know, secondary. But, you know, first and foremost, make people cry. Yeah.
I think my problem was negativity with charity. That's what he's trying to say. He wants to crush their negativity with charity and positivity. That's what he means by that.
That's what you want. That's why we all play fantasy, right? We all want to be good guys, but we're here to win.
Yeah. So Sal, what happened in 20? You want to ask Sal about 2018? I mean, he could talk about the last time he won for a while, if you'd like.
I did win the Al Bundy division in 2018. It was a great win. I could have used Al's 4 touchdowns in the semifinals, but I didn't get them. And I went home, and Mike only 2 years ago made it to the finals, which was, I got to give my credit. It was a much bigger field. I believe it was 1,200 teams when I made the semifinals. But when Mike made the semifinals, it was well over 2,000, probably bordering on 3,000. Yeah.
So I do want to. We've been talking about the finals. Can I let you guys in on a little secret?
Do it.
I had no business making the semifinals. So what happened was making the finals. What happened in the semifinals? Me and the guy left had Antonio Gibson. That was it. And the dude had me by 2 points. Antonio Gibson had an ankle injury, and I had nobody left to play. For whatever reason, this man takes Antonio Gibson out of his lineup and puts in Jarvis Landry. Gibson outscores Landry by 3 points, and off I go. If he legitimately did nothing, he wins, and he's in the finals of the Fishbowl.
Has anybody checked in on that guy since then? That sounds rough.
I didn't tell him because I thought that would be like really harsh, and it wasn't Coop. Obviously, it was
face
Coop
down somewhere.
Yeah, but it was Jarvis Landry didn't have a single catch. It was the longest sweat I had in fishbowl history. I'm like, this guy catches the pass, I'm screwed. But his golden ticket to the fishbowl finals was to not change his lineup because there was nothing I could do.
He has pictures of Mike and Jarvis Landry on his wall with their eyes scratched out.
And the Steve Buscemi
still working on a bottle of hooch.
Yeah, Billy Madison style, just lipstick on, crossed out.
Mike, you better make that phone call. Make that phone call to get crossed off the list.
Yes, just want to say sorry, buddy. I actually sent you a trophy smack ring. You're welcome. Congrats on the semifinals.
Nice, a trophy smack ring. That's a big ring. That's a heavy thing to carry around. I haven't won just
that's
like
no joke.
I don't have to wear it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's free with my promo code. Don't tell that dude though. Promo
subscribers
code
can
get
yeah. Speaking of those
first 10 subscribers get 15% off.
There's some in the auctions at the live drafts, and man, did that cup fill up with tickets real quick. I mean, it was like packed.
Clutch.
Everybody wanted that ring, and Rich's son wanted it. We were all like, collusion.
Well, let me ask you. So they sold raffle tickets. Is that how they did their the live auction?
Yeah. Well, when you register for the live, you get a certain amount depending on what level of registration you do. And then at the auction, there's like QRs at every table. So if you want extra tickets, they're $5 a pop. You just scan it with the QR, show whoever it is the receipt, and get 5 more. But there was like 2 VIPs to the expo. There was an automatic spot to SFB 15. Subscriptions to every great fantasy football resource out there, which was really, really neat, as well as, a lot of team memorabilia. Of course, for me, there wasn't any Bengals stuff, but there was plenty of Browns stuff. But I was not about to come home with a Bernie Kosar helmet.
Some really good Cincy stuff in Cincy, but also we can't do raffles in New York, so it's just going to be the silent auctions like it was last year.
Here's some of the things I'm contributing to the New York auction. So we got an autographed Curtis Martin photo.
Why is he wearing the jersey when he was worse? You
Well,
couldn't get one with a good jersey on.
He's a Hall of Famer, and most of his career was with the Jets. Here is Evan Ingram with the Giants. Joe Klecko, of course, all New York guys, and Tiki Barber, all autographed photos, very nice, all authenticated on the back. Russ got the Paul O'Neill signed jersey right there. I'll be bidding heavy on that, one of my favorite Yankees of all time. Garrett Wilson signed jersey.
Man,
and my
you guys
favorite,
got good stuff.
old school, retro Scott Fish SFB 9 shirts.
Nice.
Never worn, brand new from Roto Wear. 2 of them. We got this one over here too. This was now. If you guys don't know this, look closely. That's supposed to be Scott's face.
Yeah.
That is supposed to be Scott Fish in that picture.
How could you not know that that's Scott's face?
I thought it looked like
it's obviously Scott.
Looks like Sal Stefanali, if you ask me, but
So
A little too much Nugenics.
I love all the talk about the New York draft. It is, it's an exciting thing to have happening.
You can't just be nice. I haven't said a goddamn thing about Boston. You can't just be nice once.
I'm trying to promote an event for charity, Sal, and you're taking it personally. So the finale of the Fishbowl, or what we call the gala, where literally anyone who's anybody in the fantasy industry will be coming to watch me draft to find out how to make the finals themselves, is happening in Boston, not in New York, in the Mecca of sports. Boston is hosting the gala. So not only is it SFB live drafts, but it's also FSGA, is also personalities. We have door prizes, we have open bar and food. We are throwing the biggest party in the Fishbowl, the biggest. Like if you were thinking big parties, big, think bigger. You might fall on New York if you're thinking big party, but the biggest party.
I was going to say that sounded less like a promotion and more like a brag.
No,
Exactly,
it's a
exactly,
commercial.
Sam.
So
Exactly,
No,
Sam.
hold on. Look at what we got over
I'm
here.
just trying to
Yeah.
help everybody understand what's happening, so that way people.
I might be in
realize-
violation of my parole with all the stuff you just described, but otherwise, I might be able to swing
heard
it if
that
I can
the
get if I
Vegas
can get a
shows-
reference letter from somebody.
I got you. No problem. Hey, Chuck, somebody wants to
appreciate
know
it.
about the Derek Carr love. Otis,
That's
I
not
missed
the right
it.
comment. This is why Matthew Berry thinks our production is shit.
Well,
Derek
production's
Carr
not
love is an
fucking NBC.
oxymoron.
By the way, July 21st at the Westin Copley Hotel in Boston. You can go to fantasycares.org/campaigns and scroll down, and you can see all of the information you need about the SFB Gala.
And buy a ticket. Come hang out with us. It's going to be awesome.
Sounds like a damn good time.
See, that
Mike,
was
do I have
commercial.
to buy the $200 ticket to get close to you, Mike?
Oh no! So yours is like $500.
Okay.
If you want a seat next to me, so Joel has a seat next to me, obviously. Coop has one just for torture.
What's up, Joel?
But yeah,
Joel's
so
the
we have-
man.
Joel is the man. We have some amazing people coming. But yeah, Sal, if you want an autograph, that's fine. I'll get you fantasycares.org/daddy's autograph, and you donate enough there, I'll consider it.
That's all I got to say about Boston right there. Was, wow, I hope that wasn't at a fishbowl draft.
No, I think Bruce was
Oh,
hanging out in
man.
the basement of Fenway Park, and he's talking about the Yankees.
Oh, was he in Kevin's basement?
Oh my God!
No, people get murdered in the basement,
brutal.
not above the basement.
He can't hurt me with that. I mean,
Those
listen,
donation
the Red Sox-
dollars are getting reversed by the second. I love it.
Red
I'll make
Sox
up
had
for it,
a
guys.
cute
Don't
little
worry.
run. They
Let
had
me
a
get my
cute little
checkbook
run,
out.
the Red Sox.
Yeah, no, you're right. Our Red Sox aren't great. It's just the Celtics winning championships. That was only like a week ago, though, so we're still
Nobody-
hurting. We have a
nobody
drought
watches.
of about 3 weeks of a championship.
Nobody watches.
Guys are gonna make me put on my
we just
Miami
had
Heat
Shane
sweater in
Battier
July.
on the damn thing. We had Shane Battier on a thing, and you're going to go ahead and have blasphemy.
He doesn't play basketball anymore. He plays golf. He said it right here on the show. Did you guys catch that Shane Battier segment? That was pretty amazing.
I did. He was the man. I love Shane. Shane won me money in the 2012 finals. He went over 11 points 3 times.
You
Just
put that
absolute-
up there, but I was not going to put it up there. I saw it. I'm like, I'm not posting that.
You know I'm posting it. You
Yeah.
know I'm posting it.
Some late night
No,
gambling
not
talk.
that. Not that. No, Chuck. When Battier was on, Chuck wrote the thing about, hey, Shane won me money going over 11 points 3 times in the finals. And I was like, I'm not putting that up there.
Well, at least he won him money.
yeah.
It's not like the replacements was like, oh, lost a ton of money on you in the Sugar Bowl.
Oh, that would have been great
Yeah,
if
for-
you were backstage saying, "Put me live. I have a bone to pick with this dude." That would have been
Hey,
great.
Utah, make it 2.
Hey Shane,
I
you
had a-
owe me $45. I lost 3 bets on your over.
Yeah. No, I just want to tell him what a great fan I am. Hey, you caught me.
13 leg parlay, $5, paying $1,600,
I
and you
needed
blew
one
it.
more. I needed one more.
Oh god.
This is good stuff, guys. I didn't want to talk about football anyways.
But I don't know if we actually talk about football on this show. It's
We
been-
talked a little bit about their draft and the draft spots and all that stuff, the Scott
That-
Fishbowl stuff.
that's like
I'm
the
gonna
overnight
give you
guys.
I'm gonna give you all one opportunity to talk me out of Daniel Jones as my QB1.
I'm not. I
Nope.
will. I
Just gonna
refuse
let it
to even take
happen.
that opportunity.
Let's
Go
just
for
let
it.
it happen. Let it roll.
I don't want to leave. Don't kick me off at 4. I love it here.
I don't even, who's coming? Oh yeah, no, you have to leave. Sorry.
No, I know. You got some big dogs. The big dogs are coming in.
Yeah.
We're warming
We
the
have real
room up.
guests.
We need to be real honest. None of us looked at the schedule before. We're like, no, sorry, you got to go.
No, I know it's Matt Harmon. I haven't looked at anything. I know who's up next. My buddy Matt had a drink at a brewery. Had a couple of drinks at a brewery with Matt out in LA in 2023, right before he moved back over to this side of the country. I
Do you
caught him
pick
just
up the
in time.
names one at a time, or do you wait till the end of a segment before you pick them all up?
No, I don't have to pick them back up. I got more in the back. I just drop them off. You know what I'm saying?
I would say Matt has about as much influence over my lineups as anybody working in the game right now. Maybe him, coach speak, and NFL fashion advice. Those are probably the 3 that are working my rosters up pretty good.
You know, Sam, when you reached out to me, you told me you're going to get a podcast going, or you got some content going, but you're not doing much. Tell me what you're looking to do.
Well, I am in the design stages of exactly the right layout for my pod. I want to launch it before the season starts. I'm going to take it from an article series that I'm starting with IBT Media, who I just joined recently, and kind of grow it from that, so that the format is, kind of laid out on paper, or on a screen rather, and then put it out over the air. But I still do all my dynasty writing on over at Yards Per Fantasy. Both those places are great bunch of guys. It's small teams, so it really feels like family environment, which is really, really cool. And we're putting out good stuff. And actually, Yards Per is about to drop. I think. Well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. I'm probably not.
Well, don't get yourself in trouble. But they've been an excellent they've been a great sponsor of this show, Yards Per Fantasy, right? I've read them multiple times over the last 2 days. And so where does buy and sell you come from? I mean, what is your foundation of the name?
You know what? That's really funny. People ask me that all the time, and there really isn't one. I think at one point when I was a kid, I heard in a movie somebody really rich tell somebody else, I could buy and sell you all day long. You know what I mean?
Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Always be closing.
And always be closing.
Cookies are for closers. Sorry, I watched Boss Baby yesterday.
That's
a reference.
I think that's the Girl Scouts motto. Cookies are for closers. But yeah, I don't know. It just kind of popped into my head, and for some reason it was available on Twitter, and I was like, away we go. I didn't need buy and sell you 43296, and I didn't need to think of something else, and I just kind of rolled with it. I've tinkered with the idea of switching to something closer to my name or what I do, but when I first got my Twitter account, I just got it to watch people's videos. It wasn't even sports related. So
join the FF brigade.
Right.
Very clutch.
2012, I joined Twitter. The very first account I followed, Matthew Berry.
Not Donald Trump. Dang.
And definitely not Donald Trump. Does he have? I don't think he's on the old Twitter. Is he back on there? Did Elon let him back on? I don't know. But
no,
Chuck,
he's not back.
He's on it somewhere, just maybe not under the guise of what you think.
He's Trundle dump. Okay, so Chuck, tell everybody about what you do, where they can find it, and all that good stuff.
I am the host of This Guy Sucks with Chuck Bass, sort of a little bit of everything fantasy football podcast, depending on what we talk about depends on how good a sleep I got. But we like to roast players, we like to roast teams, roast people, have a good time, chop it up. Really looking forward to the live drafts this year at Scott Fishbowl. If you got anybody there, looking forward to seeing them, having a beer with them. And I just really appreciate you guys having me on. Like to joke and have a good time, but this is, one of my favorite causes, if not my favorite, and you guys do a tremendous job. So any and whichever way I can help, I'm here to do it and having fun. So cheers.
Yeah, everybody out there should be donating in the name of the Podathon, while we're talking right now. It's for the kids.
Do it for the kids.
Right,
all right, guys. Thank you so much. We'll see you where we see you. Have a great time at the Cincinnati Live Draft this week.
Take it easy.
Cheers.
Guys. Appreciate you guys.
Tip your waitresses.
Russ, do we have any housekeeping to do aside from this read that I have in front?
I mean, I could do our usual pitches if you want. I can tell everyone that you can go to fantasycares.org/glass to go and get yourself a beautiful drinking glass that you could drink such refreshing drinks as water, iced tea, iced coffee, maybe some beer, nice root beer float. And that is one glass, by the way, two sides of, wow, words, nice, I'm tired. Two sides of the same glass, two pictures, one glass. fantasycares.org/glass. Go get yourself 1, 2, or 4. Next, we have the Sticker Club of the Month, fantasycares.org/stickers. You can join for the rest of today to still get month 1's stickers. You can get 1 random sticker, 2 random stickers, or all 3 stickers. And for this first month, so for the rest of the day, you'll get the Blockbuster sticker for free if you sign up. And one more thing, we have the auctions going on right now, fantasycares.org/auction. You can see all of the awesome 99% sports related movie related sports jerseys that we have up for auction. And then there's Bo Jackson, because Sal wanted a Bo Jackson jersey and we wanted to make him work for it. But those run till the end of the Podathon, so there's still time to bid on plenty of those. Other than that, like Sam was telling you before, fantasycares.org/Podathon is where you can go right now to donate to Fantasy Cares in the name of the Podathon, to show love to the Podathon, to give Sal the validation he needs to go on for the next 4 hours.
And the cocktail
This
playbook
segment-
is up if you make a donation to fantasycares.org/Podathon. Any hour that hits $250, one person who made a donation of any monetary amount will win that lovely cocktail playbook, courtesy of our friend Zach.
You know, I don't really drink cocktails, but I'm going to buy that anyway because I think Zach is awesome and everything he's doing here is great. This segment is presented by Dynasty Underdog, a Dynasty football podcast delivering key information about the basics of Dynasty football. New to Dynasty? Well, Dynasty Underdog has you covered and will help you compete with the Sharks. Join at Uriah Dawkins, at Willie Beeman FF, who joined us earlier today, and at Jake Abrams, as they keep it real and fun to help listeners avoid common mistakes when playing Dynasty football. There are Sharks in the pool. Listen to Dynasty Underdog on all major platforms to navigate the Dynasty waters together. Dynasty Underdog, bite down. All right, and coming up as a guest who I think could really use those Scott Fishbowl pint glasses, and that is the one, the only Matt Harmon. Matt, $65. I got all 4 pint glasses coming my way. I expect you to do the same.
Sal, I'm not kidding, buddy. As I got in here, I'm waiting to get on. I literally hit the QR code when Russ was reading out the ad there, and I got 2 of them. So already done. You know me too well, clearly.
No, it's on brand for you. There's many things that we could attribute to the Matt Harmon brand, and drinking a nice cold good beer is one of them. So welcome back. I mean, you're consistently been on here with us year after year, and it's folks like yourself who have good notoriety in the industry coming back that help us book more and more guests every year, pal. How's your year been?
Year's been great, and I appreciate you guys having me on. As always love to be here, show love to Scott Fishbowl, to the Podathon, to everybody out there, man. I just wish I had gotten the notification that I could go Suns out, guns out here. I mean, my God, I wish I had known. I put a real shirt on for this. What a huge mistake.
What were you thinking, Matt? I mean, we're at the Podathon. You can do whatever you want. Sal was wearing Balboa shorts at one point.
I mean,
we are completely off the rails.
2 years ago, Lawrence Jackson came on without a shirt. I think everything was off the rails since then.
I mean, I'll at least do the 3 buttons down.
Drop the button. Give them something.
The buttons, at least.
It's for charity, buddy. Show something.
Charity. Whatever we can do here.
Wow. And the female donation level has just gone up.
48
I'm happily married, ladies. It's for charity. Happily married.
All right. So we have fantasycares.org/date Matt. The top bidder gets a chance to go Sizzler with Matt for one night only.
They're going Sizzler?
What a dream. What a dream.
Matt, we have we have a nip slip reference in the chat. Matt, be careful with your angles. You can't say anything on the Podathon without an automatic auction being opened up. Yesterday, I made a reference to wrestling, and it appears though the top bidder will now get the body slam me or superflex me in a wrestling ring. So that's fun.
I mean, I'm ashamed that I missed that. I'm disappointed that I didn't get to bid on that one. Not that
it's still open.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah,
I believe it is.
Hernia belt.
And
I mean,
it will be
not to
live
say
streamed.
that you're very svelte these days, Sal, but you're still a pretty large guy. Hopefully, you do the nice thing and you jump a little bit to help someone throw you over.
Yeah, no. If we pick the guy who's going to do it, he'll be able to handle me, no problem. I'm 205 now. That's not a lot for this guy to handle. So, but Matt, you are happily married. I follow Matt on the socials. I see you and your wife out enjoying life all the time. You're back over here on this side of the country now. So, tell me how life has been. How's everything going?
Life is great. Yeah. It's just so tough being a young, happy, married couple with no children. You just take like a trip every weekend. The biggest concern is just what to do with the dogs, which, that's the best, most stressful thing in life. No, things are great. Loving being back here on the East Coast. I definitely, we took a trip to LA probably, it was around the draft because I was on the Yahoo live draft show. And part of me was like, why did we ever leave here again? And then being back here, it's like, well, the house is nicer, can afford things. There is that. So, but look, life is good. Work is good. No complaints, man, on my end. I'm just happy. Things are good.
So does that mean, do we hear like a snowbird situation about to start happening? Coast to coast it?
I mean, we'll see. Maybe Yahoo needs to up my pay to do that, but we'll see how many more
Look, you gotta sell
subscriptions
it to
can
them,
Perception sell.
Look, I'll be ready to go live later if you on those days when I'm over on the West Coast. It benefits you also.
I mean, tell me about it. There is definitely a part of me that forgot how bad watching football is on the East Coast. I mean, what a disaster. You gotta be up till frickin' 1 a.m, writing articles and podcasts and stuff like that. It's just, again, not real problems, right? It's better than having a real job. I mean, I could be working on a railroad somewhere or doing something like God knows what, but
that's where your mind goes for a real job.
Real, like you went old school, like banging in nails of like.
I think. Well, listen, if my world is being basically stuck in this kind of rectangle here, doing podcasts and writing and charting, I figured what's the most extreme I could get away from that, and I think working on a railroad kind of sounded like the most.
That's fair.
Yeah. Nailed it. Totally nailed it.
Pun
So, bada boom. So we're here talking about charity and Scott Fishbowl and all that good stuff. And you've been in the Scott Fishbowl for quite a few years. Do you remember how many years or what your first one was?
I think my first one, because I think Sal Stefanali was the one who first hit me up about getting a spot in. And I think that was like, I want to say maybe 2015 or 2016. I think so it's been a long time. I couldn't tell you like which Scott Fishbowl that was or the theme or anything, but it's been a long time, and I feel like it's a good mix of probably 50% of the teams I've had I hated, within a month of drafting them, and then 50% of them I hated within 1 minute after drafting them. So it's, but that's fantasy football, right? And that's the beautiful part of it. So, and there's been some good teams, there's been some bad teams. This year I'm in the Obi-Wan Kenobi division, and I mean, that makes me feel like a lot of pressure, okay? Because I'm a big Obi-Wan guy. I mean, what a great character, so I feel a lot of pressure to make this one of the good teams.
You like older Obi-Wan or younger Obi-Wan?
I mean, that's just kind of like what's your flavor, nothing like beer, right? There's very few bad beers, but what am I in the mood for? I would say animated Star Wars, like Clone Wars Obi-Wan was probably the hottest of the Obi-Wans. That guy just had a lot of swag, right? He's clearly got the whole Duchess Satine thing going on, that storyline. I mean, that Obi-Wan's probably like top tier, but none of them are bad.
Badass Obi-Wan was the answer. Okay.
So we got you at 102. What are we thinking there? I mean, a lot of people have been telling us quarterback. We going to get weird here, or are you sticking with the quarterback theme at the 2 spot, you think?
Again, no matter how many years I've been in this, it's been a lot of years. If I ever get weird and I try to avoid quarterback early, those are the teams I hate within 1 second of drafting them. So I'm not going weird. I'm gonna go chalk here, and I'm definitely whatever quarterback goes number 1. I'm taking the next best one after that. I assume it's gonna be like a Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts situation, and I'll gladly take whichever one doesn't go 1.
Yeah, that's been my take. I'm not picking till the 12, but for the people that are picking early, like 3 and 4, I'm like, yeah, the quarterback's going to go first. I think that's what I would do. Russ has the 101, so Russ has been asking people all day for their answer to that, but I think you go QB.
I have no idea. Legitimately no idea. I don't know why I keep picking the 101 because I never know what I want to do.
Well, let me tell you, I for years, I think maybe it was 2 or 3 years ago, Sal, you might, I'm sure, you were on this for like 24 hours, whatever. You definitely don't remember this, but I specifically remember a few years ago complaining on the Podathon, being like, I think I always get the 9th pick. Like, why the hell do I always get the 9th pick? And John Bosch is like, you idiot. You can pick your draft spot, idiot. And
that's exactly how John would speak.
That's how John would say it.
Right.
Yeah.
Notoriously harsh man, John Bosch. Yeah. Very, very, very hard ass type of guy. No, but he's right. I am the idiot that used to always forget to pick my draft spot. And I feel like I never got like a top 2 pick. So this year I was like, as soon as I could pick a spot with a bullet, I'm not going first because of exactly what you said, Russ. I don't want that pressure kicking off an SFB draft, but second, I'll happily do.
So Obi-Wan is not a live draft, right? You're drafting online and slow. So will you be attending any of the events, or will you be coming to the expo this time?
100% coming to the expo. Ticket, hotel room, already booked. Loved being there last year. That was my first one. So after that, I was like, well, I will definitely be making it here every week, or excuse me, every year. I'm making it there. So yeah, it was a great time. I'll definitely be there for that.
God, if it was every week, we'd all be so broke. We'd all need Yahoo to extend our salaries. I'll be attending.
Pay for a couple gym memberships, the whole thing.
Yeah, or just get us a house. Oh, the Yahoo house. Whoa, Matt, give him a call. We can do a reality show, the Yahoo Fantasy House.
I'm putting that on my list of things to talk about in my next one-on-one meeting with my boss. Cool.
This is amazing.
Perfect.
You really want to get Matt Harmon fired? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, he's the golden child. Look at him. He's not getting fired.
Burn a few bridges. Yeah.
Just go in there. You give
a great pitch. Great pitch. Whatever. Just fire a few people. Whatever. Me. I don't know. And just get a house. It'll.
When you walk in with a question like that, you got to snap your fingers and go. Just spitballing here. Just throwing some ideas. That way, don't take it completely seriously. But if one of them is really good, you're like, oh no, I knew you'd love that one.
I want to hear the business justification for the house 51 weeks out of the year. Like, I can hear you for Expo, but the other 51 weeks, what would the Yahoo house do? I mean, that's going to be a big part of your pitch before you one-on-one, I think.
You can easily sell that for during the season.
Yeah. Who wants to fight Matt in the backyard for his bad take the day before? That's always a good Monday morning show, right?
This idea is going downhill, Sal.
That's like the equivalent of jumping right to working on the railroad, Sal.
Right. I think I'll take the railroad.
Too far.
Nothing physical, just this, a New Jersey housewife style, confrontation on the back.
Splashing drinks on each other.
I think, I think I'd rather be physically assaulted than verbally assaulted like all season long.
I'm very resilient. I was raised by an abusive mother, so I'm good. I can handle something like this. Just bring me right in.
I can't. I'm soft. I'm not resilient.
I wasn't built for this.
I was not built for that much criticism.
We'll get Andy Behrens in here right now.
Yeah, right. See, now Behrens, he could take it. I mean, the fact that Andy has, and this is well known, if you listen to the Yahoo Fantasy Football Show, he has multiple palatial estates. That private jet. That's how he got to the expo last year. He's not going to be there this year, but I'm sure I think he's at the Olympics this year. I mean, come on, talk about elitist. He's definitely taken his private jet to. This is all very serious, to the Olympics. So I mean, if Yahoo can pay for a private jet and multiple palatial estates for Andy Behrens, I think Behrens, maybe out of the goodness of his heart, could sacrifice one of those estates, and that could become the Yahoo house in Canton.
There you go. Now you're saving Yahoo money by not having to pay for the house. You already have one.
I also have a new idea. If the backyard is big enough, we could just set up Olympic events for the people in the house to participate in, which would be a lot of fun to watch because most of them are probably not athletic.
And then we could get some synergy going on. And in that backyard, there could be some banter.
Oh boy! Wow, synergy. What a! So he brought backyard banter. He brought just.
That's how we revive the show. It's a more smaller stakes conversation.
Yeah.
Live backyard banter. You can only see it in person. No phones allowed.
Nope. Oh, this is very exclusive. No phones allowed. Yeah, we have a lot of gatekeepers, bodyguards. This is very much like a school situation. The teacher comes around with the bucket. Put your phones in here. That is. There is not a lot of filming allowed in the Yahoo house because God knows what's going on in there. I mean, if Scott Pianowski and Dalton Del Don show up, I mean, what happens there stays there. Let's just put it that way.
I love where we're going with this.
You're just inventing Fight Club. I don't know why we're inventing Fight Club and pretending like this is a brand new idea. No one's allowed to talk about it.
There are no new ideas, Mike. There are no new ideas.
It's essentially the Ultimate Fighter, but without people who can fight.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, Matt, that was fun. I mean, that's a couple ideas. You know, you can get back to me on those.
Okay.
How's everything else going with Reception Perception? I mean, what year are you in, actually? What year did you actually create Reception Perception?
2014 is the first year that I started charting league-wide data. I started coming up with the concept of it in 2013. So this thing is like a decade old at this point, which is pretty crazy. You know, you can see if you go through like the historical database on the site, some of the most random names I've charted over the last 10 years. There's definitely been a lot of them. Especially you go all the way to the bottom. There you'll find Justin Hunter, still from that 2014 season, holding the record at the bottom, baby. Although we've got some names that are pretty close there from at least one from this past season. But yeah, no, things are great. I've got a drop coming up this Monday. Actually, it's year 2 to 4 wide receivers part 2. So a couple of the guys that I didn't get to in the initial drop, we've got definitely coming out tomorrow. Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Michael Wilson, Demario Douglas, and Rashee Rice. So those 5 guys will be on the site tomorrow. Then I'm going to try to drop a few more before I just take some time off for 4th of July weekend. You know, Rashad Bateman may be on the list. Rashid Shaheed is definitely on the list. He's been like the most. I definitely had one guy. I'm not going to say give me the business, but like a little bit give me the business that. We've not gotten a report on Rashid Shaheed. He's been He's been in the league 2 years. You say nice things about him all the time. Like, where is the Rashid Shaheed profile? I was like, you know what? He's got to clearly be up there. So before July 4th, he will definitely be one of the players on the site. So things are good. It's keeping me busy as always. Every single year, I feel like there is more and more just quality at the position, which leads to a feeling of, oh my God, I got to get a profile up on this guy and this guy. And so it's keeping me busy, that's for sure, which I love because it's great work.
Is there any possibility of a Rashid Shaheed Scott Fishbowl edition, as the return yards have become so important this year in the Scott Fishbowl?
It's a great point. I'm not going to be charting the return yards. That's for sure. That might be even. I think that might be worse than like potentially charting tight ends. But I don't even want to really speak that into the air. But I guess I just did it anyways. But hey, look, that's a good point. I feel like we have not quite come to grips with how much the new kickoff rules are going to change, like player evaluation from NFL teams. I think certain guys like Xavier Legette's a great example of a player that, like, what if he just ends up being a great kick returner? I mean, he's definitely a developmental receiver, but in the time being, like, he could be a player that pops in a format like this just because, like, why not throw him out there on these new kick return rules? I think it's something that we have, again, not even begun to comprehend how much that's going to change player evaluation in the league.
More work. That's all I'm hearing. That fantasy football is going to be more work.
I mean, yeah, buddy. Listen, it's going to be more work, 100%. I don't know what to tell you. What did I just got done saying that there's every year like 5 receivers that I lay awake in bed at night staring at the ceiling like, how did I not get a Josh Palmer profile done? And now, like, Josh Palmer this year is a guy that's like, I got to get a Josh Palmer profile done because he's going to start for Justin Herbert passing team. Yeah, there's always more work. Always more work. It never stops, Russ. But it's better than working on the railroad. So
better than working on the railroad. That is going to be like a life affirmation for me. Whenever I'm feeling down, I'm like, I could be working on the railroad right now.
I'm already feeling better about life, to be honest, being on this stupid podcast for 30 hours now. At least it's not the railroad. That's what I'm telling myself to get me through the last 4 hours. So, Matt, it's not really a question, just a statement. If you raise the ADP on Demario Douglas, I will be the first person in the backyard of the Yahoo house to give you a piece of my mind. I need you to delay that release until I'm done drafting on July 21st. I don't know what I have to donate to. Maybe I could pay the first mortgage payment on the Yahoo house, but I do not raise Pop Douglas's ADP, please and thank you. Just talk about Polk and Baker. That's all anyone wants to talk about. Talk about them. That I think is a good way. I don't want to tell you how to do your job.
Okay.
But
Well, I mean, you kind of are, but that's
I 100% am.
He said he didn't want to do it. He's going to do it.
But I feel like I have to.
All right, I'll make this deal with you right now.
Okay.
The profile is going to come out on Monday. Nothing I can do about that. You can't stop a moving train.
Unless you work on the railroad.
Unless you work on the railroad. Can't stop a moving train. But I will not tweet the chart. How about that?
That seems fair. Now,
it's compromise.
I think that seems fair. But of course, someone's going to steal your stuff and tweet it anyway, because that seems like the MO of Twitter. So it's going to get out there, buddy.
Matt, please send it to me. I'll put it out from the Podathon account on Twitter.
No, that's fine. No one follows that account. So that's cool. We can put it on that account.
Incredible.
That account has more followers than Steve and Kevin combined.
I will say that every one of your releases changes ADP, I think, more than anything else that I see out there. You release a chart and all of a sudden my drafts change in multiple different ways. It's hilarious to see. I don't have to, obviously I follow you. I've been following you forever. But if I'm not looking at X and I know you have a release coming out, I can almost tell you from the echo chamber what you released. I'm like, wow, it hits quick. So I'm already screwed on Pop. Thank you for that. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. That's all.
Yeah, you're welcome on that. No, it's I don't mean to have this sort of effect on people. I'm just telling you what happened on film, and you guys get to react as you want.
This segment has brought a specific person to mind for me, and that's the @FF realist Mike Hoff. Everybody know Mike from the FF Face Off?
He was on earlier.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want to know where Mike works? Do you want to know who employs him for a living? The Long Island Railroad is where Mike works. He's never going to come back on the show again.
The only one not enjoying the show.
I feel now I officially feel bad. I hope I haven't angered Railroad Twitter, but I mean clearly I'm saying you guys are hardworking men and women. All right, I'm saying good things about the railroads.
They're putting in the effort. They're putting in the labor, and we appreciate that. That's what he's saying.
Yes.
Well, by the way, drinking from the largest jug of water I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Stay hydrated.
Jeez.
Man.
That's a full gallon.
2 maybe.
It is a full gallon, and I think I've always been focused on hydration, everything like that. I used to just be one of those. I won't say what's really on my mind, but those people, who drink out of the big, just regular milk jug looking thing. But I've since graduated, and then everybody was kind of doing the ones that had the counting on it, down there. It's keep going. You're doing great at this. I hated that. I don't want to be encouraged by a water bottle. Plus then I'd be it'd be 11 in the morning and I'm already at 5 PM. Keep going. What the hell are we talking about? I needed it to be, I need my gallon jug, but I also needed it to be cold. But there is no dignified way to drink out of this thing. Because this is the manliest way to do it is this one. Because if you do this way, that, my mother-in-law saw me do that and she's like, wow, you look like a giant baby drinking out of a bottle. So that was what necessitated this. So at least you get some lift into it. I don't know. So yeah, hydration, important. Moral of the story.
2 things I got to say. 2 things. Number one, Zach, is there somebody out there that's anti-hydration?
I was about to say, what a safe stance.
Don't hydrate.
There are definitely anti-hydration people. I'm telling you.
There probably
I've seen people tweet about this. Why back a few years ago or 10 years ago, people weren't drinking all this water. Yeah. I mean, look at the state of health. Give me a break. What are we talking about? Water.
The other thing is Mike, our very own Mike, is a former weightlifter. I'm sorry, and you definitely drank out of a regular milk carton bottle.
Never.
100%.
Never. And I have talked. Matt made me so happy because I've talked so much trash about those people. I would carry 3 water bottles before I brought a jug with a handle to the gym, because that would make me the biggest hypocrite in the world. Can't laugh at those people harder than I do when it happens. And I've never seen any of them get past halfway. I don't think it's ever happened that they've gotten past halfway.
Now see, I used to be one of those people, but and that's how I can say that it's ridiculous, because it's also you're not cleaning that thing effectively. No way. Also, you taking like one ice cube at a time because I'm a big baby, not working on the railroad. I'm a soft guy. Okay, I need my water to be cold. What are you taking, like one ice cube and putting it in per? No, that's ridiculous.
It won't work, and it's a single-use jug for a reason.
Yep.
There's bacteria sitting in that thing.
Yeah,
You're not helping yourself. Yeah, you get one use, and especially if you brought milk in there, you already have the microbials in the plastic. You put water in that afterwards, you're just making a gross milkshake from 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So get
Look at
yourself
this
this thing.
Get yourself one of those. If it's double lined, if that's one of the ones you can leave in your car and it doesn't actually notice and still cold afterwards, you know you got a good one. Leave it in your hot car for a day. You come back after working a long day at the railroad, say like 6 p.m. If it's still cold, you got yourself a good one.
Yeah, you can put a goldfish in there. You know, I mean, it doubles as an aquarium.
Multiple options.
Bring your pets to work. I love it. I just want to point out that my son's in the chat, and he went to work today, and he's saying "finish strong, guys." Like, who raised this kid? He's so nice. Credit to his mother for making him a decent human being.
The better Salito, as we've been calling him throughout the show.
Matt actually in LA met my oldest daughter, and we had beers together at a brewery. So he's met one of my children already. So they're significantly better human beings than me. So that's awesome.
That was the vibe I got as well. But meeting you for the first time was solid. It was solid.
It was a good time. Yeah. Russ, you've met me multiple times. We've been to shows together. We've seen the Ballers live in New York City together twice. We played video games at the barcade.
Sal is a perfect gentleman on a date. He absolutely is. He treated me good. He bought me drinks. It was great.
Oh, you guys never show up when I'm at barcade.
No one likes you. So
it's just hurtful. I mean, I know why you didn't show up. I didn't text you. Russ, I texted you. So can't we hang out?
I was with Sal. It would have been awkward. I didn't know how to handle it.
Now I feel uncomfortable.
Well,
Matt and the railroad guys are now uncomfortable for the remainder of the show.
Yeah. Now I'm uncomfortable. I'm in like a weird, there's a weird vibe, some tension. Let's all just do one big breath together and
Oh, this is weird. I just got a notification that my commuter rail pass has been canceled, and the notification says "Go F yourself and your friend Matt." Thanks, buddy. I don't know how I'm getting to work tomorrow now.
You got to do some volunteer hours at the railroad.
Gonna have to lay down some tracks.
Let me know how it goes. I'll be in here with the air conditioning and the graphs and the charts. I'll be here.
I'm gonna go grab a milk jug and head to work. I guess you guys can wrap up the show.
Oh, good news! Somebody finally outbid me on the Bo Jackson jersey. I've had the lead bid on that for almost 20 hours. Somebody just outbid me on that. I am, because I know the number I'll go up to for it. And I bet they're not at it. So, Matt, I'm looking forward to seeing you again. I'm going to my first expo this summer, so I'll see you there.
Oh, hell yeah.
in August. And if you didn't hear, I'll be turning 50. Drink. Every time I say I'm turning 50 in August, we're supposed to drink, Matt.
Best drinking game ever. We're on like 800 sips. Everyone's hydrated at this place.
Oh, yeah.
When's your birthday, Sal?
August 6th, just 2 days before I'll be flying into Canton.
Hey, who has the same birthday as you, Sal?
Oh, well, Mike Greenberg of ESPN, David Robinson of The Admiral, and Lucille Ball. The wonderful.
Nobody likes watching reruns, buddy. Nobody.
This Podathon is a rerun every year. I just wear a different shirt. It's the same thing. Matt, let everybody know they know where they can find you. But go through the formalities of telling them all the Matt Harmon business on your way out.
Oh, yeah. You can find me on social media at MattHarmon_BYB. And yeah, all my work at Yahoo Fantasy Football Show, and receptionperception.com. I mean, clearly I got to pay for this house or whatever's going on now. So we got to sell some subscriptions. Sicko tier, people. Receptionperception.com. Help me pay for this house. Otherwise, Andy Behrens is going to be out at one of his many palatial estates, and then that will make my life harder. So please support. Yeah, the Scott Fish Bowl, that cause, definitely great. Number one. Number two, don't make my work environment toxic. Otherwise, I'll be on the railroad with Mike.
Great segment, Matt. Be well. See you soon.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
See you later.
We haven't talked about football since like 7 a.m.
All right, I'm fading so hard, so I'm gonna drop off for a bit. I'll be back in a little.
So you want to Yeah.
crash into a couch for a bit.
Go rest. Sal, you have a read or something? I just got to turn down the AC. I'm sweating my ass.
I do have a
Cool.
read.
Do that.
And, I'm just going to open it up here. Wow. Here's the read. Calling all dynastyers. That's what it actually says here. Calling all dynastyers. If you've ever thought to yourself, damn, I love Dynasty Trade Calculator, but I wish they could analyze my full team before recommending a trade. Then your fantasy prayers have been answered, including, I can't speak English, Mike. I got to tell you, introducing Chat DTC, the world's first gen AI dynasty trade tool that understands your roster construction, league ranking, and scoring settings to formulate the best advice possible. Context matters in trading. So let AI go beyond the values on Chat DTC, now available at dynastytradecalculator.com. Now, I have a recurring subscription to Dynasty Trade Calculator. Do I get that? Chat DC automatically included? I want those answers.
Oh, I have that too.
You know, Mike, it's been a
free?
while since we've done any of these, and I think we should play this. Guest in and them not knowing they're already in the studio by the time that thing ends. What is up, Dan? Welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys? How we holding up after going through this so far? You guys hanging in there for these last few hours?
Nah, man, we're off the rails. You're gonna have to carry this part. Well, I hope you have a show sheet or something. Like we have no idea what the hell we're doing anymore.
Basically, Dan, we're gonna probably both just leave, and we're gonna see what you can do.
Yeah.
You guys gonna head over to the railroad now? Just go get your shift over there.
Yeah, go knock some nails in, get some new track laid out. Make sure we can get home from work tomorrow.
Hey, Sunday's double time, fellas.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I'm not even going to bother asking you what division you're in, what pick you're picking, and what happened last year. I don't think we have to cover any of that, to be completely honest with you. I finished second in my division, Sal, and to say I finished second is like it doesn't really bring to light what happened in our division. So Dan, I think we were neck and neck for about 4 or 5 weeks, first and second. And then the second half of the season happened, and I got dusted like you read about. I think at one point were you first overall for a couple weeks, I believe.
Yeah, I think going into weeks of 11, 12, 13 or something like that, I was kind of first, and I was jockeying with it. I think Jordan Richards was out there too for a little while. But yeah, it just kind of a nice run there that second half of the year, Mike.
It was wild. Now, where did you ultimately finish? You were a finalist, correct?
Yeah, I think I ended up coming in 26th place, or right around there. So look, I think I ran into some QB stuff at the end. I think, Russell Wilson ended up losing his job towards the end, and then obviously Sam Howell, right? So I caught lightning in a bottle with those two kind of early on, which allowed me to kind of go elsewhere, and all those skill guys, ended up hitting. But then I was using patchwork at those last few weeks. So, but fun nonetheless.
Oh, absolutely wild. I don't think I'd seen somebody wire to wire the way you did. I'm trying to remember the team. I think it was McCaffrey, Tyreek. You had, like you said, the skill positions were stacked because we all went heavy quarterback in our division.
Yeah.
And you just said, screw it.
I tried to zag, right? There was, I think I was down at the 108. It was the 108 or the 109. And then, McCaffrey was staring me in the face. Ty was able to get Tyreek on the way back. And once I kind of went there, I was like, all right, I ended up with Ayuk. I remember that was a big conversation. I took Ayuk over Debo. And yeah, I mean, look, I'm trying to think about how that plays into this year and what that looks like, because, we've got another stacked division for us here in Will Hunting. And I can't wait for that live draft in Boston this year.
Yeah, so I think any of us have had any success in the league, which is only 2 of us here, it can tell you the fall comes quick, buddy. If you do the same thing, and I remember when I made the finals, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna run the playbook.
Yeah.
And holy hell, Dan, did I hit the wall hard. Like it wasn't
Yeah.
like a slow decline from finals to semifinals. It was like from finals to not even on the leaderboard. Like you had to
Oh.
scroll 55
Yeah.
pages. So are we thinking just Zag again, or do you think that you found the secret sauce for the fishbowl?
To be honest, I'm fully prepared, Mike, to have that fall from grace kind of happen, right? There's no way I'm expecting to catch lightning in a bottle twice, especially because, like, look, that's a sharp room that we're going to be in. There's going to be a lot going on. So I think with the strategy or with the kind of scoring format this year, I'd obviously like to land a quarterback. I'm at the 108, I think. I wanted to kind of stay in that range again. Because it does allow me to potentially zag a little bit with how it goes. I have to imagine it's going to be quarterback heavy, so you might see me zag again. I have a hard time believing, though, like I'm going to be able to get somebody like Christian McCaffrey at like 8 this year. So we'll see, man. But I won't be afraid.
I can guarantee you're not going to. I'll help you at least get through that part of the segment.
Yeah.
McCaffrey's going 101, buddy. So that's not happening this year.
Yeah. But no, man, I'm looking forward to it, and that live draft in Boston, especially with everything kind of going on that weekend, should be super fun.
So we got to answer this question to this gentleman, Peter. The positions are not decided at the draft. The way the Scott Fishbowl works is when you click on, you accept your invite, you go in, you pick your division and your draft slot. So there are draft slot chats across Twitter and Discord and league chats and everything. So you can fully prepare for the Scott Fishbowl. It's unlike any other league you're ever going to play in, and this is one of those reasons. So I'm at the 12. Peter, where did you say what pick you have this year? I'm sorry.
That's not Peter. That's Dan.
Where Peter's name? Dan, I'm out.
No, you're good, man. You're good. I'm at the 108 this year. Mike, what did you get?
101. That's how I know where McCaffrey's going.
Oh, okay. That's okay. Fair enough.
So to answer Peter's question, it was actually true. 2 years ago, Peter, we did a Dan, were you at the first live?
Last year was my first one.
Okay, cool. So 2 years ago, what we did was we split up cards into 12s and had people pick a card, and that's how you got your draft spot. What happened was everybody was upset. As Sal said, there are draft pick chats, and people weren't able to get into the chat because we didn't know what it was. And very similar to this year, we drafted towards the end, so people felt like they missed out of the chat. So that's why we made the adjustment last year, and we're keeping it this year, Peter. So that's a big change from what we had before, because the live drafts did used to be random, like you said. How do we prepare for it? I don't know. I placed like crap that year. So we really didn't. And we all just got drunk at Bill's bar. But this time we're classy, man. We have a whole gala coming up this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be the undressiest gala I've ever seen.
I might wear sleeves. I haven't decided yet. Still talking about it in the chat.
Mike, I actually looked up sleeveless tuxedo T-shirts.
Oh, that would be sick.
So, if you want to wear matching ones, you could get the orange and I'll get the light blue, like Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, perfect.
All right, buddy. So what's going on at the Undroppables? I know you've been doing a lot over there now. How are things going, and what have you been putting out?
Yeah, things are going good. Been a little quiet, probably over the course of the last month or so. Went through, a move at positions like via jobs and companies. So just kind of getting that and then, kind of just figuring out how I want to focus and finish up the summer. But got 2 pods going on over there right now. The Unraveled Fantasy Football Show with me and Travis Seal. So that's pretty much, kind of all things fantasy related. We talked about, we've got a bunch of draft episodes over there, the impacts of like where some of the rookies have fallen. We'll probably end up doing some best ball stuff here in a couple weeks. And then the other one that, we'll be picking back up soon here once kind of training camp gets going a little bit is Dan Bradley and myself do a Pats pod. So, kind of just discuss all things Patriots over there, which has been fun. And I actually did catch you earlier talking to Harmon or saying to Harmon that you didn't want him to jazz up Demario's ADP a little bit there, but just know that he'll be on the radar in the Goodwill Hunting draft there, Mike. I'll just let you know that.
Oh, SFB, I know that's the worst part about picking in the Boston draft.
It's brutal.
Sorry, Derek, to answer your question, I believe that was Vegas that he was talking about where he was yesterday. I think they had, Sal, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they had the races on the Circa TV.
I didn't get to see him. I was on this damn thing, so I'm going to catch up to everything tonight.
That setup was sick, by the way, yesterday. I saw some pictures. Like, oh my God.
Unreal, absolutely unreal. Yeah, we're not going to be that cool. We're going to be at a Copley. So if you have never stayed at a Copley, it's just the Copley. It's just a fancy Marriott. I don't even know what actual brand it is, but it's a Marriott property.
Hey, Mike, speaking of the position chats, I'm in a 12 pick chat, and somebody just posted that Rashid Shaheed went at the 703 in their draft yesterday. So, man, not as juiced up as we thought so far. He'll be going higher, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be polarizing. Dan, what are you thinking? I mean, for return yardage, do you care? Are you adding value to it? Are you factoring it in?
I'm definitely factoring it in, but I want to make sure that I'm not like over factoring it, right? Because I think what I have heard is like I think about like guys like Dortch, Shaheed, like are they just going to get jazzed up too much because we're talking about these return yards? And I get it, there's value there, but I think if I'm picking between a guy who's like I know I've got a role for him, or he's got a weekly role as like a solid wide receiver too, which look, Shaheed may even be that in that offense this year. I'm probably going with a guy that I don't have to rely on return yards just as much, kind of around that. If it's around that 7-8 round kind of turn, something like that. But I'm definitely factoring into account. I think, Mike, it probably becomes a tiebreaker as I move farther into the draft, right? Like if we're talking about some wide receivers that maybe don't have that solid kind of role or anything, if he's got return yardage upside versus somebody who doesn't, then yeah, I might be leaning kind of that return guy there.
That's fair. And Sal, to your point, I mean, it's definitely not as juiced as we thought, but 703 is still rich for Rashid Shaheed.
You would never see him in any other league going, something in the mid double digit rounds. Like it's crazy.
It's wild, and I'm wondering if the earlier drafts are going to be higher on him because it's new and we don't have enough content out yet. It's going to be interesting to see how the tides swing between this draft. We have the slow draft starting next weekend. And then obviously we have the luxury in Boston. And Sal, I don't know if New York is towards the end as well, but we're at the very end. So we'll have all the ADP data at hand.
New York is the week before you guys, July 13th.
Okay, so slower towards the end at least.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, Mike, right? Because we're going to have almost a full month. I think, are we the last league to go?
The last, yeah. We are the grand finale.
So that'll be interesting because not only will you have, a ton more content out about people kind of talking about strategies and everything, but that ADP is really going to start factoring into people's rankings, that considering we've got every draft kind of in there.
So it's funny because I thought that, but then I look at our draft room. It's Coop, Jeff Greenwood, Paul Charchin, John Lepresto, Dave Wright, Zach Reed, George Caspis, Jamie Calandro, Bob Gilchrist, and Mark Rodwan. These are guys we've drafted with for years now. I don't know that any of them are going to be influenced by ADP at all, which makes it interesting. So we're going to have it. But I look at some of the other Boston drafts, and I'm seeing some new faces. I'm seeing some different faces. So I'm actually going to be really interested to look at all of the Boston draft boards and see how different they are. We have the luxury of knowing the people in our league, man. I think that's a bonus. We talk about the division of death, but damn, I know these guys, so I know their tendencies. So I feel like at least we have that little edge to it.
Sure. No, I think one of the cool things last year was looking and as we were at Bills, looking around and seeing the different strategies kind of play out and the different draft rooms play out, right? And just it's one of the most fun things about the live event is just seeing the chaos, kind of. You look over at another board, it's like, holy shit, what's going on there? But yeah, how many divisions are going to be drafting for Boston? Do you have that number?
I think 6. Let me check.
That's awesome.
I don't know if Gilchrist's still in the back. He'd know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I got 6 so far.
Nice.
So far, wow, to be determined.
Yeah, we did this last time, Sal. We said we're going to stop it, and then all of a sudden we got 8 people because Russ and John Bosch got bored on races and threw more people at us. And then we just pulled some people out of the crowd last year and chucked them in the draft. I think
that must have been pretty cool. People must have been stoked for that.
It was awesome, man. It was a lot of fun to be able to tell people, hey, you're in, just go grab a seat. But this is going to be such a bigger party this year with FSGA going on, with the gala going on. I don't even know what to think. Like we started from the bottom. We were like back room of Bills, then we finally got the front room. Now we're taking over a damn hotel. Makes no sense to me. Absolutely.
Are you guys attending FSGA or you just?
I'm gonna probably pop by afterwards. I work around the corner. So I gotta
goes right through there.
I gotta get paid. So
The railroad goes right past them.
yeah, I'm gonna be knocking in some track that's gonna connect us to Providence.
Nice.
So yeah, around 6:00 when the whistle rings and boss man says I can go home, I'm gonna go hit the FSGA. I'm hoping someone that has a hotel and let me use their shower. But we'll see.
In New York, we just open up the fire hydrant. Don't worry about it.
Sal, have you? I'm sure you have at this point, but have you kind of talked about what you're thinking about doing at that 1-2 turn, or in the chat or anything like that? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, I haven't spoken in my chat too much, especially since with all the groups that Mike put together for the Podathon, everything. There's 70-something groups or whatever, so it gets kind of buried. So I just kind of peek in, I check on everybody, I say hello, I try to interact. I really don't do a lot of Scott Fishbowl prep until the final week. It's just too much. There's too much going on. I wait till I get as close as possible. I have said here, maybe it's tongue in cheek, maybe it's not. I'm at the 12, and it would be real interesting to see if all the tight ends fall to me at 12. Do I go double tight end and then wait to see what happens in the third round reversal and literally go 3 tight ends right off the top and stack that position in a way nobody else would be able to? So I don't know. I think that's the ultimate zigzag, right?
Yeah, that is the definition of the ultimate zag. Honestly, I'm kind of curious about it, but
maybe do it just for the hell of it.
Seriously,
I think you should do it. I mean, I wouldn't consider it, but I think you should. Let me know.
No, Mike, I got a pretty good idea. I'm not going to win, right? I got a feel it's not going to be me this year. So
might as well get
why
wacky.
not? Yeah, well, wacky.
Now I'll tell you, this year with the start one spot, people are either going to overrate or underrate quarterbacks. I could legit see myself just punting the position for 6-7 rounds. I could see different things like that happening because it's just going to be so different. Like last year, we had start 3 wide receivers, we had start 2 running backs. Now we're 1-1-1. It's going to be wild. And just to call up Lou, I think we've touched upon this a lot. What I find fun about the mocks is it's a good opportunity to meet people. It's a good opportunity to have fun, but they're just that. Until I see somebody, with the backbone to do it live, I think a lot of people are testing out what would it look like as opposed to this is my strategy. But yeah, I think every build has been done. It's just not widely done in the actual drafts like it is in the mock. When you're looking at I want to win the Scott Fish Bowl, it's real difficult to click on Sam Laporta when Anthony Richardson's there or whatever it might be, right? So I love the mocks, but usually it's someone saying what if, and if 12 people are saying what if, it gives you actual no real data on whether it would work or not, because every mock I've seen, I don't know if you've done any. I don't do them. I look at them. I have never, and I'm in my 5th or 6th year, I forget what it is. I've never seen quarterbacks devalued in the drafts the way they are in the mocks. I think when push comes to shove, people get real nervous about the QB position.
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to put it, Mike. I typically don't do too many mocks. I think I kind of digest them from, just looking at an overall what are people kind of trying sort of thing. But I think you're right. I think when you're on the board and the pick, like it's time to make a pick, when push comes to shove, it's that quarterback. And yeah, I think that's why if I do them, it's very much to your point, right? It's do I like the way this look? And yeah, I think what Lou said, right? Does this build look good? Is this something that, even if I got 75% of this build in the draft and I pivoted a little bit, what does that typically look like? But
yeah, it's an interesting one. Like I think some people look at it and I love it because some people go in and you can almost tell who based their strategy on mocks because the shell shocked face comes quick. Yeah. Right. I mean, you're going into it and you're like, oh, in my mock, I got Brock Purdy in the 5th round or whatever it might be. And then all of a sudden, 18 of the first 24 picks are
quarterbacks.
Yeah. You have the 101, you're coming up on 3rd round reversal, and you're like, damn. And it takes something to be able to say, I'm going to keep the railroad theme going, I guess. I'm going to keep the train rolling and say, screw it. My whole thing is one of two things is going to happen. And I'm, we're far enough away in the draft that I can tell you this. If I don't have a quarterback in the first 3 rounds, I'm not going to have one in the first 6 rounds. Like you have to pick a side. When you wade in and you half in, that's when your team starts looking like a absolute hodgepodge. But that to me is if you're going to do it, you have to, very similar to what you did last year, you have to push all your chips in. You can't half quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why, I think to your point, right, is when I realized that, hey, I'm going to go these 2 first. I don't think I picked Russell Wilson either till the 5th or the 6th round, right? So I didn't even address quarterback until that 5th or 6th pick. So I think, it's fully leaning in one way or the other, right? You ride that middle ground. I think you're going to come out with the team that I think Matt Harmon was talking about a little bit on his segment, was those are, like, in my experience, those are some of the teams that I necessarily don't feel great about right away. Right. Whereas, like, I came away last year from that draft saying, look, if quarterback falls the right way, I kind of love how this played out. And I think to your point, it's committing, right?
Absolutely. So, Peter, this is an excellent point. Mocks in general are great for new to the platform people. Absolutely should be testing it out. It's also a good way to find where players are in ADP if you're doing a slow draft. It's a good way to find where they are in the list more than anything else. While it might not be valuable to ADP overall, it's definitely a good way to, if you haven't run the platform before, to find out where guys are. We've all seen in Sleeper that you scroll down, you're like, what the hell is this guy doing here? Because he's coming off of injury or whatever. Definitely agree with that point. Robert, to your point, I actually don't believe they've reached ADP yet. I don't think that. I believe it was only, Sal, was it 3 or 4 drafts yesterday? 3, yeah. So if you go to scottfishbowl.com divisions live, I think they may be putting the draft boards up there. So while there isn't ADP, you may be able to find a link to the draft boards there if you want to take a look at them.
Well, 3 locations, Mike, but several drafts in. So it's probably a good 12.
12, yeah. That's what I was trying to figure out, is how many were in Cleveland, how many were in, so probably. So there's a good amount, but I haven't seen anybody put out ADP as of yet. We will have Josh ADHD's formerly on Spike Week, now on FantasyLife.com. That will be where you find your ADP, both for players, for teams. You'll see draft boards. You get that wonderful screenshot that we all love to post. Usually you see them posted after 4 rounds a lot more readily than when people get to 10 in a full team. I notice people start to tail off their posting. We all know why, and you're not fooling anybody.
Yeah. I think one of the coolest things was attending a live event is seeing the runs happen. I can't remember what position it was for, Mike. I think that we were up there for a wide receiver run last year where it was like that many picks in a row. And like seeing
18,
that happen, like, yeah. And seeing that happen and being a part of that is one of the cool things about attending a live event.
Yeah, it's tough not to get sucked in. When you start seeing people, you see the guy next to you who's already looking at the sticker chart. I'm like,
yeah.
Yeah. All right, Sal, I'm going to let you wrap this one up with it. My dog is literally like nipping at my heels because I have not fed her yet, and I'm an hour late. Dan, I'm going to catch you in a few weeks, buddy. Really looking forward to it. Please go easy on me.
Well, Mike, thanks for having me, man. It was good catching up, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in a few weeks.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Talk to you later.
So, Dan, with Mike leaving, I mean, what is it like to have to be forced to be nice to him?
So it's funny. I met these guys a little bit. So long story short, right? I created a Twitter account kind of last March, 3 months before the Scott Fish Bowl, and just kind of started interacting with some people. Mike was one of the ones that was, kind enough to talk to me here and there. And I saw the Scott Fish Bowl invite out there, ended up getting the invite. And one of the really cool things was meeting all these guys in Boston last year. So, and just kind of staying in touch and being able to do it again, right? I think that's one of the things that has been a lot of fun is, when the invites came out this year and I was lucky enough to get one again, hitting those guys up. Mike, what division are you joining? Coop, what division are you joining? But it's been really cool to kind of connect with those and look forward to that live draft again this year.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I am coming to that event. I am going to come to Boston. So here's what my schedule is kind of sort of looking like that week, right? So I live in New York. I live in Brooklyn. I'm going to be going to Pittsburgh, middle of the week. One of my closest friends is in his final bodybuilding competition. He's retiring from that.
Wow.
So that's on the 17th in Pittsburgh. I'm going to fly from Pittsburgh on the 18th to California to go to the California live draft on Saturday the 20th. And then my understanding is there's at least 3 people getting on a red eye, which Scott is one of them, from California to get to Boston for the Sunday Boston draft. So I'm trying to pull it off. One of our next guests, Sam Holt. So I'm going to Pittsburgh where our favorite team plays. I'm flying to LA where she lives. And, I'm doing a Sam Holt tour around the United States for that week. So. It should be a good time, and then I'll take the train back from Boston. Yeah. Just be easier
That's
that
quite
way
the
to take
schedule,
the train.
man.
Yeah. Some things are booked. Not all of it's booked. I'm going to see what I can pull off. But my daughter happens to live out in LA too, so if I could get out there, I get to see her as well. So it just works out really well for me there.
Nice, man. Well,
So,
I'm looking forward to meeting you in New York or in Boston.
Yeah, come to New York too. It's the week before. I didn't tell you this. Next week on Sunday, Saturday, whichever day the 7th is, next weekend, they have a live draft in DC, and that is also a very decent, 4-hour train ride both ways from New York City. So I might do that one as well. I want to just get out to as many of these events as possible. It's JB's in the chat saying he's the bodybuilder. If you've seen JB, it's true. It's absolutely true. By the way, he's supposed to be in here co-hosting with me right now. I don't know what he's doing. He's like, I'll be there in 5 minutes. That was 30 minutes ago. Well, yeah, Dan, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for everything that you've contributed in your short period of time here with the Scott Fish Bowl and Fantasy Cares. Any parting shots you want to say to anyone?
No, I mean, look, for anybody attending a live draft for the first time or thinking about it, even if you're not able to kind of go draft, it is an absolute blast. I did my first one last year. It's one of the coolest things. And, we all know it's for one of the best causes, right? So it's not only the draft itself there is fun, but, kind of going through and, donating and just kind of seeing everybody come together for such a great cause. So I would highly recommend it if you can't. And yeah, to everybody drafting out there, good luck. Looking forward to see how these next few weeks play out. And, Sal, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate you guys having me on and let me kind of go through this with you guys. And, you guys have done a really fantastic job with this Podathon so far. So well done.
I appreciate that, my friend. We are on the home stretch. I think we have 3 hours left to go. So be good and best of luck. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Sounds good.
All right.
Bye.
So you guys are going to get the extreme close-up of me here for a second, which is not fun for anybody. And then we're going to do one of these.
That's such a cute intro. I love that. That was awesome. You guys really stepped it up.
They're doing such ridiculously creative. Well, Mike, you don't want to talk to your friend Dan anymore. The ladies come in, you jump right back in.
My dog was hungry. What do you want me to do with the dog that wants to eat? You want me to tell her no? Would you say no to a dog, Sal? That's heartless.
No, I just try to get as many dogs as possible to say yes to me. I love dogs. I'm a dog person. But right off the top, congratulations, Kendall. We all see the nuptials that went down. So good for you. And
thank you.
I get to see Sam posting all of her bridesmaid stuff or whatever she did out there for the weekend. It's very awesome.
Like 1,000 selfies, just like, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my
I know. I got all my pictures from Sam. I was like, thank God you're here. I don't, it takes a long time to get your wedding photos back, I guess. And so I'm like living like through Sam's camera roll. I'm like, oh, perfect. She took a photo of this and this. It was great.
Yeah, when I got married, like way back in 1999, I know I'm old. When I got married, people didn't have cell phones like that. You didn't have social media. So you waited for your pictures, and then you had people come over. You actually showed the photo albums like 6 months later after the wedding, and now it's posted. My niece got married 3 weekends ago, and I'm like, this pictures are everywhere, everywhere.
Sal,
So
just curious, how old are you,
Sal or me?
Sal?
Hey, Mike, I don't know if you've heard, but I'll be 50 in August.
Drink.
Woo!
This has been an ongoing game throughout the Podathon because I've mentioned it multiple times.
The
And,
chat
well,
gets
first,
hammered.
are you two ladies joining us at the expo?
I can't this year, unfortunately. I've got a couple other trips in August, so I won't be able to make it.
I'm TBD.
Kendall?
I have to figure out, like, I was gone for basically the whole month of June, so I'm trying to figure everything out right now. But TBD.
Fair.
Well, my birthday is that week. That's why I bring it. I turn on Tuesday.
Oh.
August 6th is my 50th birthday. I fly to Ohio on the 8th, and I'm going to celebrate with all my fantasy football friends that weekend. So, Sam, I'll miss you, but you and I have gotten to have a drink before out in LA, which was a good time. We're just talking with Matt Harmon about that. We had LaQuan on yesterday, and that was the crew that met up. And Kendall backed out on us. I remember she said she couldn't make it back then. But all good. But welcome aboard. Both of you, just Kendall, dig in. Let us know what you're doing these days, fantasy life, and all that good stuff.
Yeah. Fantasy Life. We've got the new Fantasy Life magazine that dropped a couple weeks ago, I want to say. So everyone can go and get those where you get your magazines, like, airports, Target, whatever is going on there. And then we've got SiriusXM back a week from Monday. So we'll be back on the air July 8th, and I'm super excited about it. And then, of course, the newsletter, all the good stuff. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming up. So I can't tell anyone yet, but you'll know when you see all the announcements.
Matthew gave us a few exclusives yesterday.
Nice.
One of them was that the ADP for Scott Fishbowl, that app will be posted up on Fantasy Life this year,
Yes.
which is great because that is a tremendous. I have no ability with creating apps and data-driven stuff at all. It sometimes is a little slow, and it would kick back out. And I would imagine over a Fantasy Life, it's going to be just working as smoothly as the railroad. Mike, would you say?
Oh, the poor railroad's taking a beating on this show. So Matt Harmon has decided the worst thing you can do for a living is work on the railroad. And we discovered a previous guest works for the railroad. So now we're trying to figure out who we have to apologize to as our apology tour after the Podathon happened.
Matt, come on.
Plus, I can no longer take the
Fired
train.
for the railroad.
Oh, yeah, and I cannot take the train to Washington draft now, the DC draft now, because of that. I've been banned. So
It's so random.
So tell us a little bit more about what you're doing these days as well.
Yeah, well, of course, I'm still over with Fantasy Life. Love everyone over at that team. Not just super biased because I'm besties with Kendall, but everyone there is amazing. And the team is growing at a crazy rate, but every single talent that they've added on is another level of just amazing excellence. So grateful to be a part of the team. I'm working on a couple of projects that I can't tell you about either, but I can tell you one of them is drawing related and one of them might, have to do with something that could end up in your closet. I don't know. Just saying, like, hints.
Wow.
Hints for
Okay. Well,
things.
I got a pretty good idea then. And Mike, if you don't know this, Sam is a super talented artist. I discovered her other Instagram page that has a lot of her artwork.
The one
and
that I've
stuff
been
that she has
following
on
for
it.
2 years. Sally, yes, I am
He's
very
like, you're
much
late.
aware.
You're late.
Yeah.
Everyone knows this.
Yep.
I mean, I've been
Fair
following you a long time as
after-
well, but there's some people out there, Mike, that don't know this. So
But why did you phrase it to me? Why didn't you say it to people out there?
because you're the co-host along with me, Mike. Who was I going to phrase it to? Kendall knows. They're best friends.
Oh, jeez. This is so funny.
I like that we come on here though, Sam, and they're like, "What are you guys doing?" And we're like, "We can't tell you. Actually,
We can't- like, we actually can't tell you.
Thanks so much.
Really
Thanks so much for your time. Best 3
Yeah.
minutes ever. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much."
Mind your damn business. We'll
We're doing
monetize it on
things.
our own show. Thank you very much.
I broke the
Yeah.
news to Matthew yesterday. He didn't know this, but at last year's New York City Live Draft, Elliot Chris came in and we went and had a nice conversation. He's like, "Hey, come have a conversation with me." And I'll keep the details. First of all, it was an amazing conversation. Elliot said something to me that was, on a serious note, like literally almost brought me to tears. That's how nice it was. And he said to me, I appreciate what you did. So if you ever want to do anything in Fantasy Life, we'll back it. He really said that to me. So I told Matthew that yesterday. And Matthew's like, well, no, he didn't tell me that. What the hell is he doing? And I'd love to tell you guys what that is, but I can't tell you yet.
Oh, come on. That's going to be the whole show. It's like, what's your advice for Scott Fishbowl? We're like, we can't tell you. Actually, we're just
can't
gonna
tell
keep
you.
it a secret.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really have no
Thanks
plan.
everyone for tuning in.
Okay, so what pick you have is at least public information. Do you want to
It
share
is.
that?
It is. I'm at 4. I'm at 4 this year.
What division?
What division?
Riggs and
we're in-
Murtaugh, LA.
Yeah, we're in Riggs and Murtaugh. We're in the same.
I'm gonna be
league.
totally honest, like, because it's the movie theme this year, and I googled like 20 minutes before we came on. I was like, shoot, Riggs and Murtaugh, that movie, Lethal Weapon.
Lethal
Never
Weapon.
seen it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ladies, I have to interrupt for 1 second because our next co-host is here, and he's holding a very interesting cardboard cutout face. This is my high school yearbook photo.
That's
oh my gosh.
That's your yearbook photo?
That was
Oh
me in
my
1992.
gosh, baby Sal.
That is a
That's
baby
incredible.
face.
How do I get one of those?
I know. Should all be holding.
That
it.
is humongous.
That's
So
a huge cutout.
it's
I was gonna
humongous.
save it. I was gonna save it for the New York live draft, but since there's been such this ongoing theme of you turning 50 in August, I figured it was the time to break it out.
What a chubby little face. That kid had so much promise. Look at him. I bring it to the live draft. Very funny. So we're going to go back to the picks and the Scott Fishbowl, but I work full time at a hospital, and we have this, oddly enough, we have this charity softball game every summer against the Real Housewives of New Jersey. And they come and we play at the Maimonides Park, which is the hospital I work at. We play at our, which is where the Brooklyn Cyclones play. And one of my friends made cutouts of my Facebook picture at the time, and there was 7 people in the crowd with my face. So this is becoming a running theme for me and my friends, I guess. But so I don't watch the show, and if you do, I don't know Dolores Catania that well, but she had some medical procedure at our hospital, and as a thank you, she comes in fundraisers for a hospital every summer. So this will be year 6,
That's awesome.
5 or 6, and I watched the show when we were on it. And I'm like, oh my God, these are not the people I met because they're so terrible. But in real life, they're amazingly nice, sweet people.
Wait, are you in an episode? Can you send us the episode?
Yes. Is there
I feel like you're bearing the lead here, where you're like, yeah,
I know, this is like an
I'm on Real
entertainment
Housewives of New
moment.
Jersey, like no big deal.
Oh, now you have collateral to hold against.
is like
them
a
for things they're not
low-key-
telling
I
us
need to
about.
know
Huge
because I was
flex.
like, are you talking about just random people or the Real Housewives? And you're like, no, it's the real. It's like it's Teresa. It's all of them.
I could send you pictures of all of us. So I'm in this year's episode for a blink, literally for a blink.
I don't
But it's the
care.
back
That's
of my-
amazing.
Still in it. That's insane.
Back
I
of
don't
my
care. That's
jersey,
amazing.
And last year I was in there fielding a little bit and stuff like that. But like, listen, August 14th is the game. So if you want to come here right before the expo, fly to New York.
Yeah.
I mean, right after the expo, I meant to say, fly to New York after you leave Cleveland, and I get you into the game. We'll get you right on the field.
Last year was right before our Long Island content creators draft. It was like the week before, and you still had the scraped up knee from the softball game when you came to the draft.
Do you watch the show? You ladies watch the show. Do you know who the guy Lou is? He's married to Teresa.
I don't watch the show.
I don't.
Okay.
I know the show. I don't watch the show. I'm not.
So
I
was-
do the Beverly Hills one. But
First,
now I'll watch the show.
come
Yeah,
on,
now
I'm
I
on.
would.
Yeah,
Now I'll
watch
watch.
it. Support
Well,
me.
if you're on it, now I got to watch every season to get caught up for your 5 seconds that you're on it. So I'm not,
Yeah, it's like the
missing
big lead up, big lead up to
storyline.
Sal's big moment. I saw him running around third base, and he doesn't have the ball, but he wants to pretend that he does. So he just full on slap tags me as hard as possible, off balance, and I go tumbling. I get up, my knee is ripped open. I'm like, I'm suing. Get me a lawyer right now.
I'm suing.
But actually a really
Good
fun
mindset.
time. But let's go back to Mike's question, Kendall. You're in the Lethal Weapon division, and you're at the 104. And
Yeah.
is that a live draft or it's not a live draft?
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's live. It's
Mm-hmm.
live in LA with all the we have such a good time there. And of course, we're Scott Fishbowl. So like everything is planned out perfectly. Like Kelly does an amazing job. Everyone there does an amazing job. And then we were looking at the draft order yesterday and I'm like, well, I'm screwed. Who I'm between in this draft. I'm just hoping, I don't get sniped every other round. I'm just hoping to get someone out of it. So yeah, I'm 104. Sam, I think you're 5, right?
I'm 105. So I'm right after you.
God,
We're just,
geez.
it's-
Yes,
I
that's
know.
what I mean.
Do you want to tell Sam who you're taking, or we're going to keep that a surprise?
Oh, I don't. You know what? I'll take whoever falls to me. I think last year I went. I think a quarterback fell to me that I really liked. But yeah, it'll be interesting this year because our division's always really hard because everyone knows, everyone's just really, really tough to draft against. So
I
it'll be
know.
fun.
It is really tough. But I mean, last year it was like the whole first round was quarterbacks. And I think almost the entire second round was also quarterbacks. Like everyone went deep into quarterbacks first, like right off the bat. I can't imagine it being any different this year. Just because once you're there and you're around everybody for the live drafts, the hype gets bumped up. And so then, you know, trends are much easier to jump onto because everyone's just getting rowdy and talking about who they're going to take next. If I can get Anthony Richardson, and Kendall doesn't take him, I will take him. But
wow,
because we're friends, I don't mind just saying who I would take because I know
good.
other people will go ahead of her. So,
yeah,
you know,
I think he should be there.
Before you jump in, JB, I have a very important live read that I didn't read when the ladies first came on, and that is that this segment is sponsored by the Women of Fantasy Football. Women of Fantasy Football began as a way to highlight outstanding women in the world of fantasy football. Now, WOFF is a movement. Through the partnerships with organizations like Galvanize and countless creators and personalities, we strive to support women who want to pursue careers in sports and build a sisterhood through a shared interest in fantasy football. For more information on WOFF, follow us at women_of_FF on Twitter and Instagram, or check us out at womenoffantasyfootball.com.
Woo! Good job.
That is exciting.
It's a good read.
It was a good read. Solid.
You
Thank you.
got it, man.
Really-
We're like 33 hours in, and you're still crushing the read, dude.
Crushing it.
I should
I was
work in the
made for
fantasy
this.
industry. Maybe that's what I'm going to do with Fantasy Life. Just do live reads for everybody.
Why not? Why not?
Can you imagine just like all
You
these
can't tell us,
pre-recorded
but-
Sal reads?
I love it. You
That's
can come
a
on to
perfect
Sirius.
sponsor,
You can come
though.
on to Sirius and do all my live reads if you'd like.
Hey, that's the guy from Real Housewives.
I love it. I love it.
Yes. Oh my
It's a
God.
perfect sponsor for this segment because I've seen Kendall and Sam on the Podathon for years, and the first time I actually met them was a couple years ago at the expo after they did that panel. And it was a panel of the women in fantasy football, just absolutely crushed it. And it was a packed room. Like, I think they needed a bigger stage for that. And they had it in a room that was literally packed to the brim. Like, people couldn't even get in. There were people at the door like this trying to just watch and listen. So, I mean, following you guys work for years now and just seeing the climb, seeing what you do, seeing the rise. I remember, Sal, you told me when Kendall first came on with Matthew a couple years ago, and you were like, hey, how he talked about her and just, being that next up and coming star. And I've said it to you before too, Kendall, on Twitter. Like, I used to drive for a living. Like, I was a outside sales rep, and just listening to the show on Sirius XM, like, that got me through my afternoons. Like, at that point I was done with my day, and like, I didn't want to do anything anymore. And that like kept me going for the day. So both of you are absolute superstars, and it's honestly, I'm fanboying being in here right now.
Oh my gosh, stop. You're the best. That's so sweet.
face
I appreciate that. I appreciate I
Guys,
know.
I
I was like,
stole
I'll
my
just
first-
stay on for like 3 hours.
Stole my
with you.
first live read. Check it out. Kelly's buying a live read.
Oh,
Sold.
You know, it must be great working for Matthew. And Matthew, I've communicated with Matthew for nearly 10 years. Sam knows the Full House from back in the day, which was born on Fantasy Life at Fantasy Football League. That was the name of the league. And Matthew, if you work for him, he speaks volumes about you. Like, he spoke about everybody yesterday. Like, everybody that was coming on. Jake has been on with us, and you two ladies are on with us. And I don't know, it was definitely some other. Oh, Cuda Doodle and Linda were on last night. He just said, like, he's got to be a great boss. a
Cooter
great
was
guy to work
kind of
for.
on. I mean, I wouldn't say Cooter Doodle was on the Podathon. She was in a car with no street lights in the middle of nowhere.
It was pitch black.
Oh no.
It
was the most Cooter Doodle experience
hilarious.
ever.
And she
He's like, I'm
barely
here. She's
spoke.
like her icon.
That's incredible, actually. But yeah, Fantasy Life is amazing, and we've made so many hires recently. That's just like, we're so excited for the upcoming season, and there's so many things that we can't talk about yet, but you'll see very very soon that it's just, we're really excited for this season, especially because we've come from like 4 full-time people. That was like me and a couple of others just 2 years ago, and now we keep growing, so it's really exciting.
I think the number is 28. I think he said 28.
Is it?
I
That's
believe that.
crazy.
I'm pretty sure that's what he
That's
said.
why I didn't want to throw a number out there. I couldn't even. I'm trying to count in my head, and I'm like, no, there's a lot. There's a lot now.
There's
I
a
may
ton.
be delusional. It's 31 hours, and my
Well,
barely even moves at this point. But I think that
I
was
know. I think they were 21. Established Run was 28, but it's close. But yeah, I
Sounds
remember
right.
just 2 years ago we were booking groups. We had a fantasy life segment. We had Sam. I think 2 years ago, Women's Power Hour.
Yeah.
The amount of representation, both the brand, female analysts, like the amount of change in just the 2 years that I've been booking this show. There's no way we're doing a Power Hour anymore. There's 20 something women coming onto the show throughout the entire time. There's no way we're doing a fantasy life hour. I think we had 7 or 8 different segments with people from that brand. Just the explosion in so many different ways in this industry, and the amount of people coming up and the amount of stars that have come just in the past 2 years from, kind of just building up a brand to, blowing up has been just unbelievable to watch. And just looking over the 2 years of scheduling, it's so different and has just like blossomed in an amazing way. And I love seeing brands with great people blowing up the way that yours has.
And you
Yeah.
said that, Mike. You said that one of the things you were most proud of in scheduling this, and you worked your butt off behind the scenes getting all this scheduled. But one of the things you were most proud of is the amount of women representation that we have on this Podathon this year. And I give a lot of credit to this person right here for that, because those women power hours is what got that rolling. And I give Sam a lot of credit for making that happen.
100%.
Snaps. I agree.
Oh, I appreciate
agree.
that. You know what? Looking at the schedule this year, I think it made my heart swell because I love and appreciate every year the amount of representation going up and the dedicated hour for women. But now it's just that there's so many. What's the point of even having an hour? You guys just have us intermixed with everybody, like exactly the way it should be. It's not just because we're women we get a separate space. We're all mixed together and everyone knows exactly what they're doing. And I just love the inclusion and how blended it is now. It's a whole new level of inclusion, which is great.
And that's a shout out to you guys too. Like we could sit here all day and talk about us. We love it, but like for you guys to be like let everyone have fun. Like it's not just an us thing. It's just giving us the time. It's not a moment. It's a movement. So we appreciate you guys for just treating us normally and just being like, hey, let's have you on. It's just so fun. So we're just excited to be able to be in this space and talk Scott Fishbowl and just hang out with cool people.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, we did the schedule, and I say this a lot when we talk about diversity because I use the same speech at work, so forgive me for a second. It's really easy to have inclusion if you just ignore everything and bring on the best people. Like it is that simple. You don't have to target anything. You don't have to make a point of anything. You don't have to advertise. Just bring on the damn best people. And that's all we did for the show. The representation is because these are the best analysts and the most entertaining people we could find for the 36-hour show. That was the only thing that went into it. It's just awesome to see that representation blossoms just from the fact that there's that much talent in the industry across so many different groups of people. There was literally no targeting. There was no number goals or anything like that. It's just bring on the best people. It's that simple.
Love it.
Yeah, love it.
And I do want to ask Sam a Scott Fishbowl related question too, because I know you're a Steelers fan. No,
Yes.
I know you're a Steelers fan, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a layup here because I know
Love it.
tight end scoring, people are really high on tight ends right now in this scoring format. Sal was even talking about drafting 3 in a row last segment. I heard you. I was talking to Herms last night, and we were just really talking about the lack of a wide receiver room in Pittsburgh. So with that being said, and Freiermuth being a guy who probably could be number 2 in targets there, how high do you value him in this type of scoring format, and where would you be looking to take him in this?
That's a great question. I do feel like he is. I mean, I like where he's sitting right now in terms of ADP because I think that he's going to fall to a lot of people in the right situations because everyone else is going to get really excited about, Brock Bowers, Njoku coming off the great year that he did. But I do think that Freiermuth is really in for an uptick this year, simply because he's going to be such a safety net for Wilson and probably Fields when he ends up taking the field. So I do like him a lot. And I don't want to say that our wide receiver room is empty, but there's a lot of room there for targets to go around. And when you have someone consistent at the tight end position, like you do with Pat Freiermuth, I think he's got a lot of potential. So in terms of where I would take him, it's hard because all of our drafts are going to be so different. And I feel like like last year describing ours going so many QBs in the first 2 rounds, it really kind of skews where your ADP is sitting. But I mean, after that run goes, you know, your 4th round after that, I would imagine that would be a good spot to take him. So probably, I'm imagining if all QBs go in 1st round in ours, I'd probably take Freiermuth in like 5. If he's still there in 6, that's a really great steal. But that's just because I'm bad at math and I'm trying to subtract all the quarterbacks getting taken first.
Well, I thought Brandon Ayuk was going to be playing wide receiver in Pittsburgh
Yeah,
this year.
you know what? I'm texting Tomlin. Don't worry, we're gonna figure it out. Like I'm not concerned. Like we'll make the right moves.
Stop it. I need both of you to stop it.
Are you drafting, like, how are you as a Steelers fan going about, are you drafting Russ? Are you drafting Justin Fields in any, like, we can talk Scott Fish or any format. I've seen him in best ball, like best ball, they're free because no one wants them. And so it's kind of like if you want a 3rd quarterback in best ball, you say, okay, maybe I'll take a little shot at him, but I'm curious what that looks like for you. Just tell me all your strategies.
You want to know all of my secrets? Okay, well, I will tell you, in one dynasty league that I have, I did make a trade where I took Justin Fields in a trade. I have a couple other quarterbacks starting, but I wanted him as my 3rd to be like my backup in this dynasty league. I feel like that's a great spot to have him because I don't need him to be the guy the first couple weeks. And if he's a wait and see, especially in dynasty formats, I think that's a great spot to grab someone like Fields. Wilson is just, you know, what's the nice way to put it?
He's just a guy.
He's just a guy. Just like I'm just a girl out here trying to give fantasy advice. He's just a guy trying to play quarterback for the Steelers. Like he's just doing his best. He's going to get baseline stats. I'm hoping obviously for the moon and not like the floor, but he's not exactly someone I'm targeting late. It's just more of the backup if you need some guy to start later because you overshot and took a quarterback too high and then you wanted to get other players. He's at least a guy, but if I was to take Russ Wilson in Scott Fishbowl, I'd make sure I got Fields as well.
I like that.
So we had 2 people post in the live drafts yesterday. They got Freiermuth in the 10th round. 2 people.
It's late.
That's late.
The way these drafts, like on the runs all go, I feel like ADP is just out the window because some players, people just get excited, especially live with the stickers, and you just go and find your sticker and then you miss because they're all alphabetical. They're not by ADP. So you're just trying to find your guy and you just get excited. It happens.
I think that's the best advice because this was my 3rd year doing Scott Fishbowl, and so my 1st year I was a nervous wreck. I was like, oh my god, don't talk to me. I was so nervous. I was like, don't talk to me. Like no one come over here. Last year way better, but it's just you just have to watch, like Sam said, how the board falls, right? Because people ask for advice, and it's like, first of all, just have fun. Don't be a nervous wreck because it's not. This is just supposed to be fun, but also just watch how the board falls because more than likely when you go in with a plan, it's not going to happen the way that you want it to. So you just have fun, see how the board falls, and then just kind of pivot from there.
Yeah, I think there's so many people in the industry in this league that if Twitter loves your team, you're probably not winning anything. You should probably have an ugly, gross team that nobody likes because otherwise you probably chalked it up pretty good. But I will say, Sam, I actually am targeting Wilson late. I just think he's one of those like misfit toys that fits well in this tournament for me. If I'm going to go, I'm going McCaffrey 101. Like I've already divulged that because I can't get sniped at the 101, right? So
you would think.
You would hope. I'm still not sure that Gilchrist and team might find a way to screw me. I'm not certain. But in a build like that where I'm looking heavy at positional players and, having the 3rd round reversal, I need somebody that's going to get snaps early and then hope that the waiver wire save me late. So guys like Russ who have those, Russ, Levis, like some of those less sexy names, I need them
Levis is not a sexy name at all.
Gino, throw Gino in there.
Gino's a perfect example. Daniel Jones, like we could throw out the ugliest. Yeah. So Twitter's going to hate my team, and I need that. But if you hit on one of those guys, your late quarterback build, will thrive, and you're looking to win it all. So I'm either going to win it all or crash and burn. That's my theory. So going for a guy like Russ and hoping he goes back to form and hoping that it was Sean Payton's fault and hoping that your team thrives. So I'll be cheering for the Steelers if I do that. Is probably a strategy I'm going to fall into.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I do always have faith in Mike Tomlin more so than my own personal decisions and life goals that I have. I trust in Tomlin for everything. So I feel like if he's going to be someone to fix the misfit toy that is Russell Wilson, I do love that analogy. It's going to be him. The only thing to keep in mind with Russ is we have, and I'm going to just say it because I'm pretty sure everyone agrees with me, we have the toughest second half schedule of the entire league.
Yeah.
It is just an onslaught of crazy defenses. I believe our bye week is week 9. So if Wilson can get moving and be really good the front half, that's going to be great. But I'm really hesitant to see if the wheels fall off after that week 9 bye, just because it's such a tough matchup.
Yeah, and somehow yes, I know. I'm the only one not included. I know. I know I'm the only one not on that list. I didn't press anything.
Just stop touching buttons, Sal. Hands where I can see them.
It's like, okay, bye.
Hands up. After what Scott did earlier, I can't do any more technical stuff.
Let me tell you. So we're gonna open that up a little bit. Let you guys know this. So around 12:30 this afternoon, we're cruising along. Oh, look who's here! Look who's here!
Wow.
Yeah, you say his name enough, he pops up.
Scott, when you're done, just put your phone down and walk away from the table.
Look at that nice background. It looks so nice.
How's it going?
Oh my
I am
God.
exhausted.
Doesn't look like Vegas
exhausted. How are you all doing?
Vegas looks so different.
It's so green.
I know.
It's the
I
sticks.
didn't know Circa had that many trees.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
that looks more like
Circa.
They're all fake. It's very authentic.
that looks like
Actually-
downstairs at the Wynn, if anything.
If you ever been in a Paris hotel on a casino floor, they have trees in there. It's actually
Oh man,
pretty cool. You think
Exciting,
you're
exciting. I
outdoors.
get to see you 2 in 3 weeks.
I'm so excited.
Yay.
It'll be so
So
fun.
excited. Yes.
I'm
If
gonna be
anyone
there
could
too,
go to the LA
Scott.
draft, it's so
Yeah.
fun.
I'm gonna be there too, Scott. Thanks for acknowledging that.
No, he said it
Oh,
right.
well, I guess maybe I'm not going to see Kendall and Sam in a couple weeks. Something
Aw.
popped up now.
Oh, that just broke my heart.
Avoiding.
I'll cancel my plans.
No, I'm going. Exciting.
Yay.
Did you pimp the Josh's app that's going to be on Fantasy Life? Did you do that before I popped on?
That's the only thing we're allowed to talk about. That is
Oh.
legitimately
Oh,
the
okay.
only fantasy life thing we've been allowed to develop.
Lots of
as a group.
secretive stuff coming up with Fantasy Life. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
We're
sorry,
really
and
good at
Kendall's
that.
coming back to Sirius XM. Otherwise,
Oh yeah, I
there's-
got to say that.
Yeah, there's
That's
art,
public
there's
information.
closet stuff, but otherwise, and there's going to be draft picks, but we're not sure who anyone's taking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Scott,
know that Anthony Richardson will go if Kendall doesn't take him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna take
we're-
him if Kendall doesn't.
I won't.
Going
I won't do that to
5-5.
Sam. Sam can have Anthony Richardson.
So
Aw, we're
basically,
too
you
good of
spent the
friends.
last 27 minutes talking about nothing, just avoiding
Yeah.
topics.
Well,
Yeah.
we talked about how you
Nice.
ended the Podathon early. We did bring that
Yes.
up at some
Yes.
point.
Yes.
I was trying to. Yes, and you showed up, and it got real tight-lipped in here. You know.
And it got awkward.
So-
Sal will only talk behind your back, apparently.
Oh, man.
I also text behind his back, not just talk.
Rude.
And we learned that Sal's in Real Housewives.
Real
So,
Yeah,
Housewives.
you
he's
know,
one of those
that's,
stars
That's
of
what
Real
we've been
Housewives.
talking about,
Yeah.
Scott.
That's
Is
right.
Real Housewives,
Nice.
and then not talking about what we can't, say about fantasy life.
And
It
you
was
should
very-
be.
yeah.
No.
While we were all excited for Sal, none of us have ever watched the show.
Yeah.
We also discovered that.
Yeah.
It was exciting for a minute. We realized none of us actually
That's what
watched
you
it.
start to do. You go to these live events and go to the expo and tell people you're on a show that no one watches. They can't
Perfect.
repeat
Can't
it.
prove
Yeah.
it wrong.
Yeah, just
I
make
was
sure you
a
get that
game show
IMDb credit, Sal.
Yeah, really. Twitter bio for sure.
I don't know who this lady is, but that's me on the field with one of them. I don't know who she is.
I don't either. I don't know who
I
she is
can't
either.
see.
It's just
We've
a
already
Hang on.
established that none of us know them.
Hang
Dude.
on.
Like,
I'm pulling
Well,
up.
She looks like a
everybody-
nice lady.
Everybody
Very
knows who
nice.
Teresa. That's Teresa. Everybody
There's
knows
Teresa.
Teresa.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
there you
cool.
go.
See, that's
Why
awesome.
do you say everyone? I literally have no idea who that is.
oh, it's the
I mean-
Italian lady.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that from New Jersey. I've never met an Italian woman from New Jersey. That's amazing.
She's a walking gift, that woman. How have you never seen her before?
Oh God.
Oh.
Well, we are up against it here. We only have 2 minutes left, and we have another crew waiting. I mean, a big crew. There's 4 people waiting in the back room to
Wow.
come on.
Big line.
Awesome.
And so Kendall will let you sign off first and tell everybody
Perfect.
what you're not Don't tell everybody what you're not doing. And
Yeah, no
and where they
kidding.
can find
I gave no advice. I told you who I didn't even tell you who I'm picking, and I can't tell you anything else. So I'm glad, happy 30 minutes, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. No,
Amazing.
but go to fantasylife.com as always, subscribe to that newsletter. And then yeah, just be on the lookout for all the fun stuff that's coming up. And then like I was able to tell you, SiriusXM is back next Monday. So tune in. We'll be at the same time, 11 a.m. Eastern. So that'll be fun. And thanks for having me.
You got it, Bestie Sam.
Well, I don't know how to follow Kendall because she covered all the things.
Sam.
There's a bunch of amazing stuff happening at Fantasy Life. We can't talk about almost any of it, but a lot of new things coming out soon, and probably some of my stuff you guys will get to see a little bit sooner in the next week or two here, and then definitely see some new things by the end of July, at least from me. And then I know that I'm going to get margaritas with Kendall later today, so I can drop that news. Like that will be happening.
Nice. I'll see that on the stories. So I know
Yeah,
that'll
have us back on in like 3 hours. Then we'll
Perfect. We'll
talk
get
about
all the
strategy.
info.
No problem. Come close the show at 7:30. Come on back. All right, ladies.
Yeah.
Enjoy those.
Thanks,
enjoy those
guys.
margaritas.
Thank you for having us. Bye.
See ya.
How are we going to click all the buttons for the next show? Before I go walk my dog, I want to say hi. So are you going to do a live read first? Do you want to click buttons? What are we doing?
I have a live. Yeah, I have the live read. I'll do the live read.
right,
Hello,
cool.
everybody. This section of the SFB 14 Podathon is brought to you by the Samba Dynasty League. The what, you may ask? We are a home dynasty league with a podcast and Twitter handle. It's that simple. The Samba Dynasty League has nothing to advertise or sell, but we love Scott Fishbowl, fantasy cares, and a community. Sponsoring something you love seems easy, right? We only ask one thing. If you're listening to this, donate right now at fantasycares.org. It's easy and for a great cause. Remember to be kind to one another, and may the Samba be with you. So these guys literally have nothing to promote, and they spent money to sponsor this so they could donate to Fantasy Cares.
That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome.
amazing.
Very cool.
All right, we got 4 people backstage. Should we bring them in? I want to say hi before I have to head out for break because they have been we have had an amazing chat. We've had an amazing Twitter presence, but this group has to be leading in positivity and comments and tweets and retweets. Just amazing supporters, amazing parts of the community. I didn't want to leave without saying hello and saying thank you so much for everything you've been doing over the past however many, I can't do math anymore, 30 hours or so. I feel like I've seen y'all everywhere. So thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all the support.
Thanks, Mike. Good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm going to
33
listen
and a
on the
half
walk of the
hours,
dog.
Mike.
33 and a half times. Great.
Wow.
I'm going to go be a fan for a little bit. Have fun.
Bye, Mike.
Another wonderful. We ushered out some great ladies, and we ushered in 4 wonderful more. And I'm not. Wild Rosie and I had an interaction yesterday. Your name is Karen, and I responded, "Thank you, Rosie." So I want to say thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. How will I see you in person?
Karen has been ruined by the internet. So for some reason, I never expected to meet people online or anything. So I changed it to my dog's name. Her name is Rosie. So, and dog as in DAWG. So I am Wild Rosie. I'm Rosie to people. I'm Karen. I don't care. I'm just happy to be here. I'm so shocked. Thank you, Skyfish. Thank y'all for working so hard on this podathon. I've had a blast.
Thank you for acknowledging. I'm gonna kick it over to Rachel, who is the leader of the crew, right? The leader of the Unwind. Rachel, tell us.
Leader.
Yeah, she's wonderful and super interactive and so pleasant. We've been connected for a couple of years, I think.
I think so.
On Twitter. So you tell us everything you guys are doing with the Unwind show that you do. I think it's weekly, but go ahead, take it away.
So Unwind is a series of Zoom events that I started last October. We've had 13 so far. There've been a total of 72 different women that have attended at least one of these Zoom events. So it's just bringing together the women in the fantasy space, just women who love fantasy football, women who love football. We have some that haven't even started fantasy football yet. We'll get them introduced to it, but we have a couple women that just joined for the love of football and the love of the community. And we just get together on Zoom. We talk about football, we talk about fantasy, we talk about life, we have laughs. It's just, and I like to say, whatever happens at Unwind stays at Unwind. So it's a safe place. So you can ask all your trade questions that you might be afraid to ask at other venues and whatnot, or you can ask life questions, you can ask female questions. It's just a community of women.
What was that a rule for the co-ed one you did? Because when I went on, I told everybody everything. It didn't
No,
stay.
that was not a rule. Nope, Huddle Up does not have that rule. That's a different vibe.
I was joking. I didn't do that anyway.
And I love it, Rachel, because you're such a supportive person, and you always have been ever since you entered this space. And meeting you at the expo was incredible. Like, you are as genuine in person as you are on Twitter and on the lives and on the different pods that you're on. Like, you are that genuine, caring person, and it's really great to see everything you're doing. I saw your comment in there, like, oh man, I'm nervous to follow these queens, but don't sell yourself short, Rachel. Rachel and I joined a dynasty league last year that was a startup, and she's like, oh, I've never done a dynasty league before. Guess who won the league? Guess who beat me in the Super Bowl?
She's a shark. She's a definite shark. And best pot. You got the best Podathon shirt on, right?
Yes,
You got the SFP
yes.
Podathon
These
shirt.
shirts are amazing.
They are. The quality is amazing. The graphics that we've come up with this year are absolutely amazing. I mean, it's only going to get wilder and wilder as we go forward. And let's say hello to Brittany. Hi, Brittany. How are you?
Great. How are you? Excited to be here.
Yeah.
I hear congratulations are in order, Brittany.
Yes, I just got a position writing for the fantasy footballers.
Yes, I actually saw that tweet, and I think I followed you not long after that because you followed me. I think
Because you're a cloud chaser. oh, that's why.
That's hilarious.
I am a cloud chaser, but I only chase after people who deliver good cloud, Scott. Right?
Yeah,
I don't think
it's true.
I gotta follow JB. I don't want to waste my time with that. So Brittany, tell us about that. I think you wrote it was like your dream job. So tell us all about what you're doing. By the way, that is me from high school. It's my high school yearbook picture from quite a long time ago, and JB had it blown up into a giant head. So.
You look like you're 12 in that.
I was 17, graduating high school. That was 1992. If you didn't hear that, you don't need to.
Oh, and now I'm next to you, so we can actually put the faces next to each other. Look, lean over the side.
Aww.
I can see it. Yes.
Baby Sal and Big Sal.
Brittany, tell us a little bit more about what you'll be writing over there and what's going on.
Well, my first day isn't until tomorrow, but I have an assignment lined up. I'm going to be writing my first story is going to be about Terry McLaurin, and Karen's a Commanders fan, so and she's actually my neighbor. We met through Unwind, and we didn't realize that, but we lived 5 minutes away from each other, and so now we're best friends.
BFFs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we meet and talk and go over her house, and we met on Unwind and had
all because of Rachel.
Rachel.
And everyone together.
Yeah, that was really funny at Unwind when they found out they were neighbors. Like, wait,
yeah, we
I
live
live
in
in
a
this
small
house.
city. Like, it's not like we don't live in Boston, we don't live in New York. Like, we live in a small town in Virginia. So it was wild.
The chances of meeting a woman that plays fantasy football were 0 to -0.
Yeah.
And we are literally around the corner from each other. And we've
What
met.
about running into a dog that plays fantasy football?
Yeah.
and we certainly not least, right? We're going last, but certainly not least. And I want to say your name correctly because I've heard other people pronounce it, and I know I'm not going to say it right. So tell me how you say your first name.
Gemma Martinez.
Yes. Oh, beautiful.
Gemma.
Emma Martinez. Wonderful. So tell us what you're doing and what's going on in the world of Emma.
Okay, well, I write about fantasy and NFL fantasy in Espanol, and I write too in Study of Fantasy, and I'm also part of some a group of women that are making a movement in Mexico. Well, in Latin Spanish speaking, and they call football clothes MX. And we have the biggest, I think, the biggest tournament of women in Spanish speaking. And this year will be the fourth. And it's so cool to get these women in Mexico or in Spain, in Panama, in Argentina, to not be afraid to play fantasy. And the first year that I was writing, it was 2020, I realized that in Mexico, there are so much opportunity to make content because this is new for us. I know that the industry of fantasy in the US is so big. And right now with the Scotfish, we can see that all around the world want to participate. There, every year we want to be in this event and to be in the draft live or in the satellite. I think that is correct, my pronunciation. I hope so. And well, and last year, no, last 2 years ago, I met Rachel in the expo, and we were the, I think we were only 4 women drafting in the what was the name?
Draft night out.
Draft night out, yes.
Yeah, draft night out. And I remember that I say, "Hi, I'm Gemma. You're a Viking. I'm a Packer, but I don't care. I want to talk with you." And we were talking, and then last year we were in the expo, and we make click, and I think that we have very good friendship about that. That is awesome for me because I'm from Mexico and we are not a lot of women playing fantasy. But in the US, I didn't know that how big was that when Rachel make Unwind, I realized that, oh my God, there are a lot of women want to talk, want to laugh, want to talk about fantasy, and don't be like judge because sometimes they ask or a question that maybe they will judge some persons, but we don't, and we get laugh. We know where which other where we are living in the Zooms. Sometimes I speak in Spanish, and because my English is good but not so good, and I think that right now the industry is so big and so how can I say camarada, like friendship, like
Camaraderie. Yeah.
Camaraderie, yes, yeah.
with all the women, and I love it. I want to thank Rachel to invite me here in this space, Sal, that JB, Scott, to make this possible and to make space for women to
And I
talk.
love that you do that too, because I don't know if you saw at the 1:30 spot last night, I had on my friend Pac and his daughter Estefi, who Scott, they're in the Ian Fish Bowl also with you. And I've been following them since a few years ago when they were on the Podathon. And Estefi's a perfect example of somebody who can be watching what you're doing and wanting to aspire to do what you're doing one day, right? Like she right now loves playing fantasy football with her dad, loves competing. They're actually in my division this year. We're in the Lightning McQueen division competing with each other. But that's a perfect, like, that's what you're doing is inspiring the younger generation to come up and be able to do that. So I love that you're doing that.
Yeah.
You know what else is great about them? They're Raider fans, right? That's my favorite part about them.
Oh my God. And actually, this year in the Scotfish in Mexico, I know that it's not a lot of women, but I think that it will be 5 women. Last year only were 3. But I hope every year the women participation will be more because
it will be for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, by a show of hands, who will be attending the expo this year?
We all will be there.
Amazing. JB,
Baby.
Scott, I'm assuming Scott's going to show up. JB is, just had a new baby, so I'm sure that's the reason why he'll not be able to join us.
Oh, man.
JB and I live very close. We live very close to one another. I mean, he does the shopping with me every year for the Toys for Tots. So, JB and I have been in each other's presence. We play in a league outside of the Scott Fish Bowl together that has a live draft every year as well. And he's done a tremendous job in picking up the overnight hosting duties and some of these duties here now. So I'm looking forward to getting to meet every one of you this year. But let's talk about the Scott Fishbowl and the Scott Fishbowl drafts. And Hema, you'll obviously be drafting live, right, in Mexico City with Mauricio.
I will be drafting in LA, but we are.
So I'll meet you in LA. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
great. Who else is drafting live?
I'll be drafting Minnesota live. I'll see Scott there.
Minnesota live with the man himself, the man of the hour,
Yeah.
the Tower of Power. It's LL Cool J for those of you who don't listen to that. What division are you in, and what's your draft pick number?
I'm number 6, and I'm in the Julie the Cat Gaffney division.
Nice.
From Mighty
So
Ducks.
what are you hoping drops to you at the 6?
I would love CJ Stroud at 6. So hopefully my division mates aren't listening.
Well, it says 4,817. I don't know if that's real or not, but that's a lot of people. Wild Rosie, Karen, what division are you drafting in?
I'm Alice in Alice in Wonderland, so I have a third name. I just have multiple personalities, so no, yeah, I love Alice and Alice in Wonderland. I'm picking 9th. Chose 9th.
So with multiple personalities, did you request multiple spots?
Well, I think I should be able to have the 1 and the 3 and the 9, but it's not working right yet, Scott.
Yeah, I don't know. In my division, it's just me and my son. So like, our teams should be pretty good after that draft.
I had a rule of thumb with my children, specifically my son. My son's going to be 23 actually in a couple of weeks, and he's actually drafting right next to me at the New York City live draft this year. And that was, I don't let my kids win at things. I don't believe in that. So I hope Scott drafts to beat Ian.
Most parents are like, I want to do everything to make my kids succeed. I want my life, like a son to have a better life than me. Not Sal. I want him to fail miserably. I want my kid to struggle. I want him to feel what I went through and more.
Well, his son's old enough that he's already taught the lessons, and now it's all right, time to step up, right?
Oh no, I did that when he was 5, JB. And also, he comes in last night, and I didn't tell you this because he texted it me. He doesn't say it in the chat. He's like, "I'm just here for JB." I'm like,
My man. That's why we call him Better Sal.
They do say that, and that's insulting to my father, who's also named Sal. Brittany, what division and what draft slot?
I'm in the Marty McFly division. So Back to the Future. I saw your mug. So cool.
Oh yeah.
And I'm in draft spot 4.
Nice. All right, draft spot 4. So you're going to be either a running back or a quarterback. I'm a believer that the quarterback's going to go. I'm drafting 12, so I won't have any of these decisions to make. But if I was at the top, I'd be looking at a quarterback. But I know there's been some back and forth. One of our co-hosts from yesterday is at the 101, and he's stated he's going with Bijan Robinson, which was shocking to a lot of people. So what are you hoping happens for you at 104?
I'm hoping that somebody goes Bijan at 101.
I am going to clip that and send it to him.
No, I'm hoping to get a rushing upside quarterback, to be honest. Hopefully Lamar. We'll see.
I drafted 4th last year, and I got Josh Allen.
Wow.
But there's hope.
That would be a real shock if I got Josh Allen at 4.
So, Brittany, let me ask you a question because I'm drafting at the 1.
Okay.
I'm drafting at the 1 spot, and the whole chat is really basically between CMC, Josh Allen, and then there's a little sprinkle of like Hurts or Lamar talk in there, right? So that's like pretty much what all the 101s are thinking, other than Steve, obviously.
No Bijan.
I am personally, and I've said it a couple times on the overnight, like there's a part of me that wants to take Anthony Richardson there. And you talk about that rushing upside quarterback, and I think that he's the type of guy that could finish QB1 in this scoring format. So am I absolutely out of my mind, or do you think that that's reasonable?
I don't think you're out of your mind at all. I love Anthony Richardson. He's I honestly kind of wish that I was drafting at like the 106, 107 because I feel like that's where he's falling. But maybe I will if it's like a run of 3 quarterbacks, I might go Richardson at 4.
So I only took 101 because I thought it would be like a little bit of a placeholder, and then the division filled up really fast. And the other factor was I saw that Scott picked 101, and I was like, all right, if Scott picked 101, we didn't know scoring at that time. So I'm like, all right, maybe there's a reason Scott picked 101. So I'm going to go 101. And now, to your point, I wish I went like 5 or 6, and I think I could have got Richardson there. So now it's like, all right, whatever. If I'm going for it, I'm just going for it.
I know why Scott picks 101.
Get your guys.
I always pick
picks
the
101 to
corners
get
to
out of the way.
manage things. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
No, you're right.
Back before we used to pick, I would always get 101 because I'd be like, I know you're on a Podathon. I want you to make your pick and then go do the show and not hold anybody up. So now that we do the live drafts, I pick and I try to get 12. I try to get 12 all the time. I like the 3rd round reversal. I've said I would maybe go with 3 tight ends, literally right around the turn at the 112 and the 201, and then the 3rd round reversal. 3 tight ends just to mess with the entire room. But part of me wants Bijan to fall to me. That way I can take at the 201 instead of the 112, just to say to Steve, I got him at 201.
I'm going to touch on this briefly because I've had people mention and reach out recently. We filled SFB the end of last week, and I said, heck no, I'm going to add more divisions. I haven't done that yet. So, yes, if you're trying to pick a division, you can't because there's no space. We have now invited 40 more people than there were leagues for. So I got to get to work tomorrow morning. But that's why. I'll create some leagues tomorrow or get them created.
And we did give away a spot last night, so thank you for allowing us to do that, Scott. That was exciting, and I know the chat was very excited about it too.
Nice. So they're probably in there trying to figure out how to join their league, and they can't. But no, good. Yeah, give them away. I'll add more leagues.
I love it.
Good for you, Scott. That's great for so many people.
Thank you, Scott, for everything you do.
Yeah.
Let me take you back to a time not so long ago when Scott, when it was SFB 480, and Scott was like, I don't want to go above like 500 teams, and it was 720 the next year. I don't want to go over 1,000, and it was 1,200 the next year. I don't want to go with China, and there'll be 4,000 plus teams this year.
You're showing me to have a pretty good track record of making stuff up and not keeping in mind what I say.
I don't even know how you manage all that.
Well, he's got a good crew with him now. A good group of guys that slave behind the scenes. They do it because they love it. I mean, everybody that's involved with Fantasy Cares and the Scott Fish Bowl are dedicated men and women who just love being a part of something good and what Scott created. So
I didnn't realize Brittany was an Avi maker too.
Oh, yeah. I am. Yep. Avi makers.
Wow. Look at you. You're multi-talented.
That Avi Maker logo is one of my favorites. That looks like they did a video of it, and it is perfect.
I've worn 4 different shirts this weekend. I have that one in my closet. I didn't wear it, but I will definitely wear it to the expo or one of the live drafts for sure.
The cool thing about her, when I walked in and I said, let's meet for coffee up at the local coffee shop. And I walked in and I was like, what do you do? She said, oh, I'm drafting now. So she was drafting months ago when we met. And I was like, I like her. She's awesome.
One of us.
Yeah, it was great.
Nice. I love it. Very cool. So, Rachel, what inspired you to put together this video chat with all the women, and how proud are you to see where it's taken off to?
It actually stemmed from last year's expo, like leaving that and just like the withdrawal of all that fun. And like I was missing Hema. I was like, because Hema and I became besties last year. I'm like, I miss Hema. She lives in Mexico and I live in Minnesota. Like, am I not going to see her for a whole year? Then I'm like, well, in the pandemic, we learned about Zoom. So could we do something like that? And we've been able to connect all these women across the United States. We have some international women. We have women in Mexico like Hema and a few others. We have a couple in the United Kingdom, and we have Crystal in Italy, that we all come together, and Zoom. The technology is just wonderful that we're able to connect on that. And just, yeah, it stemmed from the expo, what Bob Lung has created with that, and that bubble of fun, like summer camp, and just an extension of that, just continuing the fun and continuing the connection. And likewise with the Scott Fish Bowl, all the connections he's created with that. I think JB, did we meet years ago through Scott Fish Bowl? Maybe. Yeah, I think
At the
that's how we.
expo, well, we
Are
talked
they?
through the
Yeah, we met.
computer, and then we actually met on the expo. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just all the sense of community and just continuing that, extending that through these Zoom events with the women of fantasy.
That's awesome. And you've had some great women on there too. I know you mentioned how many different women have been on there?
72 total.
That's awesome. That's
Yeah.
incredible. And from
We have a
all
wide
over the world.
variety of content creators and casual players. We have a few that haven't even played fantasy football yet. I'm going to say yet because we'll get them. We'll get them.
So have you created your own leagues for the group?
Yeah, we have a couple best ball leagues that we've started, and yeah.
Nice. Love it. I absolutely love it. And Scott, this is what this is all about, right? Like, this is bringing people together and bringing a community together. And through this incredible tournament, friendships are made that last lifetimes. And, you know, you've heard me talk about Fantasy Besties and how, you know, me, Kevin, Luke, Coop, and Linda started that podcast and went to Coop's wedding, and we all met at the expo, and it all stemmed from the Scott Fish Bowl. And that's what this tournament does. And that's what I always encourage every time I'm on here on the Podathon every year. Get involved in your group chats, get involved in your pick chats, make these friendships that last years and years and years. And you become like best friends with people that you don't even like, you talk to through the internet. And it's so funny. Like, my wife's like, oh yeah, go talk to your football friends. Right. And it's like, they really exist. They're real people.
Can I say something too? All the charity leagues that have stemmed off from the Scott Fish. I've been following fantasy football since 2012 and just never had the nerve to sign up for Scott Fish. And I was like, I'm not good enough when they're for experts. And then I realized it's for just people like me too. So I finally had the nerve to apply. But I want to say that all the charity leagues that have come from this, I mean, Fantasy Cares, that donation and that charity is awesome. But there have been so many more fantasy football tournaments. And I met JB at Polly's Playoff. He was in the draft. And he was one of the few people that chatted with me. It was really fun and kind of got to know him. He made a serious trade, though, in the middle of that Polly's Playoff draft and did really good. But it was like, oh, how dare he do that? I think it was for Zay Flowers. I don't know, but I wanted him. But I was like, you dog, and the DOT kind of dog. But it was great to chat with him and meet him just in a charity tournament. So many charity tournaments now. I love it. I just love this community so much.
What charity tournament had trading? Scott put a ban on that. All charity tournaments can have no trading.
That is not a ban I made. It's just too big for us. It's a long-standing rule in a lot of giant tournaments that have been, all the giant tournaments for actual money, public tournaments for a long time. It's just too much. It's just too much to manage when you get to a certain size. But the charity league thing, like, that's just incredible to me because even 7, 8, 10 years ago, they weren't out there. They didn't exist. So like, watch all of these start to spin off is just, it's wonderful to see.
Well, ladies, we have the next group waiting in the back. We got 3 minutes left. I want everybody to get the right amount of time to say farewell. So we'll start with Hema, and we'll work our way over to Brittany, Karen, and then Rachel. Go ahead, Hema.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay.
You can follow me at @_ I think that's it, correct?
Yes.
Hema Martinez, and you can find a lot of things like fantasy, about cats, about beers, because I'm a beer lover too. And remember that I have a league for women in Spanish. If you know Or if you want to share with your friends or your girlfriend or your mom, your sister, even though that they don't speak Spanish, you can tell them that I make some leagues that are free. We don't charge nothing, only to be more involved in fantasy football. And I want to say thank you, all of you. Rachel, thank you for inviting me to the Podathon. I think that is correct that I say that. Podathon?
Yes.
Podathon.
Okay. Sal, hope to see you in LA. Brittany and Karen, hope to see you in the expo. JB, the best for your children. And Scott, see you in LA too.
Yeah,
And
see you soon. Yeah.
Okay, Emma, thank you. Brittany.
Hi. You can catch me on Twitter at bfoxworth07, where all of my writing will be. It's easy. I'll keep it
Wonderful.
short and
Thank
sweet.
you for your work with the Avi Makers as well.
Oh yes, thank you.
Karen, Wild Rosie, Alice, which one of you is here?
All three right now. That's scary. Oh, I want to thank you guys for the great Podathon. Y'all were no sleep. Y'all did great. It was a super job. Scott Fish, thank you for just tons of everything. And donate to Fantasy Cares, people. Rachel, our fearless leader and Wonder Woman. That's what I think about her so much. I hope to see everybody at the Expo. I will be at the
Looking
Fantasy
forward
Football.
to it.
Brittany
Thank you,
talked me
Kat.
into it, and I'm really glad she did. So we're
Good.
going to be coming up together.
It's going to be a great
So,
time. Looking forward to meeting you.
Thank you for
Be well.
everything. Thank you.
Right there.
I just removed the wrong person. I removed Scott.
That's okay. You gotta go soon anyway.
All right, Rachel, we'll give you a little center stage action to yourself since you created this group, and tell everybody what you'd like to know about what you do.
You can find me at Tootsie Pop 6 on Twitter. The next Unwind event will be July 27th. It's a Saturday. It'll be at 2 p.m. Eastern. So I like to do occasional Saturdays to include our friends from other time zones. So that's the next event. So reach to me on Twitter if you're interested in joining, if you haven't had a chance to join yet. I also am a writer at In Between Media. I do fantasy football writing. I do sports betting with some prize picks predictions. And I also do some entertainment writing over there. So IBT Media is doing great things. Thanks, Scott. I'll see you in a couple weeks at the Minnesota Live. Good to see you again, JB and Sal. It's an honor to meet you, and thank you for what you're doing with this. And thanks for letting Unwind have a little time to shine a light on it.
You'll be back next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
I almost did it again. Hold on. I almost removed Scott again. That's your punishment, Scott, for ending the previous stream.
Yeah, I thought we had good banter. Oh, for ending the stream. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe I did that. I mean, I was on.
You were boarding a plane.
Yeah, I was on my phone watching and listening in, I was watching on the StreamYard, and like we started taxiing. I'm like, okay, now I need to get off, and just.
We were talking, and I said, guys, stop talking. Nobody's watching. The stream is over. Everybody's like, what? What happened? This is what came up.
Really, I will stand by it to this day that it was actually because I just wanted to cut Dave and Alfredo off so that they couldn't tell everybody where to find them. That was the sole reason that I wanted to do that. But
well, everybody, you have
to go in a second too. So
all right. Well, we have 2 hours left, and I would like to tell everybody, hey, Podathoners, if you want to win your fantasy leagues, you need to visit goingfor2.com. Why going for two? Because you can't go for three. Going for Two has some of the best up-and-coming writers who want to share their passion for the game with you. From redraft to dynasty to daily fantasy, goingfor2.com has it all, including live shows at the Going for Two live found on YouTube and syndicated on all major podcasting networks. Visit goingfor2.com today because no one remembers the extra point. And we'll just go back and say that those guys put up a number of like $3,500 and they hit about $7,200 donated.
Yeah,
to
I know. That was crazy.
Crushed it. Yeah.
By the way, the NFL stole the kickoff return rule from the XFL. What if they steal the 3-point thing from the XFL? Do they have to change their tagline? But not being able to go for 3?
Yes.
Yes. Next year will be a whole new read, and we'll have to have it restructured. We'll hire a whole new crew of people.
A whole new crew to write the 3 cents of copy right there. Yep.
We have to tell David Wright to leave his job that he started and come back and write these for us. But let me bring in Kevin Tompkins, a longstanding friend of the show. Kevin's been around the Podathon streets for a while, and Brittany's been with us before too. Britt, welcome back.
Hey, thanks for having us, y'all.
What is going on? Scott, I'm glad you survived Vegas. I was going to say, I didn't know
clearly,
Vegas had such lush tree lines, but
I know, right?
clearly you
It's
were back in the
not a screensaver,
idyllic
that's backyard.
Minneapolis, Minnesota skyline.
I know. It's nice to be back in 72-degree weather as opposed to drafting in 108-degree weather. But yeah, Vegas, 7 hours of sleep in 3 days. That's you can't do that often when you're my age. It's
Yeah.
not
I am
good.
not built for 100-degree. I'm built for air conditioning. So I mean,
Yes.
I know my limits.
Yes. That's the thing with the zombie. If a zombie apocalypse happens, I'm not gonna last because it's just, without the air conditioning. I just take
nope
me.
it on out of there.
It's all right.
You know, up on the screen, we got 1 hour left of auctions from Bob McGilchrist. And if you look at the bottom on the ticker, you'll see where you can go to bid on those auctions. And I'll tell you this: there's an autographed Bo Jackson jersey on there. I am currently the leader at $160. It's worth more than that. I know the number I'll go up to, but I'm willing to lose it if we can raise more money for fantasy care. So come up bid me, and I'll battle you a little bit because there's room for where I'll go still on that. So I'm willing to spend more money. I'm telling you to come bid me up because it's for the right reason. So
yeah,
get on there now and do that.
Nice.
I love it.
Yeah.
By the
Yeah,
way,
these-
Sal. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, these auctions are great, and I saw a lot of them with that movie theme also that had like the Jason Voorhees jersey and like everything that just so fitting to the theme. Is just we raised a lot of money doing these auctions, and it's just such a great idea. I mean, Bob has been pumping them out, and between the merch and the auctions, just what a great job back there.
Crushing it.
What were you gonna say, Kev?
What are you gonna say, bud?
I was gonna say, Sal, you're are you gonna be at the expo on that first Thursday? Because you're turning 30, correct? On August 6th?
Yeah, 30
'cause
or 50. I'm turning 50.
I'm turning 40 that Thursday. So I will bring you some liquid IV. I think we're gonna have a good time on Thursday.
I have an entire box of liquid IV, but I'll use yours. Yeah, no, I turned a big 50 on Tuesday, August 6th, and you are 40 on Thursday, August 8th. I am landing there on Thursday early. I'll be there either late morning or early afternoon. The same day, by the way, Scott Fish is coming. I
gotta go. I'll see you.
All right, Scott.
Bye, Scott.
See you in a couple weeks.
So it's going to be a great weekend. I hope not to embarrass myself. So I'm looking forward to it.
I just want to point out that this segment is the reason why my kids are eating late tonight, because I needed to hop on this second time because these are two of my favorite people in the world. And when I saw they took the 6 o'clock slot on Sunday, I was like, oh, man, like I did the overnight last night and I'm like, all right, I'm hopping back on for another hour or so. So I slept my name in there for you guys. And then I was like, ooh, Rachel's the one before. And then Sam and Kendall's the one before. So I'm like, all right, 6:30, I'll start making dinner. So it's
Let
your
me
fault
tell
that
you.
Jaden's eating late tonight, guys.
Thank you for putting that burden on us.
I was going to say, I apologize to Jaden. I'm very glad you're here, but also I'm envious that you even get to cook dinner because my entire kitchen is under a remodel and I have no countertops or appliances right now.
I sell countertops for a living, Britt. What's up?
I mean, they're coming eventually.
That's your
They're just
quartz
not
guy
here
up there.
now.
Well, I hope you
I
made a
wanna
good
s-
stone selection.
I wanted to
we
say, what a
just-
shame. You're getting a new kitchen. What a shame.
Yeah, I mean, it was
how rich?
it was pretty necessary. Some things that the inspectors missed when we bought the house. Some subfloor and joist work had to be redone. So
Not fun.
it's been real great. I'm
Homeownership
cross-eyed
is a-
over here.
So what kind of
do-
countertops did you go with? That's my biggest question for you right now.
It was granite. I did go with the granite.
Nice. I
Yeah.
have granite in my kitchen. I switched from a quartz to a granite in my kitchen. There's nothing like the beauty of a natural stone. Granite's the hardest material in the world. So as long as you keep it sealed and maintain it, you have a great countertop choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the countertop portion of the Podathon. Absolutely.
You said like
riveting.
10 minutes ago the stream ended. I mean, if you know, look, we're talking countertops. Ty Pennington's probably on his way in here. I mean,
move that bus.
Let's make a fantasy football analogy. So JB, you're saying that granite is the Josh Allen of countertops.
It is. It is. It is. It's hard. It's durable, and it's timeless. It's almost like
really is.
It's almost like a Derrick Henry, right? It's like that. You know, it's that brute force that's timeless. That's still just. It's not the flashiest. It's not the one that like everyone's like, ooh, I need to have granite, but it always gets the job done. And now it's in a good situation in your house, right?
Oh, JB, I love that so much.
Way to bring that around. We're getting to go Dodgers, but I'll go with Kevin's Yankee hat instead.
that's right. They're actually
Even though the
good, so
Dodgers-
I can actually rep them with pride.
Yeah, well, they were good until like the last 2 weeks. I don't know what the
Yeah.
hell happened.
True. I got to try to bring them back somehow.
Yeah, but they came into New York, the Dodgers, and smacked us up for 2 games, 2 out of 3 on the weekend. But we're going to go, hey, we didn't have Juan Soto, Britt. That's how we respond, you know, because we can't afford being
Lock him
losers.
up. Lock him up.
Yeah, there's
Please.
big trade rumors happening between the Dodgers and Yankees. I don't know. We'll see.
Are they trading you for Kevin?
I don't think so.
Look, a lateral move, if any.
Oh,
I
I know
can't
where the
remember.
upgrade is. I know what side's getting the upgrade here, Kevin.
It's all right. I know my worth. It's okay. I'd take Britt over me any day.
Well, you're a smart man. I mean, I
I'm
don't
the personality hire. That's it.
So, Britt, what position are you drafting in for Scott Fishbowl, and what division are you in?
So I'm doing the Fayetteville Live draft, which is going to be really, really fun. We pushed to get a local live draft, and we kind of had a mini one 2 years ago, but Justin Peak made it all come together. And there's a new like bowling alley kind of situation where we're going to have it. So that's going to be really cool. I think position wise, I'm very, very torn because obviously with it being super flex, I want to take a quarterback first and solidify that position, especially with the scoring with only 1 point for 50 yards instead of the traditional 25 or whatever it is. But then the tight end premium is just so intriguing. So I'm just going to have to see who's there.
What draft slot are you?
But I believe
draft?
I'm 8.
8? Okay.
I think I'm 8. Yeah.
All right. So you could play the board a little bit and see what falls to you.
Yeah. So I'm not, my best or my strategy is just to be spontaneous, see what falls to me. Because if I make a plan, something is going to go crazy. And then I'm going to have to panic pivot. And I don't want to panic pivot.
Yeah, something always goes not according to plan, right? So it's being fluid and being in that 8 spot gives you the flexibility to, you know, avoid the runs or missing out on the run, should I say. So it's a good spot to be in. Kev, what spot are you in and what division?
104. I'll be drafting in Minneapolis with Scott and Rachel on them. 104 in the Bash Brothers division.
Nice.
For Mighty Ducks. So that'll be fun. Look, I'm guaranteed a running quarterback of some kind, whether it's Anthony Richardson, Lamar. I'm hoping it's Lamar, but look, yeah, be fluid. But you know, you get your pick of the litter at 104. I'm probably not taking Mahomes, so it's Allen Hurts, Lamar, or Anthony Richardson. If something crazy happens, which not every draft is the same, we've learned that over year upon year that nobody's draft goes according to plan. There's always that crazy outlier draft. Could be mine. Who knows? We're all drafting live. We're all, might have some alcoholic beverages in us to influence some decisions. So we'll see what happens. But I'm excited for getting one of those top quarterbacks and seeing what falls to me at second pick.
JB, have we spoken about where you're drafting? Because you're not drafting live. You're coming to the New York Live draft, but you're not drafting there. So where are you?
I'm in the Lightning McQueen division, repping the shirt today.
Shirt. There you go.
So I wanted to draft with Pac and Esteffi. So a couple of years ago, when they were on the Podathon, we've been friends since, and Pac and I have talked a lot. And we said, all right, finally going to make it happen. We last couple of years we're like, oh, we got to do a league together. We got to do a league together. So this year we're like, all right, fine. Let's do Scott Fishbowl together, right? So like I knew, and I said to you in the New York live chat, like I want to leave those spaces because it's limited. We had a lot of interest. So I'm like, all right, I want to leave it for people to have that opportunity. I did it last year. It was great. I wanted to let other people have the opportunity. So between the combination of the two, I ended up going with the Lightning McQueen division, doing the slow draft, and I'm picking from the 101 spot where I think I'm leaning going contrarian, but we've talked about it a couple of times, and I don't know. I think I'm going to do it, and I think I've talked about it enough on the Podathon that I almost have to do it now. So we'll see what happens.
What is it exactly? I don't think you said it. Did you say it?
I did.
I miss it?
I'm thinking of going Anthony Richardson 101.
Oh, you did. Ka-chow to that, JB. My son loved that original Cars movie when it came out. He was a little guy.
Jaden's been obsessed with it for months now. There was a point of time where every day we had to watch the movie.
You know what movie that was? You know what movie that was with my kids? With the very first DVD, and my kids are, my oldest daughter will be 25 this year, and my son will be 23 in a couple of weeks, and my youngest daughter will be 20. So I'm legitimately going to have no teenagers, not even little ones, no teenagers by the end of this year. And the first DVD we got, because it was 20-something years ago, was Shrek, the original Shrek. And I could do that movie in the voices and every line from beginning to end because we watched it at least 3 times a day for probably a good year plus. Oh, this guy is back. Look at him. What shirt you wearing now, Russ?
And how old are you going to be in August?
Nice.
If you haven't heard, I'll be turning the big 5-0. And guess what? Kevin Tompkins will be the big 4-0 on August 8th, 2 days after.
Man.
Wow.
Yeah, it is what it is. But, you know, I draft no running backs to keep me young.
Kevin was invited to my surprise 40th birthday party and didn't come, by the way. Just
surprise.
And this, yeah, surprise flight. You know, flights to New York are like $800.
JP, how old are
Could have
you?
seen Sal too.
How old are you, JB?
I turned 40 last year.
I don't remember getting invited to that party.
Yeah, I'm going to blame my wife for that one. I didn't even know I was having a party until I walked in the door.
I lived a few. Go get her now. I'm not going to let this guy.
Everybody's throwing everybody under the bus here. This is great. I'm just like eating my popcorn.
I'm going to check out for 1 second. I'll be right back.
I mean,
Russ.
JB, you got to take control. I have no idea what you guys have been talking about. So
No, so we got their
so
draft positions.
We're
We got
talking
their
about
draft
quartz
positions over there.
countertops. We've talked about liquid IV, like just the gamut.
All right, so Kev,
Yo.
we know how much you love running backs, right? So
Oh yeah.
with now the way that it's structured this year, only having to draft one of each position, do you think you'll make that Josh ADHD board as the last person to draft a running back this year?
I don't know. Last year was kind of a turnaround. I did draft Tony Pollard in the 3rd round, which did shock and dismay the Minnesota live draft. So
And look at what you did to him.
I know. I'm Jacob Sanderson. I'm so sorry for ruining our meal ticket, which was the Tony Pollard bandwagon. But look, there's always Dontavian Wicks in the 4th, so I'm definitely down to redeem myself. No, running backs are, because you only need to start one. I think we're going to see something where somebody might roster only like 3 running backs, 2-3 running backs. And that person might also be me because, look, it's going to be a wide receiver, tight end, quarterback. You know, it's always the quarterback draft within a draft in every Superflex league. But you're going to see, you know, wide receivers may have been devalued just a little bit, but you're going to see them just fly off the board in those mid to late rounds because, you know, they just, yeah.
Yeah,
See,
but Britt, the type of running back is going to be important, right? Because the point values for those high volume running backs are the ones that you really want to gravitate to. Are there anyone or a few running backs in particular that you'll be looking at because of that?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like the little bonuses for first downs and carries, I mean, can even elevate those kind of scrubby running backs. Like I'm thinking of Zeke, being a Cowboys fan myself, about with the first down bonus. Like if you get him in the super, super, super late rounds, he's going to have value as a first down back because you know he's going to be used on short yardage and on touchdowns. So he could still put up some points. I'm definitely looking at, and my strategy has always been anchor running back. This setup this season is perfect for that because I can get somebody like a Breece Hall, a Bijan, Jahmyr Gibbs, somebody like that who is, should be decently priced. I don't think I'm going to go after CNC because I don't think that he's going to be there for one at the 108. So that's why I'm not mentioning him. But honestly, any of these guys, and I think that bonus is going to be sneaky beneficial for the running backs, where I honestly think that the super flex spot might be a trap for these quarterbacks, because by the time you get around to drafting your second quarterback, all of these real big producers are already going to be off the board. And everybody thinks that you have to start a quarterback in your super flex spot when this scoring doesn't necessarily dictate that you have to.
Yeah. And that's
funny
where
you say
also
that. That's Kevin's thing. That's like Kevin's thing. Like Kevin he did a league that was like he couldn't take any running backs, and he specifically just loaded up on wide receivers. And every week he would flex wide receivers and he would super flex wide receivers. And that was, I think of Kevin when I think of that strategy. Are you going to to that?
I almost won that league, by the way.
Yep.
Are you thinking of going that way? Wide receivers. I couldn't find 3 wide receivers a week this start the friggin' fishbowl last year. It was terrible.
It was kind of wild last year.
Yeah.
Everything.
I'm gonna sum my Scott Fishbowl experience up for you last year. Ready? My first pick was Mark Andrews. He got hurt. My second pick was Austin Eckler. He had a terrible season. My third pick was Tony Pollard, and I think my first quarterback was Aaron Rodgers. So I got to enjoy this. I made the playoffs because of the moves I made and the stuff. I made the playoffs.
And that is why it's important to work your waiver wire.
Yeah, I almost made the playoffs with, let's see, my week 1 quarterback was Josh Dobbs because I drafted Deshaun Watson. I also drafted Heineke and Levis. I went like literally 0 quarterback. And then I ended up with 0 quarterbacks because I had Zach Wilson, and all those guys. And it was just so bad. But I still, based on the strength of, thanks to Trey McBride and a bunch of wide receivers, almost made the playoffs like on that. So imagine if I had a quarterback that was halfway decent. But another thing that I don't think a lot of people are people are talking about it, but with the running backs, the point per carry or half point per carry, they're also getting only a half point per reception. So it's almost kind of that balancing act too of, I think people are devaluing wide receivers too much with that. And I understand the tight end conversation with that. And I think they're kind of inflated too. There's been kind of a narrative about the wide receivers that they're just so devalued. But look, if people are going to be grabbing tight ends and grabbing quarterback, the Russian quarterbacks, pumping up Jaden Daniels and then pumping up running backs, wide receiver becomes the value. So, yeah.
Hey guys, can I announce something real quick? So, this link for this episode of the S&P Podathon is supposed to expire at 8 p.m. on the Eastern Coast time zone, but we have a surprise guest coming on at 7:30. I don't know who it is. This is in the chat being told me right now. There will be a surprise guest coming on at 7:30, and it might go past 8 o'clock. So after we are done with, I think this and the 6:30 at 7 o'clock, we will be moving to a different stream. So we're at 5,112 eyeballs on this thing right now. So please, if you're watching, there will be one more link at 7 p.m. for you to switch over to take us to the end of the show. Sorry, guys. Let's get back to you.
All right. Well, I got to go set that up. It was nice talking to you.
Thanks, Russ.
Mike is working on it right now.
Sorry.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
The truth of the matter is there's
Hi,
no
Mike.
special guest. We want to get rid of.
Hi, Mike.
I just wanted to get rid of Russ. None of that was true.
Oh, man. That's so
Well,
great. Any
where were you
excuse to
guys
get a
at?
nap, though, right?
Oh my God, I'm gonna fall out so hard tonight.
I slept till 9 o'clock this morning. I couldn't tell you the last time that I slept till 9 o'clock. I mean, when you go to bed at like 3:45, it kind of allows you to do that. But it was so weird to wake up and look and see 9 o'clock. And I was like, wow.
You're like, my whole internal clock is upside down right now.
Yep,
This
right.
is behind the looking glass at this point.
Imagine
No, I don't know
sleeping
what
in this
everybody.
economy.
I don't know what everybody aside from the counter boy over here does for a living full time, but I used to work like in construction and hospitals doing construction repairs, and there'd be a lot of times you'd schedule that off hour work in hospitals because healthcare you can't work a lot of stuff in the daytime. and I could never ever get on that overnight. My body would never adjust to it, man. I would just feel run down. I used to do snow removal for the hospital, so you'd be working these 30-hour shifts, and I'll take a 36-hour podathon over that any day of the week.
Absolutely.
100%.
Right. I mean, maybe your body clock is like for doing this for the last 5 years. You're somewhat,
7.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was a baby 6 years ago. And the second time I was ever on camera was for SFB 9 Podathon. Like it's crazy to me that this is number 6 for me. It's wild.
Yeah, it's the 7th one we've done. We're half the age of the actual fishbowl, right? It's 14 this year. We're 7. And it's cool to be a part of this. So the idea we've talked about, I'll talk about in the final segment, the idea that came to me and how this all was born. But yeah, Kev, you came right at the start, the second year. But it's cool.
It was literally the week I got into North Dakota for moving from upstate New York. So I was still getting stuff set up. I was a little baby.
Little
baby, Kevin.
Little 44-year-old baby. I mean, 34-year-old baby. I meant to say. Sorry.
I do want to ask Kev a question, though, because of the scoring with the points that we're getting for kick returns. There is some speculation that Jaden Reed could return kicks. I mean, I know because I had Keyshawn Nixon in my dynasty league with the IDP players that he was returning kicks last year. So what is the chances that we get Reed returning kicks for Green Bay? And obviously, if he is returning kicks, that's going to bump up his value in this format, right?
I mean, right now, like he's slated to be like the punt return guy. He could certainly do it, but Keyshawn Nixon did a lot of that last year, and it stinks because he's a corner. Won't be eligible at least for this if he's like the primary guy. But with the kickoff return changes, like you're looking at guys that if you're already drafting them for fantasy purposes, and then obviously Rashid Shaheed's the biggest name of guys that are going to be just seeing a massive uptick in this particular format. And then you've also got guys like Josh Downs, Tajay Spears, who could get some work. And then it gives value to some of the other guys that, return kicks, but maybe aren't fantasy relevant. Looking at like the Braxton Berrios of the world, Xavier Gibson, Cordero Patterson obviously is a big one because he should probably nail both roles. Kenny Nwangwu for Minnesota. So you're introducing a new pool of players with this specific thing, which is, you're going to see a lot more builds where the old draft with Giants leagues, for the last couple of years, where return yardage was a big thing in those leagues, and you kind of had to know. I remember Britt might remember because when we stayed in the Airbnb at the Expo, me and Cooper up to like 1:30 in the morning in the kitchen on like a Friday talking about kickoff and punt returners. Like Andre Roberts was like a big conversation. Yeah.
We talked about draft with Giants. It might have been Coop that brought it up.
Yeah.
And I used to play in those. I'm actually good friends with Andy Singleton, and Andy, I've gone to see him coach with the FDNY football team here in New York. And I almost made the finals one year and have no idea what the scoring was in that league still. I have no idea. I drafted players. I was like, I don't know what's going on. And I was like, oh my God, these guys are actually valuable. And I don't know. He doesn't ask me to come back, I think, because I probably told him the scoring's insane.
Yeah, I remember I made the playoffs one year, and it was the year Cordell Patterson went off for the Falcons, like as an actual player in fantasy, and then still had the return yardage. So, I mean, what was that, like 3 years ago? But yeah, like that's the crazy stuff you can kind of take from other leagues where now we have kickers and punt returns that are relevant and can possibly break. Because what was Rashid Shaheed last year? Like in this scoring, like wide receiver 7?
Yeah, he was
Like
up there.
Six.
Yeah, but still, you're talking about a top 8 wide receiver overall, and now you introduce that. So if somebody like a Jaden Reed gets kickoff and punt return yard, like.
So we had somebody post before that they took Shaheed at the 7:03 yesterday in their live draft. So that's too high.
And he could probably be one of those volatile guys too, that when you look it up on the app, someone's going to take Rashid Shaheed at like 212 or something like that. Like just something crazy. And it's going to happen. You could go at 212 in one league and then go down in like the 8th round in another, just because not everybody is like super in tune with it. I mean, obviously, with 4,000, 5,000 people, you're going to get a crazy kind of cross section of where this guy is going, but it's wild.
I want to ask Britt, and I think that like Trey Palmer's a guy that could be that returner as well for Tampa as the third receiver, as a guy who, if Evans or Godwin get hurt, steps into an even bigger role. He showed flashes last year. Britt's always really good at identifying talent and finding some people that we're not thinking about. So do you have anybody? I know we're up against it. Do you have anybody real quick that you want to give us as like your Britt sleeper for this year?
Are we making Traylon Burks a thing? If he's not going to be on the field, is he going to return kicks?
For the Winnipeg Blue Bombers or for the Titans?
Honestly, I haven't. Admittedly, I've not dove in that far, and that is something that I definitely have to do over the next couple weeks because I've been so busy with this remodel. But it definitely does make it very interesting, to say the least. But I'm slacking. Honestly, I'm slacking so much. New job, new remodel, like everything going on right now has been crazy. But check back with me in a week or two once I finally catch up on everything.
I don't do my Scott Fishbowl prep literally until a week before the drafts because it's just too much coming in and changing and all that stuff. So I know the rules, I know the position settings, I know all that basic stuff, but I'll start getting ready for what I'm thinking is going to happen. Maybe I go through 3 tight ends right off the top. You never know. But to both of you, thank you so much for coming back here after the year. We look forward to having you back again in the future. And wherever I run into you guys, Expo or live drafts or whatever, we will see you around these fantasy streets.
Much
Thanks
love.
for having us, y'all.
See you at the Expo.
Yeah, be good.
So what time do I need to come back now, Sal? Because I am going to go make some dinner real quick. What time do I need to come back for the finale now that things are changing up a little bit?
I would still come back at 7:30, but maybe it will just last a little bit longer than 8 o'clock, or maybe it goes till 9 o'clock.
Push a half hour.
I would just, maybe 8:30. So just come back at 7:30, same time.
All right. I do want to say hi to the next guest before I hop out because I love them also. So I'm going to
Definitely unacceptable. We don't allow that. You either stay for the whole guest or you get out. All right. Hold on. Well, these guests, by the way, JB, they're brought to you by CampusToCanton.com, a website focused on all things college fantasy, including Dynasty, Devy, College Fantasy, and Campus to Canton leagues. Campus to Canton is the fastest growing format in fantasy, where your teams have college and NFL lineups. And as the college players enter the NFL, they join your NFL roster. Visit CampusToCanton.com as their team of experts brings you articles, podcasts, exclusive ADP, industry-leading draft guides for Devy College Fantasy, freshman/supplemental drafts, cutting-edge tools, including the revolutionary new Draft Assistant tool, and the deepest set of college rankings anywhere. Check out CampusToCanton.com today. Hi, Mike.
Yeah, hey, we're not done. We're gonna keep going.
Yeah, I made the announcement. I made the announcement already. It looks like we're going to have a surprise guest at 7:30. Mike's not telling us who it is, so everybody will be surprised at home just as well as we are.
Yeah, show goes on. We're good. I think this is going to be great. I think we've been talking so much about the expo. It only makes sense to put Bob Lung to open the finale, have our guest, and then have the team come on and talk about it afterwards. But I think it's going to be fun. But what's also going to be fun is this segment. This is going to be good.
So 7 o'clock, we're going to switch at 7 o'clock to the new link.
7 o'clock, we're going to switch at the new link. We're going to open with Bob Lung. We're going to bring in a friend of mine who wanted to come be part of it. And then we're going to bring on the entire team.
All right. So I am going to bring in the next guests so that JB could say hi and get the heck out of here.
Perfect.
Hello. Hello.
I
JB, I
couldn't-
was going to be so offended if you did just like dip right before we came on. So thank you for saying.
I couldn't do it. I knew you guys were coming up next, but I do need to feed my child, and I already blamed Kevin and Britt for making him eat late. So I didn't want to put that burden on you. I'll leave that on those guys, but I did want to say hi to you before I signed off. So have a great segment, and I'm glad I got to see your faces.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello.
So you guys are, just following up a great group. But I don't think that we planned it this way, but a great group of ladies that have just run the end of the show so wonderfully. And Kelly in Phoenix, who was always in Vegas for some reason.
It's true.
And Trash Sandwiches, one of the greatest names of all times. Welcome. Kelly, tell everybody about what you're doing.
Shoot, the best way to find out what I'm doing is just head over to the app formerly known as Twitter and find me at Kelly in Phoenix. You'll see a whole list of fun things that we're doing, and I hope you join along.
A plethora of things.
Plethora.
Yeah.
Do you even know what a plethora is?
Do I know? What do you think? Let me ask you a question. What do you think I am? Do you really think I'm an idiot? Like, just because Mike treats me like an idiot, do you think that I'm an idiot?
I don't treat you like an idiot. I just try to help you get through the day.
Have you not seen Three Amigos?
No, I'm an idiot. Why did you ask me that question?
I don't. Why do I bother with you, Sal?
I don't know. Do you want to do this later? We have guests.
Yeah.
Oh, keep talking.
You're making it awkward for our friends. Can we be nice?
Okay, Ms. Sandwiches. Tell the world your real name if you want to.
My real name is Ariel. Hello. You can definitely call me Trash. I actually love being called Trash. You probably the best way to find me, like Kelly, is at Trash Sandwiches on the app formerly known as Twitter. Unlike Kelly, I don't do a plethora of things. I do stuff with in between media, but a lot of it is like behind the scenes editing and graphics, and you'll never know what I'm doing. Occasionally I do write, and sometimes I do other things. I don't know. I also edit at Fantasy Pros.
Who's your friend looking out?
Just Fantasy Pros. Like,
Come on
Fantasy
now.
Pros.
Do you hold it, so, Russ? Do you not follow Trash Dog Stella on Instagram?
Yes.
There's a wait. How? Where? What? No.
I'll text you.
Stella.
Thank you.
Hi, Stella.
I've been missing out far too much. Hi, Stella.
She is being good if she barks at rabbits. I'm sorry. It's been a thing.
We are very pet friendly here, so it's absolutely okay.
I actually had a major storm move in before. Russ, did you get that storm by you in New Jersey?
I did.
So I had some lightning strike and thought I was like, oh boy, I was wondering if anybody heard it because it came in, rolled in here pretty strong.
Looks like a beautiful night behind you. What are you talking about?
Yes, the beautiful, lovely New York City skyline. This is authentic, and if you could touch the city, reach out, grab it.
Like they always say that New York has a feel to it, and that's what they mean.
It's a lot of movement.
Like a shower curtain.
Sounds like it too, actually.
It is not a shower curtain. It's a very heavy, thick material.
It's just a regular curtain.
Just a regular curtain. Yes, that's actually what it is.
So metaphor for life.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I don't know how, but yes. Kelly, according to Rachel, you're a shining star.
Well, geez, that's so kind of her. Rachel is a shining star who popped onto the scene, and gosh, I think it's been more than a full year now. She asked if I would help co-host the Unwind, and we did that through Women of Fantasy Football for many moons, and then she took it and made it her own project, and I'm so proud of her for what she's doing with that. It's such a fun time. If you showed up to the last Unwind, I was home alone, left to my own devices. I made it through a bottle and a half of rosé before I bought a hair identifier spray and a face razor for ladies.
Okay, hair identifier.
Does
what does that do?
Yes, a hair, not a hair.
Like,
yes, a hair, not a
spray
hair.
it, and it makes all of your peach fuzzies white so that you can shave them off.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it kind of does identify where's hair. Okay.
And then your skincare goes on better. All the things I learned while drunk shopping. You got
mine's white for free. Mine's all white
Yeah,
for free. I don't have to pay anything for it to be white.
The Unwind chats are very fun and they are super chaotic. I could not be at that one, so I am glad to be caught up on all of the shenanigans. But
Speaking of getting caught up, I'm far behind on Casey's Get Real podcast, and I'm just finished the one with Rachel, and it was a fantastic episode. And yes, like you feel the glow coming out of that podcast from her. It was wonderful.
It's fun. It's a good time. So what's up?
Somebody wants
I don't even know anymore. I thought y'all were going to talk because we've been going for like 35 hours.
No, there's plenty to talk about, Mike. Let's talk about women of fantasy football. You know, Kelly, you and I were both out in Vegas at the same time for the Super Bowl this year. You're doing a lot of stuff out there. I was definitely trying to, you know, link up just to say hi, but Kelly avoided me pretty well. She plays good defense.
Smart.
But just talk about some of those experiences you've gotten to have through women of fantasy football, because I follow you on the socials and I get to see you and Sam Holt and just the women of fantasy football account itself. Just talk about the last year with that.
Yeah, I think it was 3 years ago. I was able to get my NFL media credentials through a radio show. So I learned the ropes on how to do it. And I taught the group at Women of Fantasy Football. So now Women of Fantasy Football puts in for our credentials, and we have opportunity to send all kinds of women to all kinds of events because they're all over the country at different times. You got the combine that they allow people at, the draft, Super Bowl week. I've been to the draft. That one was in Las Vegas. That was amazing. And I've been to Super Bowl week twice, which also is its own kind of amazing. You really need to be in the right place at the right time. I'll say that.
Yeah, it's really, it's saying a mouthful. And you'll be hosting, you're one of the key players in the live LA draft at the Trophy Smack headquarters. So talk about how you're prepping for all that stuff.
Well, I just drafted. I'm feeling like a little horse. I had a whirlwind weekend. I came home from Trophy Smack headquarters Thursday night, hopped on a plane to Vegas Friday morning. We partied all night. Everybody was wild. And then got up the next day to draft. So I was in the 12th spot where I managed to take Kyler Murray, Trey McBride, and Marvin Harrison Jr. on my first 3 picks.
We tell the tale of your first 3 picks ever since we heard it, by the way.
We did. That was part of our 6 a.m. segment with Crystal Score, where she was talking about going 49ers. I said, here's the bar.
Yeah.
It's lore now. This is exciting. Honestly, I could not believe that Marvin Harrison Jr. made it back to me, but the 3rd round reversal really helped there.
That's also good to know because I'm a fellow 12 and I have done 0 prep. And if I can get Marv with the 3rd round reversal, like, okay, I am into that.
So I will say anybody.
Otherwise.
So I did some research,
Sorry, we told
and literally nobody who was at Jose's Landing last year is surprised at all by Ariel's division. That was about as obvious as it gets. Her and Hoof did a wonderful version of Barbie Girl. So seeing her in the Barbie division was the least shocking thing I've had so far on the show.
I just chose it based on the vibes. That's kind of how I choose all of my SFB divisions. I would love to do a live I live in the middle of nowhere. Mike, shout out for the hat because I see you. I recognize what you're doing there.
I got you.
And because of that, I can't go to the lives because they're so far away. So I just like go for the best vibe of a league.
I told you I would have come and got you. We could have gone to Boston.
I know my schedule is like wild lately. I've been running around.
Hit up Zach Reed. He's a crazy person, and he's driving from Maine to Boston. I'm sure he'll swing and pick you up.
Oh, sure. Not me. It will pick me up, by the way.
I had too much stuff in the car, Sal.
I had to get a plane ticket to go to the expo, but they're driving each other. I live like 12 miles away from Russ, by the way.
It's like 37-ish.
It's nowhere
so it's a little more than 12.
I drove 6 hours to eat Bo McBrair's food and karaoke and all kinds of other things. So I feel really sad that Sal can't get a ride for 40 minutes away.
It was last year, Kelly. It was last year. That's why I didn't come to the expo, because they just poo-pooed me. And like at that time, the flights were everything. So I bought my flight in February this year. Like I'm booked. I'm flying in on August 8th. By the way, 2 days after I turn 50. All right, drink them.
Drink, everyone. Really have to book those Ohio flights early. I mean, if there's any flight pattern that sells out quickly, it's New York to Ohio on a Thursday. That I do know for certain from my travels.
That is well known in the travel community.
Only for that weekend, though.
Just for that weekend. Every other time they don't even fly. They're like, we're not doing Ohio other than that weekend.
Sorry, Ohio.
It's a place to be.
It is. So, are you both joining the expo this year?
Oh yeah.
Yes, except it's just me and my social media manager, Kevin, this year. Matt's son's birthday is the same weekend, and his wife would murder him. So we're toning it down, but I'm bringing my own brand of fun. It's not quite on the level of Matt's, but I'll do my best.
Are you gonna hide the cooler at least for me? Matt always hides a cooler behind the setup.
I mean, I have to try and live up and keep some of his traditions going. So I'm going to do my very best. I promise.
I don't know if anyone could keep up with that man.
It's very difficult.
I remember like the first time, the second expo it was, we were at the Hall of Fame, and we parked to go, and Matt from behind us wasn't running or anything, but was just walking and just like zoomed past us, and we're just like, oh, Matt, all right, cool. But then all of a sudden he must have forgotten something in his car, went back, and we're still just walking at a normal pace, and we're just like, all right, cool, almost there, and then just
the man has an impressive stride.
I was
He's got
just
an
going to
stride.
say the same thing.
so much energy. That man just moves. And I mean, I'm a lazy bastard, so I walk very slowly, but like it was impressive. Like I could not keep up like that.
Plus, you've had knee trouble since you're 12.
Since I was 12. He loves rubbing that in for some reason.
You should have rubbed it a little Bengay. You would have felt better at this time.
If someone told the 12-year-old to ice his knees, then probably, yeah, my life would have been a little easier as we went along.
Tiger bomb, anything.
I want to know, Ariel, are you drafting and draft night out? Or are you just part of that hosting working committee?
Yeah, I'll be hosting working. I don't know what beyond like check-in and bringing signs and things. But yeah, I'll be busy during that. But I'm really excited for it to be happening. It's very fun. And you're in the Queen's Classic again this year, right?
Yes, I'm in the Queen's
Yeah,
Classic again, but
nice.
I'm also very excited for Draft Night Out because we're bringing in a few of our draft boards from Trophy Smack. We've got some championship rings coming at you, new design. We're really excited to be part of Draft Night Out.
Yes, excited to have you. Yeah, and definitely like come over. Will you be able to do before, after, whatever the
I
time
think
is?
they're at the same time, but we'll
Ooh,
try and work it out.
Yeah. I know, and I love the Queen's Classic. Am I allowed to swear by saying the name of the shirts? Because I think that the name of the shirts for the Queen's Classic,
the pink shade.
Yes, the Fuck Royal Pink. It is fabulous.
Bonnie found the color. It's a real color. There was another one called Balls Deep Pink, but we went with Fuck Royal Pink.
I mean, the Fuck Royal is absolutely fantastic. It's a great shade. So now I will actually, knowing that it's a very real color, need to go look that shade up and put it into every single thing that I do in my life.
I have the hex color number codes. I'll send them to you.
Please do send me that.
I'm gonna go try and see if anybody makes a Fuck Royal Pink nail polish.
I feel like if I say it, I'm right away going to be wrong. So I'm just going to be quiet. I mean, when you say it, it sounds great, but
We're already on the edge with Ryan. I'm staying out of this conversation.
right. Like if Ryan had heard me say balls deep, I'd be in big trouble. So I'm not going to say balls deep.
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean, that was a runner-up contender. They're very
Now gets a
close shades.
timeout again. Sorry, timeout time.
He's
not saying it. He's celebrating it. Like all he has to do is tell Ryan earmuffs, and he can say it all he wants. But he's just chucking it out there.
I'm not going to put up with this. God damn it! I started the show 7 years ago, and I'm going to sit right here in this chair.
You can
Who
sit
knew
there
there
in
was
that
such-
chair all you want. Just can't be on a live stream with that type of attitude and language.
Ann just left me. Ann just let me go. Ann has been a supporter for the last 36 hours. Like, bye, Sal. You just wanted to let me go, Ann. That ain't
We've
cool.
all had enough, Sal. We've all had enough.
It's never too much.
Only a few more hours.
This circus clown in the top right corner extended this damn thing another hour. What are you talking about?
No,
We've had
I
enough.
didn't. I didn't extend. I just extended it for as long as I wanted to. It was because we can, and because we should. There's two good reasons.
I know the reasons.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
I might not even invite you to the finale. If this attitude is starting to get,
There's no might not invited me to the finale. I go, maybe put the ladies outside while we have this conversation. I started this show 7 years ago, and I'll stay here till the goddamn end.
your show is 24 hours. You're already 12 hours over. Get out of here. Anyway,
I'm just gonna go remove your admin access, and no one shared the link with you to get into the next stream. So
I have all the links, you knucklehead.
Not to the new one.
No, there's a new one.
I have that link too.
It's in
So
my
you
Discord.
better just keep your cool right now.
Ladies, I'm gonna be respectful since you're here. I will not mention the colors of those colors.
Wow.
All right, so draft night out. Tell me, we back at the brewery, both floors again?
Same place?
Yeah, it'll be same place, the Brew Kettle in Canton, right by the Hall of Fame in the Hall of Fame complex. 2 floors. And there's also going to be this year some standing room only drafts. So that means people who don't want to be tethered to a draft board can like float around a little bit more for the social butterflies. And then, yeah, it'll be really fun. Lots of great prizes that should be in those raffles. And looking forward to another great year.
Yeah, I didn't draft at all, but I was absolutely one of those social butterflies at your event last year.
No.
It was so much fun to walk around.
Yeah. No, it's
Nice.
fun to even just go hang out and like be in the vibe. It's a good atmosphere, and they have good food and drinks there as well.
Yes, that place was great.
And Kelly and the Queens, are we gunning for Linda? So I don't have to hear her talk about being champion anymore.
Oh my gosh. Everyone's gunning for Linda for sure.
Now, do we know who's back and any new faces this year?
There are new faces this year. In fact, there are several ladies who aren't able to make it back to Canton this year. So I think we had 3 or 4 replacements. I know there was Brittany Foxworthy. I always call her Foxworth. Our friend Brittany, she made it, and I believe Erica America.
Mm-hmm.
She's in this year. Wendy Early, she's in.
Was Bonnie this year? Was Bonnie also in last year?
Bonnie was last year. She's
Okay.
a returning veteran. I think we lost Britt. I don't believe she's coming this year. And I think Kendall and Sam are still on the fence, so they're not drafting with us right now because they weren't sure if they're going to make it. Lisa Ann, I don't think is going to make it. So we had quite a few spots to fill. But it's going to be great, exciting. Everybody shows up like dead. Oh my gosh! Shout out to Matt Chester, Matt the Jester. Last year, I was dead. I should not have drank as much as I did. I'm on like all this medication last year for recovering from my breast cancer. I'm drinking like a fish. Show up to the draft. And I wasn't the only one, but everybody was like, oh my gosh, I am so dead. And he brought me food and Gatorade. I was just like, DMing, can someone bring me some food so I don't die? And he saved the day.
What a sweetheart.
I know, right? What a good friend. We all need a Matt Jester in our life.
I have a Matt Jester in my life, and I don't know if I need one, but I mean,
But now you have one.
I do. I have one who just pops up like Rafi from the league, like behind me randomly. Like I look over my shoulder more than I ever have in my life.
Pocket hot dogs?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Matt is the best. It's one of the most kind-hearted people. So I agree.
I would really like to say this about Queen's Classic, King's Classic. I love the idea of Queen's Classic. I think it's amazing. What I would love to see, and I thought the direction we were kind of going in this year would be that those other King's Classic divisions might include invites to women in the community that like to play auction style, that like to play ADP, that want to play in those leagues. Maybe next year. I'm like pushing for a Royal Classic or something like that.
That sounds nice, actually.
I work in marketing.
I can tell, and I knew that.
And then you could work in to have another fuck royal color for the shirt.
Exactly.
Oh, so
I'm
Russ
sure
could just
that there
say
are
it.
more.
Russ could just say it, right, Mike?
No, but
I have a
but-
better
but
tone than you do,
Russ,
Sal.
Russ sounds so soft. When we say it, it sounds like
I'm
we're
gonna-
cursing at
I'm
people.
going to drop kick both of you guys. I'm telling you. Right.
Look, I know you've been exercising, but I don't know if you have that in you. I don't know.
I think you're probably tired, maybe a little hangry. Have you eaten recently?
I've been eating some Snicker balls for sure.
You should have another one.
You're not yourself when you're hungry.
I'm sharing a room with Erica America at the expo this year, and I told her I'm bringing the face hair identifier. This is going to be a full girls' night out event.
So what you got to do is draw straws and have one person use it, but not shave afterwards. So they're just walking around.
So we can see what it
all
looks
the
like, just
Peach fuzz
puffy.
lit up.
I mean, you would be very surprised. It ends up looking quite furry, like Santa Claus action.
I'm
I had
sharing
no idea.
I'm sharing a room with Russ. I'm bringing the Manscaped, so it's like the same thing.
I normally don't share a room. I'm not a share room kind of gal, but I heard of a need and I had a room and I filled that need. I love our people.
That is very nice of you. I get those texts sometimes, like the group texts, and I'm gonna respond to one of them at some point. I've not ever, so you're a better person than I am. But maybe I need like the recharge space afterwards.
Yeah.
Ariel unfortunately had to deal with me before Jose's, where I needed like an hour to get back to myself. I was done talking to people. I become a different person when my battery's out. So I need that little like four walls I know are just mine without people, or else my social anxiety goes off the charts.
Oh yeah.
So I'm very grateful that people like you exist. Sorry, go ahead.
That's fine. I think Ariel had something to add to that. No.
No, I don't know. I'm like also in that boat of like my social battery is so drained. I had like a big event yesterday all day, and then this morning it rained the whole weekend, and then it rained on my shoes as they were drying outside. So
Oh, jeez.
I'm so soggy and tired from the weekend. I'm like, I'm still here and awake. It's been fun watching this thing and hanging out, and like as you guys are entering the wee hours and getting more delirious, and like I haven't even been here the long haul, and I feel it.
Now, did it rain out the farmers market?
It was our 4th of July celebration, or not quite Independence Day, because it is obviously not 4th of July yesterday. And it rained for the entire day. And,
that's awful.
It's fine. We still did stuff. And then we'll have fireworks tonight, which Stella will hate, but I'll drug her and we'll go make a little panic room.
That's fair.
We're not flooding out the yard behind you today or yesterday. The floodwaters, are we doing flood watch right now?
Not at the moment, but there is some flooding in the basement that I was alerted to.
Oh no.
Fine.
It'll dry up. Just ignore it. It dries.
Yeah. It'll be fine.
That's
It's not in
absolutely
my basement unit.
Bright side.
I'm super excited for LA Live, which is mid-July, July 20th at Trophy Smack headquarters. We're squeezing in a 5th division this year, which is crazy because, well, it's a huge building. It's 2 stories, so it's hard to not have everybody in one floor. It'd be weird. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be tight. Please don't just show up. If you want to come, just let me know so I can make sure I have a space for you.
Somewhere to stand. We can fit another human.
Yeah. We have like an observation gallery where our conference room is. I guess some people could sit there and I could just stream it to the TV.
It'll be like being there, sort of.
Yeah, sort of.
I feel like I'm going to be in a conference room for some reason. I don't know.
Did you tell Kelly you were coming? Because if not, then yes, you're going to be in the conference.
I've DM'd Kelly that I was coming actually before. She probably ignored me, but I'm saying I did.
It's good. We're good. $10. I'm charging people at the door.
Perfect.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
$11.
Make it happen. All right, I know we're coming to the end of not only this amazing segment, but this stream. We're going to be cutting over to the next link in, I don't know, 5 minutes, whenever we do it. We don't have really times here. But before we go, we have 5,300 people who want to hear all about what you have going on, where you're at, and where they can find you. So tell them all so you all can follow these two wonderful humans.
Go.
I'm Ariel. I'm Trash Sandwiches. You can find me at Trash Sandwiches, and I do things there sometimes, and sometimes I don't. And you can find me at other places through that way.
All right. I'll say some stuff this time. Please go check out TrophySmack.com for all of your fantasy needs. I am the co-host of Women of Fantasy Football in August. We do a weekly podcast interviewing women in sports media, and we raise money for Galvanize, which sends women on scholarship to Sports Media Boot Camp. And Club Fantasy Football, I write for Player Profiler. I write for Dynasty Pros. And I have the Sick Pod with Kelly Singh. If you want to hear about the Cardinals each and every week, I'm so excited because we finally got a sponsor. So that's my third season.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Is Women of Fantasy Football doing another panel at the expo?
We're in talks about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that was okay.
Yeah, there's some stuff going on. Faith works at the election system, and I may not make it to the expo, and I may have to actually fly back early on Sunday. So we're trying to figure out if we can still make it happen.
Worst comes to worst, you just send Casey out to freestyle rap
Yes.
in front of everyone.
I mean, we have plenty of capable women that have come up through Club Fantasy, Women of Fantasy Football, and learned, how we run these events and the questions that we ask, and it's good. It's a good thing. I love it.
Well, I hope it happens. If not, I look forward to seeing you there in general.
For sure.
All right. Well, thank you for stopping by, hanging around, being part of whatever this has turned into at this point.
It's the hot mess.
Yeah, absolutely. But we'll see you sometime soon. Tell Stella I say goodbye, and I'll follow her as soon as he sends me a link to follow.
I got you, buddy.
Thank you.
All right. And everyone else, we'll see you on the new link.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Great to see you.
Someone else hit that end button. I'm not doing it.
I got you. Wait for it.